The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Different formats divided the playing hall at the American Cup in St. Louis. Classical chess continued, but the elimination bracket dueled it out in must-win rapid matches. Sam Sevian won his playoff for the right to take on a still-standing Wesley So, while the rest of the open section drew their games. Defending American Cup champion Alice Lee miraculously won a losing position against her rival Irina Krush to gain the leg up in their championship rematch. The survivors get a much-needed rest day with the attention shifting to the undefeated. Day 4 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 of the 2025 American Cup, held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day at the World Chess Hall of Fame with this beautiful exhibition, so many amazing chess sets around me. You can come here and see it for yourself. We are ready to start the second day of the Champions Bracket semifinals. Who's going to move forward and who's going to get relegated to the elimination bracket? Let's go to the studio and find out.
The brackets are filling up with some familiar names. We enter day 4 of competition. Today, it's all about the championship games and classical chess. We bring you American Cup action live from the St. Louis Chess Club. And it all starts right now. Hello everyone, I am Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Kate, day 4.
Yeah.
Good to be with you.
Katerina, Yasser.
Kate, Cristian. Always a pleasure.
Good start.
Very good start. It's going to be one of those days. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the American Cup. Boy, we've sure had our fair share of thrills and spills over the 3 days. We've got more to share as well. Today, 4 players face demotion from the Champions Bracket. Kate, do the honors. Tell us about the brackets.
Yes, and let's take a look at the Women's Champions Bracket. Or let's start with the elimination one. So Anna Zatonsky, she won yesterday her match against Talia Cervantes, and Nazi Paikidze won her match against Atusa Purkashan, and both ladies have a rest day today.
In the championship?
In the championship section, we will have Carissa Yip.
It's coming.
It's gonna be there.
They're teasing us.
I promise you, it's gonna be Carissa Yip playing Tatev Abrahamyan. Yes,
Are
and
you
here we
sure?
go. Carissa Yip, she defeated Talia Cervantes in her first round 2-0, and she's gonna be playing Tatev Abrahamyan, who won against Anna Zatonsky. But Tatev won the first game of the match yesterday,
Right.
and today she has the white pieces. Irina Krush won her match against Atusa Purkashan, and she's playing with white pieces. Alice Lee, who defeated her yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. And in the Opens Champions Bracket.
Yes, so in the Open Champions Bracket,
Again,
we
they're
will
teasing
have
us.
Hikaru Nakamura playing Leinier Dominguez.
I do believe there's just a bit of a struggle, but Leinier will have white and Levon Aronian versus Fabi. Now, well, there you have it. There's the...
These are the results of yesterday. So Hikaru Nakamura made a draw with Leinier Dominguez. Fabiano Caruana drew Levon Aronian. Tatev Abrahamyan, she defeated Carissa Yip, and Alice Lee turned the game around, and she defeated Irina Krush.
Tell us about the format for day 4.
Yes. So this tournament has a very unique format. It's a 8-player double-elimination bracket-style tournament. There are no draw offers allowed in any of the games. Now, in the champions bracket, the players play a match of 2 classical games, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. If there is a tie, they're going to proceed to blitz playoff match with 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If that match is tied, they're going to repeat the match again and reverse colors. And if it's a tie, Armageddon is going to decide who continues in the championship bracket, and whoever loses goes to the elimination bracket. The elimination bracket is about a match of 2 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment, and if there is a tie, the same playoff continues.
And our schedule, Kate.
So the schedule, today we have day 4, and then we have 6 more days for the event.
What are we doing today?
Yes, specifically today, we will focus on the champions bracket. We will have 1 classical game, which is the second game of the match. And if there will be a tie in any of those matches, we will see playoffs and potentially Armageddon. The elimination bracket players, they have a rest day.
4 players, as I say, facing a demotion today. Well, everything went great on the rehearsals, not so good. What are you going to tell us statistically speaking?
I'm going to give you some interesting stats, specifically because today we only have classical games. And let's see how those classical games influence the players' ratings, because we know they care about those rating points quite a lot. They influence...
Right.
Of course, live
Invitations.
ratings. Absolutely. The live ratings are calculated as follows. They are based on the results. So obviously, whenever you're winning a game, you're winning some points.
Right.
And of course, it's also weighted against the strength of your opponent based on their respective ratings. So let's see how the top 2 rated players in the event were affected by these changes. We're going to start with Hikaru Nakamura, the winner from 2023. He came into this event with a March FIDE rating of 28.02, and currently his live rating is only 27.96. He is losing 6 rating points, and that's specifically because he made a couple of draws against Bhimanyu Mishra. Those were very costly, 2.6 each draw, and Dominguez 0.8. Imagine that, you're facing Dominguez with the black pieces, you make a draw and you lose rating.
It hurts.
How do you avoid that? Right now sitting -6, definitely he will be looking to bounce back, potentially get some victories in classical and go back over 2800. And of course, Fabiano Caruana coming into this event as the second seed of the event with a March FIDE rating of 27.83. His current live rating is 27.79.9, minus 3.1 ratings. He's had a bad event in Tatev at the beginning of the year. He lost a bunch of rating there, about 20 rating points, and right now he's shedding some points as well. Those classical games are costly against Robson, 2 draws, and yesterday's draw against Aronian as well. This is another player that's going to be looking to bounce back, get some victories in classical, and get back to his usual form. Now let's take a look at the head-to-head for the remainder of our matches. We're going to start with the ladies section, and that is woman grandmaster Tatev Abrahamyan, who had an incredible victory yesterday against Carissa. Carissa, I have to say, has been struggling with the white pieces. Even against Talia Cervantes, she was completely lost. Checkmated in 3 moves. She managed to survive, not only to survive, but to win that one. We'll see how she fares today with the black pieces. And the other match, we've seen this particular match so many times in every single edition of the American Cup. Grandmaster Irina Krush versus soon-to-be, I'm sure, Grandmaster as well, currently International Master Alice Lee. 8 wins, 9 losses, and 9 draws. And what a victory by young Alice yesterday with the white pieces. Coming from a losing position. Right now, Irina Krush is in a must-win situation. Will she be able to do it?
Thank you. Thank you, Cristian. And again, let's take a look at the pairings as we get ready
and
for our start.
And we'll start with the women's section. So here is the champions bracket. We see Carissa with black pieces against Tatev Abrahamyan, and Irina Krush with the white pieces against Alice Lee. And again, as we said, Alice Lee is leading the match as well as Tatev Abrahamyan.
And in the open bracket.
Yes, the open champions bracket, we will see Hikaru Nakamura.
I think Tom is
Those
doing
brackets are rough.
And just don't want to come
are
up.
tough today.
But we will have Hikaru Nakamura. Yes, here.
I held my breath.
having
Leinier will be white.
Leinier will be white against Hikaru Nakamura, and Levon Aronian will be white against Fabiano Caruana.
They drew their first game yesterday, so anybody who wins their game today will move on in the champions bracket. Tell us about the prize funds. What are they fighting for?
Yeah, so in the women's section is a total prize fund of $150,000. First place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, and third place $20,000. All players receive prize money here, and there is a champions bracket bonus. Whoever wins the champions bracket gets additional $9,000.
Prize fund for the open?
The open section has a prize fund of $250,000. First place winning $75,000, second place $55,000, and third place $30,000. And a champions bracket bonus, $15,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. Very, very generous prize funds for both tournaments. As we see the World Chess Hall of Fame, somebody's getting in their hugs. That looks like
Jeannie Singfeld.
Dr. Jeannie Singfeld. There she is.
She's going to be the bell ringer for this round.
And of course, Jeannie created a revolution in women's chess by announcing the Queen's Prize.
Cairns Chess Award.
Yes.
$100,000 for any female player who achieves the Grandmaster title.
Sorry to narrow it down. Any American
True.
female who wins the Grandmaster title. So far, it's only been Irina Krush. As there you have it, the bell ring, and we are off. You were saying that there's a slippage of a point here, a point there for every rating point.
Absolutely.
And when you're just on that 2,800, precipice, I mean,
it's a big threshold.
Right, and you just kind of slip beneath it. I mean,
Not
it's painful.
only from, getting the invitations as a 2,800 level player, of course, and a lot of the organizers are basing their invitations on that, but also psychologically. I mean,
Absolutely.
You're part of a very elite club if you're over
History.
2,800.
Yeah.
Very, very elite club. And right now, in the live rating lists, for the first time in a very long time, I don't have the exact number of years, we only have one player, and that is Magnus Carlsen, over 2,800.
Wow. As play is underway, we're looking at the game between Leinier and Hikaru Nakamura. Let me just change. I had the other tournament on my screen. Joko Piano, and because the Joko Piano has become such a favorite after Bishop c5, and the analysis has led us so deep, I can very well understand why the Hungarian defense with Bishop e7 is picking up popularity. Yes, I understand it's a little bit passive. I end up blocking my bishop with d6. But I take away the sting of Bishop g5 to begin with.
There's no pain on that knight.
And all of those variations where you expand with a gain of tempo, c3, d4, I kind of duck away from those. Castles,
and we saw
castles.
in many previous games where the bishop goes to c5 and then it returns to e7.
Exactly. And d7, d6, like I say. Now with this move, I want to say it's a strategic alert. White prizes his light squared bishop, and it's on a very nice diagonal. But this move, d7, d6, defending the pawn on a5, comes with a strategic threat. If you just kind of walk your way into this position, you play a nonchalant move like h2, h3, oops, the knight jumps suddenly to...
And gets this very important bishop.
Exactly. Because again, the pawn is defended by black's last move. Hence, we see the move a2, a4 by white, giving the bishop a retreat square and also prepping future queenside expansion or central expansion. Bishop e6 on the board, and I think the players are still in their prep. Because I'm in the open section, I'm just going to take a gander at the Fabi versus Levon Aronian game. Okay, again, Queen's Gambit. This all goes in all standard stuff so far for this one. How about the ladies? Shall we?
In the game, let's start with Tatev, Abrahamyan, and Carissa. Carissa decided to play the Sicilian here. Very active, try to get the game here with black pieces, and she needs to win.
No doubt that Tatev anticipated, look, I've got a wounded Carissa. She's going to try to mix it up. She's going to play something like the Sicilian. F2, F3, off the beaten track. This is a move. I mean, it's been played multiple times. The idea is that you defend the pawn on E4, but you don't commit your knight, so you're giving you hope to give yourself the option of playing C2,
and
C4.
have that Maroczy structure, which is a very comfortable structure for white.
Exactly.
I really like this decision by Tatev because the best response right now, generally after F3, is to go E5.
Yes.
And then D5. Knight to B3, and now you can play D5.
The way we used to play it in the old school was bishop B5 check.
Yes.
And then you're hoping that they would play bishop D7. I believe today knight D7 is considered the best move. And in the old school, you would have a position like this, where you're hoping to play knight to C3, knight to E3, and occupy
But
the
if I
D5
take with the
square.
queen on D7, how is
Yes.
How is that? What's
and
the...
then it goes queen takes D7, and I think it was my game with Michael Spiegel where I have
and
done
bishop
this,
G5, right?
and I tricked my opponent because you can't take the knight on
You have to be
F5.
careful,
can.
Dad.
You can. Sorry.
But it's really
If you want to have a rest day
yeah.
and a wounded soul.
Exactly.
It's really a bad
And then
idea.
the idea is that this is an endgame you really don't want to play because the knight on F5 is so strong. So if I'm in Carissa's shoes and I'm thinking, okay, my opponent's going to be playing F3 against me, how can I mix it up best, right? How do I sharpen the position? One of the things again, I just want to say it's a provocative way of playing the position, is you play queen b6. Normally speaking, whenever the bishop lands on e3, it's defended. There's a pawn on f2. In this particular case, you're almost compelled to move your knight out of the center.
Yeah, because
right?
the queen is also attacking that pawn on b2.
Exactly, and you end up playing a move like knight to b6, for example, and white has to make some kind of, moves like queen e2 and bishop e3 just to get castled. It can be a little bit awkward.
And I believe Carissa is a dragon player, so she may just go for g6 here and bishop g7.
And that's perfectly legit too. f2, f3, g7, g6, giving white the choice of playing for a Yugoslav attack with knight c3, or to play c2, c4 and get the Maroczy.
The problem with the dragon
talking.
is that there's ways in which you can pretty much force a draw.
Yeah.
Or at least a risk.
The sharpest lines, yeah.
Yeah, there's ways in which you can force a draw against the dragon, unless black wants to get a really bad position,
Right.
and get checkmated. So I would be a bit reluctant to play the dragon. I believe she wanted, from her time spent right now, I believe she wanted to play the Najdorf.
Right.
And right now, perhaps realizing that
She's
the pawn is maybe coming to c4.
Yeah.
The knight is not yet on c3. This is a very tricky move order by Tatev.
Yeah, it looks like she really surprised Carissa here, because Carissa is already 5 minutes thinking what to do here.
What I would do right now, I think I would go e5,
Okay.
knight to b3.
You like that. Again, you're not worried about bishop b5 check, but
This
knight
bishop,
b3?
it's funny because I was looking through the
database?
Through the database. It is the second most played move, bishop to b5.
But the most popular is knight
But
to
I haven't
b3.
looked at it in a very long time for the simple
Right.
fact that the engine just simply hates it.
bishop
Hates
b5
bishop
check.
b5, yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes. So I guess the modern players just simply don't pay too much attention to it. They usually
And
go
then-
knight to b3. d5 is one way, but d5 again allows simplifications galore.
Right.
That's again something that Tatev should be playing with in her back pocket.
Right.
This idea of simplifying the position and making a draw. That would qualify her further in the champions bracket. What I think, and what I would have done, what I would do if I was in Carissa's shoes, I would play a5 right now.
a5.
Yes, I would just go for this a5 line.
And try to kick the knight
Kick the knight
around.
away, yes.
I suppose a5, a4?
I think that's one of the ways. Even c4 is fine as well. I would just try to get
an imbalance.
Something original,
Yeah.
right? A position in which I can play, a position in which I know that Tatev perhaps hasn't analyzed deeply at home and hasn't found ways to simplify the position.
All right. Irina Krush, as you were mentioning, Kate, at the very top of the show, she had a very good position yesterday with the black pieces. Alice turned it around, and late in the game, Alice played an incredibly impeccable technical and won a very nice victory. Today, she's got to win.
Yeah.
Irina has got to win to tie the match.
To win on
and force a
demand, she
playoff.
needs to.
And Irina opens up with the English and with e2, e3, not going for those Queen's Gambit accepted lines, remembering that she won against Atusa in a very nice attacking way, their first game, classical game in a Queen's Gambit accepted. She's first played b3, bishop b2.
This is a very flexible system. I studied also for white, played it a few times. It's, you want to develop the bishop to e2 castle, you're thinking about playing the idea of d4.
Yeah.
I think this is a nice system.
Two players come to mind, Jan Nepo and Shak Mamidarov. Let's just make a move for black. Not necessarily a good move, not necessarily a bad
What about
move.
Hikaru? Doesn't he play these b3, e3 also a lot?
Yeah, but the players I have in mind in particular was Shak and Nepo, where they were actually castling long, putting their king in a little bit of danger on the queen side so they could go g4, g5. Now again, Irina's in that situation where, she's got to win, which means she's going to have to take some big strategical risks. If she can get a kingside attack, those games where you're castled on opposite flanks, she would be very happy. I don't think we're going to see c7, c6 by Alice. I think we're far more likely to see a move like c5, followed by knight c6, and hoping to get in.
And I think she's about to make the move. Because Alice is a very active player.
Right. Now again, for those of you who missed 3 American Championship Cup tournaments finals, these two players, Irina and Alice, have been featured in all the finals. Irina Krush won the first 2 editions of the American Cup, but it's Alice Lee who's the defending champion. It's Alice Lee who came in through the elimination bracket last year and won 2 matches in a row against Irina. And when she won that blitz match, she was on cloud 9.
So happy.
She didn't know what to do.
She didn't know how to exit the room. She was just walking back and forth.
She was
very happy.
She almost jumped out of her shoes. It was quite an emotive moment. Bishop b2, and we're keeping an eye on this one. I'm throwing it over to you, Cristian. Anything interesting caught your eye?
Oh, absolutely. There are some very intriguing things happening in this big clash between Levon, Aronian, and Fabiano. The Rogozin with bishop to g5.
Very popular.
h6, very popular, right? e3, castle, rook to c1. All things have been seen in this position, and generally the main move at this point is black takes on c4. D takes c4, bishop takes c4, c5, and we generally get this line. Take on d4, knight jumps to e4, asks the question for the queen. Do you try to keep the pawn with queen to g6? Probably not a good idea. After bishop to d3, white is getting tremendous compensation against the queen on g6. So generally players with the black pieces go queen to e7. E takes d4, of course, you can take with the knight or the queen, but those are considered to be quite easy to battle from the black side. E takes d4, and then white gets the typical IQP attack. And of course, what black is going to try to do is go b6, rook to d8, bishop to b7, knight to c6, focus on the pawn on d4. Now this has been thoroughly analyzed.
Absolutely.
Really thoroughly analyzed. So, to be honest, I was surprised to see this from both sides.
Right.
And I was expecting to see a long line, perhaps an idea by Levon, which would be combated by Fabiano. But Fabiano is the one that switches things first. He plays knight to d7, which, according to my database, has been played in a position with 941 games.
That's a lot.
Has been played only 43 times. So knight d7 is a big surprise, I would say. And already, Levon started thinking. He played the move queen to b3, makes a lot of sense. You're targeting the bishop, you're targeting the pawn on d5. c5. And this is purely
Offering
a
a
pawn
pawn.
sacrifice. Because now I'm going to take it. Take. And I'm going through these lines and I'm trying to see where the big compensation is. I'm sure there is compensation, and with strong engines, probably it goes down to 0. I understand the compensation after queen to b3.
That's easy.
Now I go bishop to e6. I'm starting to attack your pieces.
Good
I get
tempo.
rook to c8, rook f to d8. Plenty of compensation. You're not finishing your development as fast. But the question is, first,
Queen e5.
what if I go queen e5, right? Try
Let's
to
trade queens.
trade the queens. And apparently, yes, queen takes c5 is compensation. Don't take with the knight, because after taking on d4, you will lose this pawn. You're still a couple of moves away from finishing your development, which is quite problematic. Especially with an open center, the two bishops are going to be very strong. So don't do that. Take with the pawn, right?
Right.
Keep your extra pawn advantage. Rook to d8, bishop to e2, and now knight to a4 seems to be creating this,
Disturbance, yeah?
yeah, pretty significant disturbance. Unfortunately for you, you cannot defend like this. Knight takes b2 would be very problematic. Bishop to
Bishop
f5
f5 also.
as well.
No.
Everything works in this position, obviously. This is just simply losing. So we go a little bit further, and then we see that we have some additional places for the queen, maybe on h5. Maybe I have my own ideas of attacking you on that side. Take on d4, knight takes d4, and I'm looking at the position. Where's the compensation?
But the king
guys?
is still not castled, right? It's
Right.
still on
I need two
E1.
moves. Give me two moves.
Okay, so
Give
I
me two
develop the
moves.
bishop to...
That's the question. Where do you put the bishop?
Okay, e6.
Okay.
I want to
Probably
get the
best
pawn.
move. Probably best move. And indeed, it would be bad to take like this.
Cool.
You take with the pawn, actually.
Really? Not
Yes,
the queen?
yes, with the pawn.
Or
Now you
else
have-
take on
Great
e2.
too.
it's all about keeping momentum in the position and not allowing white to finish his development. And that's why you take with the pawn to attack checkmate, well, close to checkmate on f2. Now you have to lose some tempies, rook a to d8. You're getting a lot of compensation. So after bishop to e6, I will go bishop to e2. You take my pawn on a2, I castle. Now if you go back to e6, then I take. Taking with the pawn doesn't make too much sense anymore. Right. You're just creating a weakness. So you have to take with the queen, right? But now I can start going knight to b5. I'm seeing ideas for white. First, I have a big threat, knight to c7. You will have to defend against that. You have ways to defend against that. But I also see maybe knight to d4 back, going to f5. My queen on h5, it looks a bit out of play, but it's not, right? And the light squares are a little bit tender on this side, while you, with dark square bishop, don't really have a lot of targets to work with. So I'm seeing this as a slight advantage for white. But again, it does seem like Levon is spending some time perhaps trying to remember his theory. This is Fabiano's turf right now. He's analyzed this. So I'm looking forward to see what the analysis looks like.
If you don't mind, c takes d5, e takes d5. And if I just pause for a moment, bishop, I don't like queen takes d5, knight d6.
You don't want to take that pawn.
I'm a pawn grabber and I don't feel
You are.
comfortable.
You are.
Bishop e2. Just,
Okay.
I want to get out of dodge.
This is apparently already
Queen
worse.
takes?
Yes, and c4.
b3.
b5.
Wow.
Yeah, this is
No
bad.
way to take advantage.
This is actually
of-
bad.
Black.
This is actually already bad.
pressing.
I think a6, and you see the bar moving up and down, but mostly down. Already a slight advantage for black.
Equalized, past equality.
Past equality, yes.
Okay, go back to bishop e2 for just a second. So, sorry.
Do you take
I
on
meant-
d5 first?
No, I think I was taking on d5 first.
Okay.
And if I take on c5?
If you take on c5, then I go a5.
Because I want to recapture with
A5.
knight
I
and
want to
c5.
recapture with the knight. This is the idea. Yes, this is the idea. I go a5, I recapture with the knight with the tempo.
Gotcha.
And this has not been played, surprisingly.
Nobody's...
Only queen takes d5 has been played.
So
Wow.
one more thing, Cristian. What if I play a3? I just attack the bishop. I want you to capture my knight.
A3, yes. A3 makes a lot of sense. A3, bishop takes c3, or maybe even c takes d4. C takes d4 has been played. Even bishop a5, apparently. This this is a novelty. This would be a novelty, bishop to a5.
Really?
Yes.
Well, somehow that strikes me as an improvement because the inclusion of a3.
Yes, but now there's a little difference,
There's
right? The bishop is not on
tweaks.
b4 so that you cannot take it. Now I can take on d4 first and then start this dynamic play with knight c5, targeting your queen as fast as possible.
Okay.
It's all about trying to disturb that queen right now.
So finish the line, queen a2, let's just
Queen,
say.
oh, you're hiding.
I want to play b4. Oh, you know, it's funny. I was wanting you to take the knight so that I could play, okay, b4.
You can still play b4, very nice.
Yeah,
Nicely
I would-
spotted,
right.
nicely spotted. Knight takes c3,
I must recapture.
rook takes c3, bishop to b6.
No, I did.
It's tempo. It's tempo based,
yeah,
right?
this is
You miss a
fine.
beat and you're a pawn down, basically as black.
Right.
But if you know everything, if you know all the right moves, it seems like you're achieving full compensation.
Wow, interesting idea.
A3 is on the
Knight-
board,
Knight
by the way.
d7, a rare sideline,
It's a very rare sideline.
and it's certainly got both players thinking. Turning our attention back, I've got skin in the game on this one. I chose Irina Krush. I mean, I went with the 8-time U.S. Women's Champion. I thought I had this game in the bag. I didn't know she was going to lose the first classical game.
She's getting stronger and stronger.
Yes, she is. And as I expected, I didn't expect any passive play by Alice, something like c7, c6. Alice did play the move c7, c5, intimating, look, I am ready to seize the center. Irina captured on d5. Yes, you're welcome to recapture with the pawn, but then after d2, d4, we're going to get into those isolated queen pawn type of positions, and Irina will be happy for that imbalance. Knight takes d5, queen c2, and this is the kind of play that I can imagine that Irina, I don't know if she's dreaming about it because it's definitely risky. Castles and going for the whole g4, playing for the attack.
But you are happy as white that you have the opportunity to attack. It's
Yes.
not a blocked position.
Yes.
You still have a lot of pieces on the board.
Precisely. Yeah, and in a must-win situation, that's your dream. By the way, it seems to me that Alice was the one burning clock, and has Irina.
Yeah, so Alice is now thinking, and by the way, who else just made a move is Carissa. She thought for 16 minutes after Tatev's surprising
Wow.
move f3.
16,
16 minutes.
and she came up
And
with.
now she decided to play e6.
Okay, well, then she's trying to keep it into a Sicilian, closed. She is inviting c2, c4, and then in my day, everybody would be playing the hedgehog, a6, b6, bishop b7, and the commitment of the pawn on to f3 is considered that white compromised, that it's not a bad move at all. In fact, a lot of the anti-hedgehogs featured f3, but for those zealots who were trying to destroy the hedgehog would play f4, f5, g4, g5.
Quickly on that king side.
You don't get the opportunity to do that. Now, after e7, e6, you could go knight c3 or bishop e3 and go right back into an English attack with g2, g4, what we call the Keres attack. Paul Keres popularized g4. So big decision also for
And it looks
Tatev.
like Tatev may have not expected e6 to happen.
I think
maybe she was more expecting that e5.
Yes. But
And
now she's
going,
here.
So she's not deciding for that Maroczy structure, that c4, but she's going to knight c3. Being happy that Carissa is not playing her usual opening. She's not playing dragon. She has now this e6, d6 on the
Right.
position. So she's also in the new territory.
Exactly. The actual very, very funny part here is Tatev, of course, her whole career has featured the French defense. Should Carissa play d5, which she did not do, d5, e5, knight d7, f4, guess what? After knight c6, you're in a French defense. You got here through a different move order, but Tatev would be playing the white side of her favorite French defense. We did see A7, A6, and we do have an English attack. The reason we call this the English attack, out of Great Britain, a school of players, John Nunn, Nigel Short, Mickey Adams, and others, started playing F3, Bishop E3 against the Sicilian and doing it very, very well. And one Gary Kasparov came up to me to complain. He was going to play Nigel Short, a world championship match, and he said, Yasser, I've been studying his games that Nigel plays. He has one idea, G2, G4. The problem is it's a really strong idea.
And by the way, Carissa just made her move H5.
G4 is a really strong idea, and Carissa didn't want to see it. H7, H5, just taking away G4, but at the cost of a tempo. I never believed this, by the way. I know H5 is very popular, but it just seems to be, what a crazy decision. You weaken your king side, you cost yourself a tempo, all this just to stop G4. Well, it became popular. Cristian, what have you got?
And to my eyes, generally I see this move H5 with the pawn on E5, not on E6. Like very often in the Najdorf, you see E5, knight goes back to B3, and then you go H5, try to stop G4.
Right.
Now, with the pawn on E6 as well, H5 seems so offbeat. But again, this is what Carissa wants out of this game. She just wants to get out of theory. 1 hour and 29.
Do
something, right? Do something in the middle game. Just basically get a position, accept the fact that you might be slightly worse out of the opening. You're not going to equalize. You're not going to make the best moves.
Right.
But at least you're going to go off the beaten track.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what she wants.
H7, H5. Cristian, you're looking at Leinier's game.
Right. I was just going through all the games, and of course this one, Leinier versus Hikaru. We only have 4 classical games, so it's going to be easy to keep an eye out on everything. Once again, the Hungarian against the Italian. The Hungarian against the Italian. Right, so many nationalities.
You get a goulash with pasta.
Right. I have no idea how that would work. Probably not very good. Bishop E7 castle. And this is something that we've seen yesterday from Levon against Fabiano. And Fabiano played that move knight to C3, followed by A3, bishop to A2. That was an interesting idea.
Right.
He says no. We're playing very natural chess, castle, rook to E1, still the typical moves of the Italian. Rook goes to E1, knight D2, knight F1, and so on and so forth. D6, A4. Leinier is blitzing up to this point. Bishop E6, they take C3. And this is still very much pretty much the main line.
Yeah.
Yes, in this one. Queen to D7 being the main move. A5 is another way. You might be thinking, hey, that's a double attack. I'm going to lose a pawn. You're not. And this is a very typical way to defend. You cannot touch this pawn. On B7, because of the rook to B8, your queen is pretty much trapped. Queen on D7 does a tremendous job defending knight on C6 and the pawn on E6. But after a long think, Hikaru plays the move D5.
Whoa.
D5
You're not supposed to do that.
It's a bit precocious, right? I mean, generally you wait a little bit and then you play D5 later on in the middle game.
Whoa.
Right? But so early, only played once, this move D5.
Wow.
Knight to D2. Now, you see this taking. With a rook on E5 already, you're looking at the loss of a pawn, right? So D5 is a bit surprising, I have to say. What I think he wants to do is say that since he already played the move A4, perhaps I'm going to try to go D4 in this position, which was played before, and knight to D2 is on the board.
So
But
D4 is theory. It's been played before.
It has been played once, but I'm looking at the engine. The engine is telling me that this is a really bad move.
Excellent.
Because
play
after knight G5, I'm
white.
getting to that pawn. I'm getting to that pawn right now. So you go queen to D7. I follow it up with queen to B3. You have to defend with knight D8.
That looks
simply
gross.
too passive. Too passive.
Yeah.
Too passive. I go knight to C4.
Hello.
You still don't have a good way to defend against knight takes C5. No. Everything is working in white's favor.
I mean, that pawn on E5 is going to be just horrible forever.
Absolutely.
Right.
And that's the problem. That's the drawback of the move D5. White is always going to have the opportunity and the option. Take on D5 and pressure on the E file. So I'm not liking this decision by Hikaru. Out of the opening, I would say Leinier should be very happy. There's some pressure building up in this one.
Ooh, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank
And
you.
look at
for
Hikaru.
that.
Hikaru seems to be
D5.
thinking, hey, did I misremember something?
Sometimes
Was D5 in this position or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
else?
right. You get so many files and they slip in your mind. We have a resident statistician, Ben Underwood, who likes to do all of these tournament simulations and tell us who the winner is going to be, statistically speaking. He's made some pie charts for us. Kate, do the honors.
Yes, let's take a look. So pre-tournament in the women's section, Carissa was leading with the chances 36.8%, second Alice Lee 25.3%, and Irina Krush, who won it already twice in previous tournaments, she had 19.4% chance to win the tournament.
Okay.
Now, we're gonna move after day one, which is
after day
after the
one.
first game, of the match. Carissa leading with 42.2% because she won against Talia Cervantes. Alice Lee 29% and Irina Krush 22.3%.
Can't wait for your after day two.
Yes, now this is after the first match finish. Carissa 40.8%. Wow, I think that's a lot.
That is a lot.
That is really a lot.
That's going to change on day three. I know
This
that.
is her first appearance in the tournament.
Right.
Alice Lee second, 28.1%, and Irina Krush 21.7%.
Now,
Look at
After
the chance.
yesterday's
After
change.
yesterday, Carissa lost
Ooh.
to Tatev Abrahamyan. So it's Alice Lee who defeated Irina Krush, who is leading with 45.4%. Carissa second, 25.1%. And Tatev Abrahamyan is getting third. She did that important win against Carissa and she has 16.1% chance to win the event.
all right. And in the open section?
In the open section, it was Fabiano Caruana leading pre-tournament, 29.2%, Hikaru Nakamura second, 24.8%, and Wesley Soap, 14.6% third.
And then after day one.
After day one, all draws, so nothing much changed.
Right.
Still Fabiano first, Hikaru second, and Wesley Saw third. Now we saw the change because Wesley Saw was eliminated from the champions bracket. He lost his match. So it was Aronian who suddenly is going up, and now he is in the third place. But still Fabiano Caruana leading with 35.5%.
Okay. Then after day three, which were all draws, right?
Yes, so
Not
it's still,
too many changes.
Still Fabiano with 33.3%.
And it was Ray Robson and Mishra who were eliminated yesterday's day three play. Okay, thank you, Kate. And I'm just staying with the Tatev versus Carissa game for just a moment, because after the move h5, Tatev says, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm completing my development. Queen d2, I'll put my white castles, puts the king on b1, and then figures out what they're going to do
How I
with
want to attack, what I want to do.
on the king side. Do I want to go h3, g4, or g3, h3, g4? Queen c7, I'm just chill as well, says Carissa. This is, it's really the funny thing about modern chess these days. It's like everybody wants to keep their options. Normally, Sicilian players like to declare early. Knight d7, bishop d7, rook c8, right? Piece development. b7, b5, bishop b7, again, declaring early. Queen c7 is basically a move that fits in with all of Black's schemes. And Carissa says, I don't know if I'm going to go b5, I don't know if I'm going to go knight c6 or knight d7. So queen c7.
And very often Black plays only bishop e7 and doesn't even castle, kind of waits with the king in the center.
Right.
Because who knows if actually it's going to be safe on the king side.
Exactly.
Because maybe it is safer in the center.
Cristian, weigh in on this particular position between Tatev and Carissa for a moment. Imagining that Tatev plays the most direct move, castles long. What do the statistics tell
The latest and greatest?
Yes. Break it down for us.
The latest and greatest. I like that one. So castle, it seems like, first of all, it was the most played move in this position, 24 out of 31 games.
That's not that many, actually. for
And
a
it does
position
seem
that
to
looks-
give white a pretty decent advantage after a castle. It is the best move,
Yes.
by the way. So how do you continue?
We're not sure. Bishop E7.
E7.
Makes the most sense,
Yeah,
right?
right? It's, again, the most flexible. King
I
D1.
continue.
Right.
Very
Bishop
typical.
D7.
Bishop D7. That's
I
not
mean,
the
generally
most
you go knight D7, B5, bishop B7, and just try to...
Right.
But you can
Do
also
things
go
on this
bishop
side.
D7, knight C6.
You
Yes.
certainly can. You certainly can. But with the queen already on C7, generally, rook to G1,
Knight C6.
knight C6, yes. I think I will try to do something on this side.
Right.
Maybe I can start with H3. I do want to go G4. Now you have to react to that.
Probably.
Do not allow me to go. So, for example, if you go long castle, let's say, or something like that, after G4, you're already in big trouble.
I got pressure.
Big trouble.
I got
Yes.
pressure. So usually they go H4 as a
Correct.
kind of a reaction.
And now I go G3, you take, I take. Right? How do you deal
G6?
with the G7 pawn?
G6.
Yeah, but now, as soon as you create another hook in the position, the
Right.
pawn on G6, I'm going to go for it. F4, F5.
So can I long castle now?
You can. You certainly can. Queen to F2 seems to be the best. Curious about F5.
I mean, here I take, and then I have knight E5 maybe?
It seems like D5 gives you enough in the position. So maybe I should be a bit careful. But Queen to F2 already
You're
seems to
looking
be-
at the B6 square, kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
targeting
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, it does seem like white already has a pretty significant advantage right now.
Okay.
Again, white has gotten the general space advantage. And the rook on G3, you might be thinking, hey, with the pawn on G6 is not really doing much. But guess what? Once
the third
rank
rank,
clears
yeah.
up,
Yeah.
I'm going to swing a rook on B3, and especially now with the king already on C8, you might have some difficulties defending against all of my pieces. So I would say, again, it's advantage white out of the opening.
Right.
And Carissa made a few offbeat moves, but this is what she wanted.
She wanted anyway.
She
By
wanted
the way,
the fun.
Tatev
No
played bishop
castle.
E2. She's
Bishop
not castling
E2.
alongside.
That's a
surprise.
reaction given the situation that they are in this match.
Yeah.
Right? Because she wants to keep things tight. She does not want to go opposite side castles. She does not want to see an attack
double-
coming from
Yes,
the back.
because
super
with this
double
move,
edge.
she's indicating she's going to
Short
short
castle.
castle.
Yes,
Because if you
short
long
castle.
castle, you don't want to be wasting moves with like bishop E2 because that bishop is otherwise placed well on F1. So here you are saying, I'm going to short castle, just
So imagine.
What about
Bishop
G4? Is G4 an action? Do you want to play G4? Is that what she wants?
I would say 100% no.
Probably
but
not. Probably not. I mean, it looks very unnatural.
It's Queen C7 is lurking, right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes, it
there is a
does.
potential for D5, but I don't know. I don't know.
No, I know Tatev like plays a lot against Dragon. She knows these English attacks and stuff. So
Okay.
she would long castle, play this H3, G4.
For me, Bishop E2.
I played the
is-
dragon against Tatev a few months ago.
Did you?
With the black pieces with H5. A
Did
dragon
you?
with
Really?
H5, yes. And
How did it-
her reaction was to castle short.
to castle.
She
Sure.
played bishop E2, castle short.
I think Bishop E2 is a prelude for Tatev to castle short because now she can mix it up and go back into, let's say, a conventional Scheveningen Sicilian, where she's induced H5.
Almost for sure, this is what she wants.
Yeah.
And she has
Almost
a
for
very
sure this is
pleasant
what she
position.
wants.
White did nothing wrong. All her pieces are great. She has some maybe developmental advantage. And again, Tatev only needs to make a draw in this game.
Yeah. Bishop E2, Knight D7, also a kind of indication that in case you do play for F4, I could quickly redirect my pieces toward the E4 square with Knight C5. I like this move, and still it's up to White to really determine the future of the game. If you were remembering the match, the World Championship match in 1995 between Vishy Anand and Garry Kasparov, Vishy was playing this position habitually as White with A2, A4, just to stop the expansion B5, B4. Vishy liked his pawn on A4, he liked his pawn on F4, and he put his bishop different cases on D3. as well as F3. Kate, where would you like to take us?
So maybe let's take a look at the other game in the women's section, Irina Krush against Alice Lee.
Okay, I will bring that one up on my board. Again, Irina needs to win. Ooh, I'm not a fan of H6.
But wait, Alice took like a 20, maybe even 30 minutes.
Whoa. Okay, Queen
Play a move
C2,
here.
I understand Queen C2 has this kind of indirect idea of attacking or direct idea of attacking the pawn. I can play for bishop d3. I can even do a Frank Marshall attack. Frank Marshall was famous for, I'm just going to put some moves on the board. They're not good moves, okay? H4, B6. He would love to do this as white. And
just ask black to capture my knight so my rook can have an open file.
But playing the move h6 voluntarily, before I've even played bishop d3 attacking, before I've even played knight g5, Cristian will be the first to tell you, well, wait a minute, you are giving me a hook. You are allowing me to play g4 and g5 in the very near future, should I castle long.
Even your ideas with h4, knight g5
not
are
completely,
still possible.
not completely crazy either. I don't like this move h7, h6, but, you know, punishing it, you know, one thing to say, okay, you're kind of throwing away a half a tempo there, but how would we go about punishing that? Shall we have a look? Let's just have some fun, right?
Okay.
It's at their expense.
I'm just so
by the way.
surprised that Alice didn't play a natural knight c6 move.
Exactly.
But maybe she was worried, you know, if you just move it back for a second, instead of knight h6, if knight c6 happens.
Yes, which I expected. That was the most standard.
Do you think she was worried maybe about some knight e4 and knight g5? Because now we are...
Well, for the moment, we've still got g5 covered, so I understand you're attacking the pawn on c5. Knight b4 is one thing, but imagining I play b6.
Okay, I go a3.
a3.
Yes, to control that b4 square.
Okay. I'm not so sure why you played your knight to e4, but let's say I'm afraid.
Yeah, I cannot jump to g5, and all I have is to
My
go back.
intention.
And actually, white's development is not great. The
Not
king
that great.
still in the
We
center.
expected knight c6, but let's. What I was about to ask is imagining h6. Let's just go for it. Let's just say, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. I've got to checkmate you. You are leading me by a point. I'm going to go g4, h4, g5. Let's go.
Okay.
Have fun.
So,
It's a bad idea, but look, I'm forced to go for broke.
no, I mean, your pieces are looking at that direction, right? The bishop on b2.
Well, at least
is
the
looking
bishop
at
on
that diagonal, the rook on g1 in the future.
Right, right. You're making my attack sound better than it is, but
I think it looks a little scary. Okay, so what if I continue with, what if I go e5?
wow. Okay, e5 opens up the bishop. I get that. I was going to go rook g1, but okay, you've encouraged me.
Okay, bishop e6.
Bishop e6. Okay, well,
I'm gonna take the pawn.
I want to play h4. Yeah.
Okay, now I need to pause.
Capturing the pawn, you know, I'm going to take your bishop, I'm going to play for g5, and just the whole point is I want to open up lines, even at the cost of material. Again, the match situation is dire. I lost, Irina has lost the first game and has to win. And once more, very combative results between these two.
Because
Kate.
so far in this head-to-head match, Irina Krush 8 wins but 9 losses. So before yesterday, it was kind of equal. 8 wins, 8 losses, 9 draws. But yesterday, Alice Lee turned that for her favor. And now Irina Krush is trying to catch up to Alice Lee.
kind of equal. I don't think you can get more equal than that. And why have these players played so much? Of course, they've played in the U.S. Women's Championships, but it's actually these American Cup games, matches, because they can go from classical, rapids, blitz, lots of games can get played here. I think your E7, E5 is.
You think it is slow? So if we just go back to that variation, E5, you go Rook G1.
E5, Rook G1. Yep.
Bishop E6.
Bishop
H4.
E6.
My idea was to go Knight A5. Because I have some tactical tricks there as well.
Are you giving me a pawn? Is it my birthday?
No, sorry, Queen A5.
Queen A5.
Queen A5.
I heard a knight, so Queen A5. Okay, so you want to go Knight B4, attack my queen, and then capture this knight on C3.
And then on A2, yes.
I don't like having to play the move A3. I don't want to play the move A3, in fact. Oh boy, is this one of those where I close my eyes and I hope to the gods that I don't get checkmated? Okay, let's see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'll keep this.
By the way, H4 on the board. So Irina Krush is going to be trying for the martial attack and Knight G5.
For the long castles. But through the magic of television, we can revisit a memory. Take a look at...
From the last year, when
video,
Alice Lee actually won the match. Let's take a look.
Oh no! Queen D5! Queen takes D4!
Check!
I cannot
She
believe
wins it! Oh my
Gosh,
goodness!
one move.
Yes.
No, I think it's one of those things where...
How did she do it?
Irina is just not a blitzer. Queen...
Alice won
Lee
the match
is our
2-0 in blitz
and
portion of the games.
she was trying her desperate best to suppress a smile. I don't think she could do it.
Look at
That's
her.
not
You cannot
happening.
believe her.
That is not happening. After that game, after that win,
On cloud nine.
she doesn't even know where to go.
Where she
Where do I
is,
go?
where to go.
A sweet, sweet memory for Alice Lee as she finally broke through against Irina and won the competition again. These two ladies have fought three finals
Yes, and
together.
for Alice Lee being only 15 years old and having so many accomplishments already and being one of the strongest lady in the United States.
Exactly. Staying with the game with Irina for just a moment, because the move H2, H4, as we've just been discussing, is a clear indication that Irina is essentially going to go for broke on the king side. I'm not saying that Frank Marshall idea of Knight G5 is necessarily what's cooking, but what is cooking?
If Queen, let's say Black plays Queen C7.
Queen C7, okay.
And I go Knight G5.
Okay, you're threatening checkmate.
And if you think that you can capture with the pawn, yes.
Yes.
And now play G6.
Yes.
Protect that checkmate on H7.
I got an extra piece in my pocket.
Yeah, but Knight takes D5 is coming, and that bishop on B2 is going to become a hero, helping that rook, rook H8, checkmate.
You just hurt my feelings. And that's, seriously, this is a variation where the bishop on B2 is waiting in an ambush for that precise type of opportunity. I'm sure we'll see a move like Knight C6, and it's just basically a question, are you going to play Knight G5 in this position? And Kate, would you say that, would you consider this a threat? Let's put it that way, Knight G5.
Well, Black can maybe respond with your idea to play F5.
I think that's a good one. Another funny line is if you drop back with the intention of just that passivity, if you will, you almost start to think, well, I'm gonna really, go hog wild here. I'm gonna go Knight D5 and bishop takes F6 and Queen H7. So I would be more inclined personally to play the move F5. Maybe now, maybe I'm threatening to take. Usually it's very dangerous to open up the H file.
But once that diagonal is blocked with f5, now I think the knight is in danger.
Right. And you'd almost like to play something else like G4 and stuff like that. Cristian, weigh in on the open section.
A story of two very different games is happening in the open section. First of all, Levon versus Fabiano. Let's see what happened. You
After
guys
A3.
will probably be quite surprised. Take on C4, bishop takes C4, take on D4. Bunch of exchanges. Everything is being swept off the board. Castle, bishop D7, exchange, rook to C1, rook to D8, G4. This is the position we currently have. I truly cannot see any other result but a draw.
Yeah, it feels inevitable. Yeah.
Whenever I try to analyze these positions and think about the potential of any other result than a draw, I'm thinking about when is the last time I saw a player around 2700 being outplayed in this position, in such a simple position.
No.
And I really cannot remember.
Exactly.
So I don't think we're going to see any other result but a draw in this one. The players are speeding through that process. Sure, maybe a slight advantage for white because you have the more active pieces, but that's about it. In the other one, though, Hikaru with the black pieces is really struggling.
Knight D7?
He's really struggling. He
Knight
BD2,
D7.
he played knight D7 after quite a long thing as well. And right now the engine is already saying after B4 you have a close to a +1 advantage.
Right.
Look at Leinier. Leinier is looking at the position. He's wondering, did I miss this in my preparation or is this just simply bad?
It looks
I have everything.
bad.
But b4 is good. You are not worried about d4 for black?
No. D4,
Because if you-
B5.
D5.
You take,
Yes.
I take, you take, I take, you take probably, and now you're a pawn up, finally.
Pawn
But
up,
after-
Yasser, let's be happy.
After
My
queen A-
ugly structure.
I'm wondering if this is the only move. Yes, this is actually the only move, queen to A2.
But it's a really good
It's a really
one.
good move, yes. If you don't see it from afar, and maybe that's why he played knight to D7, I'm very curious to see.
Okay, rook f6, what is so wrong?
Bishop G5 probably,
Rook g6.
and not
It's
even
just you
bishop
have
G5.
these-
In
the-
fact,
the-
just bishop E3, just a
These
simple
terrible
bishop E3.
weaknesses on C6.
Rook to C1.
E5.
Yeah, you're in
Yeah.
trouble. You
not
truly are in
happy.
trouble. And this knight will not find a safe zone. Knight B6 gets hit by A5. Knight C5, I'm probably going to take that and then take on E5 or take on E5 first.
Sure.
You have huge problems
Yeah.
Absolutely.
in this position. So knight D7, if Leinier plays the move B4, and it's not the only move, but it is the best move, B4 just seems to be giving white a tremendous advantage.
It really looks very, very good suddenly, doesn't it?
The best Gioco piano you can ever
Yeah, I mean,
This is move 10.
right.
You really cannot hope for a bigger advantage
Than
if you play the
this.
Gioco piano with the white pieces.
All right, thank you for that. I just, as we get ready for our break, I just wanted to check in on Carissa's.
I really like those
first-
angles with Leinier zooming in.
Yeah, baby.
You see his...
Our cameraman is having a little bit too much fun here. We'll
Oh yeah, take a
we'll have
look at
to.
that. Yeah.
We'll have to write him a ticket.
He's really wondering, hey, is this good for you, Hikaru? Are you sure about this? I mean, you've been spending a lot of time, but you can sense it from his figure right now. He has not seen this at home, so definitely
No,
something is smelling fishy. in this one.
Exactly. And B2, B4 just cries to be played. You've played C3 and you've played A4. You want to expand. I want to say that Tatev appeared earlier at the start of the show to catch Carissa a little bit with F2, F3. And Carissa spent a lot of time. And then after the move Bishop E2, Carissa played Knight D7. And then Tatev has gone into a think tank. That last move by Carissa feels like it caught her unawares. Like clearly the move Bishop E2 is a prelude to castle short, but Tatev has not played that. And I'm sure she's starting to consider variations with B5.
So maybe she's considering to play a4, right?
Exactly.
Stopping that b5 and waiting with the short castle.
Exactly. And then the question is for herself is, okay, B6, short castles, Bishop B7. I'm not playing F4 in this particular iteration. I'm not playing g4. I just put my king on the g1. Where's my break? If I go a5, my opponent could take it or play b5. I'm not playing b4, b5. And I'm probably not getting an e5. So in other words, Tatev is thinking, okay, I don't want to get myself into a position where I'm at the dead end. I just don't know what I'm going to be doing with myself. And I think she's having some self-doubts here.
But there are a lot of options. So I can go, let's say that a4, b6.
a4, b6, absolutely, yes, indeed. a4,
Castle,
b6.
short castle.
Short castles make a lot of sense. Bishop
Bishop
b7.
b7, rook fd1.
Rook f to d1, okay.
Because sometimes I want to hide the light square bishop back to f1.
Fair, fair. Bishop e7, a move in almost every scheme of development I have, the bishop's going to go to e7.
So rook c1.
Rook a1, c1? Yeah, you're kind of, I'm not sure who benefits more. You've put your rook in a kind of a defensive.
Yeah, I thought I want to go bishop f1 now and then queen f2.
Fair.
To do something on the dark squared diagonal.
Okay, here is where I finally have a
wanna,
pause.
You want to play d5, right, to make a break. By the way, Tatev castled.
Okay.
So no a4,
Yeah.
allowing Carissa to go for that b5 push on the queen side.
Right. Okay, so it took her some time, right?
She thought about 17 minutes here.
Okay, and again, obviously, all Tatev needs is a draw to send the number one seed crashing into the elimination. Remember, this is a double elimination match event, so Carissa's not out of the tournament by any means in case she doesn't win, but she will have to win to force a playoff. You know what, folks? We're getting to that stage where I get to read my script about Q Boutique and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's always nice to see what our friends at Q Boutique have for us as their daily special, and here it comes. This is the travel chess bag. Tote your roll-up board and chess pieces in style with our logo travel bag. The zipper pouch holds an entire set of pieces comfortably, while your board fits underneath white screen printed ink on a durable vinyl. Don't forget the chess pieces and your vinyl roll-up board. It is available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs. And what do we have for our viewers?
Yes, we go on break. Cristian talked to the men's section about taking risk and playing aggressive.
And that's the best ad read I've ever heard.
Well, thank you very much.
Good job.
See you on the other side of the break.
When it comes to competing against such a skilled field, such as this one at the American Cup, how do you balance the aggression and risk-taking elements?
Well, it's basically a mini World Cup. And as you probably know, I won that whole thing twice. So I kind of like it because I have the experience and I hope it will play a part. At least it did a year ago. So we'll see how it goes this year.
Yeah, it's a hard question because everyone's telling me I should take more risks and be more aggressive. So not the right person to ask. But generally, you try to wait for your chances and never let go once you have them.
I mean, it depends on the match situation. For example, if you're up a point, usually players tend to play more solid, kind of play for a draw, even with white. And when you play for a draw with white, it honestly gives chances to your opponent because they start smelling blood in the water. You know, they get chances. And when it's a tie match, you have to take your chances. You know, if you're calculating well, probably take some extra risks, maybe go on the attack more. So there's an interesting balance between taking risks and playing solid.
I guess it depends on my mood. I think in previous years, I've been more on the cautious side, I guess, especially since it's a knockout format. Last year, I was a little bit more aggressive, I would say. I tried to play more aggressive openings and go for the win in a lot of my games instead of just being solid. So yeah, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking this year, so my opponents won't know in advance, but definitely last year went well, so maybe maybe that's a good strategy for me. But I do think a lot of it depends on mood, because you can say it's better to be more cautious in a knockout, but if you're just not feeling it, then I think it's better to play according to how, like, your natural instincts and desires. I think that's going to lead to you having the best results. So
I think generally we have this idea that you don't want to take really big risks because, of course, you lose a game, let's say in the classical with the white pieces, and already your match is very close to being over. On the other hand, I don't think that you can play it safe entirely. I mean, you can play it safe in the classical, maybe get to rapid and still play it safe, but at some point you're going to have to take risks to win the match.
Well, I mean, I think the last event I was here for didn't go so well, which was the Champions Showdown. I actually felt that was a very good event for me in one way, because there were a couple of games, I guess very specifically the game against Levon Aronian, the final classical game, where normally I would have just made a draw. There was one moment I could have just traded off a knight for a bishop. The game probably would have been very boring, and I didn't do that. I tried to go for more, perhaps because there wasn't, in a sense, anything on the line as far as ranking goes. That played a big factor. So I think the fact that I got punished in that game specifically bodes very well for this event, to sort of try and be a little bit more objective about the situations. I think for me, I'll just try to sort of take it as it goes. I think that, again, going back to the Champions Showdown, I could sense there were moments where the games could get messy, and I sort of strive for that as opposed to trying to keep it simpler. And I'll probably go the opposite way in this event, at least as it relates to classical. So I think it's very good that I played a week ago here, because that should do wonders for my chess.
I think, yeah, this is always the question in the match format, because the thing is, with other tournaments, let's say you have 9 games, no matter what will happen, you still have 9 games. But with the match format, if something goes wrong, you can stop playing very quickly. So I think, yeah, there will be a mix of deciding when to take risk and when not to take risk and so on. But at the same time, I think as per the position, whatever the position says, I'll go with it. If I feel like some move is very strong, but it's very risky, I'll still go for it. I won't really hold back.
Yeah, that's a good question, but a difficult one, in the sense that you're always trying to find that balance. I mean, it's a challenge always to, let's say, go for it all the way, so to speak, or play a little bit more safe. I think it depends on few things, how you feel, your shape at the moment, and your mental state also. Like, usually I found that I play my best, or I tend to have my best results when I just go for it. Let's say if I have this mindset of just going all the way and being very aggressive and not just be content with, like a solid move or a solid decision, but when I'm able to, mentally and chess-wise to just go for really aggressive continuation, and that's the approach I'll try to take.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army. with Commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back to day 4 of the American Cup, and let's take a look at the brackets.
Yes, indeed.
We start with the women's bracket. Carissa won her match against Talia Cervantes, but yesterday lost her first game against Tatev Abrahamyan with white pieces, and right now she's playing with black pieces against Tatev Abrahamyan. Alice Lee is the one who won yesterday against Irina Krush, so she has the upper hand in this match, but right now playing black against Irina Krush.
And in the opens?
In the open section, we have Hikaru Nakamura with black pieces against Leinier Dominguez. Yesterday it was a draw. Today it may be a different story because Hikaru is having a worse position. And Levon Aronian white against Fabiano Caruana, and it seems that that game is going into a draw. Yesterday it was draw as well, so we may see a playoff in this match.
And tell us about the day for today's schedule.
So today's schedule in the champions bracket, we have one classical game. It is the second game of the match, and if there will be a tie, we will see playoffs. And the elimination bracket has a rest day.
Absolutely, everybody is in Forest Park, a beautiful day.
Zoo and the Science Center.
And tell us about that playoff. Drill down for us, Kate.
Absolutely. So if a match is tied, we have a 2-game blitz match with 3 minutes and 2 seconds increment. The colors will be determined by lot. Now, if that match is tied again, they're going to play again 2-game blitz match, but with colors reversed from match 1. Now, if are still tied, Armageddon. 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, 2-second increment, and black has the draw odds. And if there's a draw, black goes and continues in the champions bracket.
Well, it appears to us like the match between Fabi and Levon is going to be heading into a playoff. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say that for years 2024 and 2023, these two players have faced off, and it was Levon who was knocking Fabi. It was Levon who was winning the matches in those playoffs. Mm-hmm. So again, at the moment, these two players appear to be headed for a draw in this second classical game, keeping an eye on the Tatev versus Carissa Yip game, because Tatev did castle bishop e7, a4, b7, b6. So they're going for that position where Carissa, with the move bishop b7, is going to be playing like one of those Sicilians. And you have to be very careful as white when you're playing against a Sicilian, because in a sense, you've given up a center pawn, the d4 pawn, for a flank pawn, the pawn on c5. So what you want as white is to have some kind of initiative, an ability to make threats. And there you see it. I was just about to say, before I could get it out, is Tatev does not want to see the position go bishop b7 because she has no breaks after bishop b7. So if I'm in Tatev's shoes, the move I'm finding myself attracted to is the move f4. So I can play the move bishop f3, and then I have it in my quiver to play either e5 or f5, and I try to keep my opponent guessing as to my intentions.
By the way,
the game's
Tatev
becoming
took a
double-edged.
serious thought to play this move f4 because she spent more than 10 minutes on that move. So now we see that she has a disadvantage on the clock, but still a lot of time, 56 minutes. But we saw Carissa, spending 15 minutes on what move 3 it was.
Yes.
But now she
F3.
has more time in the game.
F4, and again, Carissa needs to win with black on demand. Very, very, very hard. Let me just be my provocative best. Bishop b7. I'm assuming bishop f3. Knight c5, gift me the pawn on e4.
Well, e5
I'm
is the move we
assuming
need to
e5.
calculate. Yep.
Let me capture on e5. I'm assuming you can take it back.
Or I can-
You can take it back anytime,
Yeah.
anytime. And I was going to go knight g4. And again, what I'm trying to say from black's point of view is, to make a chaos, blow up the game, try to make my opponent overreach or overreact. In this case, obviously I'd like to take on e5, eyeballing h2, like to take on e3. I don't know what the situation is like after bishop f4. You tell me. I don't know, but you were about to say you'd like to do something else after e5?
No.
Okay.
I'm just seeing that, bishop b7, computer considers a very strong move, developing that bishop.
So would the coaches around the world say, good, development is good. Jump in, Cristian. First of all, is Carissa happy with the outcome of the opening?
Oh, it looks great right now.
Just because she's got that kind of a Sicilian.
She got that Sicilian, she got the pressure in the center. This is basically everything she ever wanted out of the opening.
As black.
Especially since her situation is as follows. She needs to win. She's desperate. She needs to win. Now, let's draw our attention to the open section as well and see what's happening in this one, because we were discussing at this point b4 felt very natural, should have been the case, but it's not as easy. Look, it's not easy to calculate everything. You really need to see this very specific move, queen to a2. If you don't see this move, black is just going to move the bishop, and then I'm going to be able to defend this pawn on e6 with my queen. It's a much more harmonious situation. Setup, exactly. If you don't see queen to a2 from afar, then you sort of discard this move, b4. Another way you could look at this position would be to take on d5. Take on d5 first, and then go for this b4. Now if you go d4, I have queen b3 check. That's a check. Bishop takes on c3. And you can understand that the bishop, tremendous piece. You have nice space advantage, ready to strike with b5. The bishop on c3, not only that it attacks the pawn on e5, but also controls the very unpleasant square a5, potentially stopping after b5, knight to a5 to hit the queen on b3. So it's a very dual-purpose situation for the bishop on c3. And I can reinforce that threat with the move queen to b2. I have a lot of firepower on that pawn, against that pawn on e5. This gives me white the advantage. Now, good news for Hikaru. He didn't play it. He played a5.
Wow,
and you see this question mark bubble. Now,
is it saying that black has an opportunity?
It's an opportunity, and it's just a change of structure that really favors black. Because now I can play the simple a6. I'm stopping you from going a6. b4 is no longer possible.
Because now you have that d4.
Now
right?
I really have d4. Exactly. And
You're ready.
your pawn structure is completely stuck like this, right? No more b5, no more attacks against the knight on c6. This is the perfect opportunity for black to strike and strike hard white's pawn structure. So don't go b4 anymore. If you cannot go b4, how do you continue your attack? My guess is that what he wants to do is to just simply go knight to f1, knight to g3, the typical ways in which white plays these type of positions. The problem is, now the move knight to d7 sort of makes sense for black as well. For example, if you go knight to f1, I have ideas of even going knight to c5, take on e4 and knight to d3, right? So we're seeing some weaknesses being created in white's position. d4 is also a good move according to the engine. The pawn on a5, just simply put, doesn't seem to be
kind of
optimal.
lost some flexibility for white.
The
B4,
rook is now
B5.
tied to the defense of that pawn, right? The knight on c6 has a good target to attack. And unfortunately, again, you cannot expand. You really want to take more space on that side. You cannot go b4 anymore because of this d4. And the pawn structure is blocked on the dark squares, which is going to be prone to the attack of the bishop on e7 and the knight on c6. It's looking much better for Hikaru than it looked a couple of moves ago. And a6 is on the board.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. Turning our attention back to the game of Irina Krush. Again, sorry, I do have skin in the game. Irina was my pick to win the tournament. She is in a must-win situation. She's just played the move h2, h4, telegraphing very clear. She's got evil intentions of expanding on the king side, either with a piece sacrifice, knight to g5, or with the straightforward g4, g5, prompted by Alice's decision to play the move h6. The game continued. Knight takes c3. Now, normally speaking, these types of trades are encouraging for white. A moment ago, you heard me talk about the move bishop to d3. I'm reluctant to play the move bishop to d3 because of the move knight b4. The moment you take away the knight, knight takes, bishop takes, I'm thinking, okay, queen e4, bishop d3.
The bishop has an open diagonal. The knight is not blocking it anymore.
Also, in those, like, I'm just going to put a very bad move on the board. Don't forgive me for this. But in those positions where you have a knight on d5, bringing my bishop to c4 isn't. You shouldn't be frightened by it. But now, wait a minute, you've really given me a target. So
and now we're going to start thinking about g4 and attacking on that king side.
But knight takes c3, but then Irina followed it up with for me at least, a very peculiar move. No.
I understand that move. With a3, we are controlling the b4 square, not allowing the knight to jump there, and saying that we're going to develop our light square bishop to d3.
Yeah, but one of the things when you are attacking, it's almost like when you are attacking, every tempo becomes critical, right? You can't just be lackadaisical, I'll play this. If you're going to play g4, if you're going to be playing those double edge positions, a move like a2, a3 is like, it's a little bit of a soft move. And you always have to ask yourself, well, how dangerous is knight b4? Like, is that something I should be afraid of? So let me ask the most direct question I can. Imagine I were to play g4, Kate. How would you answer this one?
So let's go with knight b4. Let's try.
Clearly, she was afraid of this. Bishop takes b4 is a completely different animal that I'm not really that interested in. What I am interested in
Pawns,
is capturing your pawn. Do me a solid favor and let me play bishop takes g7, and you'll be on the top of my Christmas tree, Christmas list.
Okay, so I go bishop f6.
Okay, you're asking for trouble, but okay, I get you. I played h4, g4, g5 for a reason, so I
capture on c3.
Okay, captures on c3, captures on c3.
Oh, you're gonna capture with a pawn.
You got to play knight d3.
Knight d3 only move.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Queen captures.
Yeah, take. and take. Okay. All I can say is I've achieved everything I've wanted, which is I've opening up the king side, and there's almost no way that you can prevent me from playing moves like c4, h5, rook g1. I don't think this is something that it's not.
But are you fast enough? Because if
Okay.
I can develop my light square bishop, I'm going to survive. So yes, I captured the pawn on h6.
You are brave. You are brave. You capture the pawn on h6. Oh boy. Cruising for a bruising. How do I do this?
Because we traded a lot of pieces, and that is to my advantage. That not as many pieces can attack me. I'm going to continue saying all those things to feel more discordant.
to really give yourself all the encouragement you need.
Okay.
Okay, c4. I want to go.
I need to go f6 myself. I cannot allow your queen to get there.
Wow, f6. Okay. Boy. Let's do it. Give me your queen.
Queen e4.
Let's do it. Give me your king.
King h7.
Let's do it. Give me your queen.
Another pawn.
No, that's the first pawn.
Oh, it's the first pawn.
It's not another one. It's a first.
So let's take the first.
Let's take the first. Okay, check.
I mean, I'm becoming a little worried.
Well, the problem that you're having is when you do play the move f5 and it's not your pride and joy, the problem you're having is your pieces on the queen side aren't fully...
I just can't get the bishop on c8
Yeah,
out.
just something to worry about. By the way, Irina has played after a3. Oh, hold on, let's go back. After the move a3, I was a bit surprised by Alice's decision. Again, we've been talking about how crucial every move is. Rook e8 strikes me as a little bit of a soft move as well. I don't know about bishop f6. I don't know about e6, e5. But now
I think she wants to go
has played
bishop
g4.
f8 and then e5. Not to develop the bishop by fianchettoing, but by playing e5 and have the bishop on that diagonal. But it
I'm
seems
afraid.
A little slow, right? No, I agree with you. I understand what you mean.
I mean, Frank Marshall furnished an apartment in New York. He would play these types of attack, and he was a very, very dangerous attacker. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying this is something that Irina, again, having to win. She's got a position she wants, much like Carissa. Over to you, Cristian.
I'm going to try to direct you. No. I'm going to direct you into this direction.
Okay.
Because I do think that we're getting somewhere, especially if you're a Levon fan, you're getting some chances.
Oh, really?
At least that's the way I'm seeing it right now.
You told me they were cruising towards a draw.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And of course, that's still close to the case. But things are improving if you're a Levon fan and if you're Levon. Now, at this point, this is your last opportunity to exchange one pair of rooks. And I think he should have done it. Rook to d1. Just simply exchange a pair of rooks. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1, king to g2, rook to d7. You cover the entry square on c8 with the knight. You cover the 7th rank with the rook. So everything seems to be more or less fine at this point. And whenever you're losing a lot of space on one side, generally you want to exchange some pieces, right? To make more room for your pieces to maneuver. And he did not do that, Fabiano. He played the move knight to d5.
Looks logical.
It looks very logical, right? The knight on b6, I understand. You're only keeping an eye on the c8 square, but you might as well do it from e7, ready to jump to c6, also securing the g6 square. So it makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
The problem is that after knight to d4, this is what we have right now. I don't see a clear way of liberating your pieces right now. How do you do it?
For example, e5, a logical looking move.
e5 would already be somewhat dangerous after knight to f5, seems to be the case.
Really? So this endgame
This pawn structure is really bad. This pawn structure
Really?
is really bad because
So check.
Yes, you're
trade-
stuck to the defense of
Let's trade a
the
pair of
seventh
rooks
rank.
and king
Yes.
e7.
King to e7, king f3.
Oh.
It's getting a little bit dicey.
King e4, yeah?
King e4, and then I'm ready to go rook c7.
So if I go rook d7,
Rook
Oh,
d7, king e4.
No. Not king.
Look at the bar. Look at the bar going.
No. Don't allow this, Kate. Go rook d2. Go rook d2.
Rook d2.
So now you threaten
Okay, I'll
king
go
d7.
b4.
King d7. So
King
at least we have an
Are you
active-
sure?
Oh no.
Are you sure about that?
King, I have to go king to d8.
You have to go king to d8. Yes.
Sorry.
You have to go king to d8. And
That's-
now I can go king to e4.
So
Don't touch this. This is not good. Rook to g1, you're completely losing.
Yes. No, the difference between kings is astronomical.
Exactly.
that one on g7 is trouble.
Exactly.
Truly.
So I think this might have been something of an idea that he underestimated. Yes.
Yeah.
This e5, knight to f5, because now he realizes that this endgame is not that easy. I'm just going to get my king to
Wow.
the center, and then I'm going to have all these ideas of exchanging the rooks.
So Cristian, what if instead of playing e5,
Yes.
I start with the g6? So I want to trade that and then play e5.
Likely a good move, yes. But every time you make a g6 move, that's a concession, right? Because I will take on g6, and at least you have something to worry about, the pawn on h6. And I'm also a bit worried for Fabiano because of his time management. He's down 40 minutes on the clock, close to that. 40 minutes on the clock. He's down to his last 40 minutes, and Levon has an hour and close to 20 minutes. So definitely a huge time advantage for Levon. Fabiano is feeling some pressure right now. That's all I can say. The position is still very close to equal, but there's something to work with for White. And maybe you guys can take it away and try to understand what's happening from a practical perspective.
way,
forget about the engine.
It looks like this is the Levon strategy now against Fabiano, because even yesterday, Levon had a huge time advantage.
Right.
Remember, Fabi had like 12 minutes and Levon had 15 minutes, I believe.
Right.
So Levon is just trying to play really fast to put Fabiano
Well, this
under
is the
pressure.
perfect position to do so, because your moves are fairly easy. Like, you know exactly what you're doing. You don't need to calculate too much. The pressure is solely on Black, solely on Fabiano right now.
Yeah, sometimes you can just sleepwalk right into a bad position. Like you just
Because
think,
you're relaxed.
Yeah,
I mean, you just
totally
made those
chill.
opening moves. Oh, I
Knight
equalized.
D5,
Easy.
knight E7.
Easy. Easy.
I don't need to trade a pair of rooks. I can do that whenever I want. I'll
And
just
then
play.
suddenly you're like, wait a minute, what's my next move?
Right.
What's my next move?
White's king is on e4, and it's bad. By the way, speaking of a game that's really going in Irina's favor, I think the last move, e6, e5, kind of a siren call suddenly for Irina. Sorry to repeat myself, but the move bishop d3, I've kind of been having it in my mind for quite some time, and there was always the knight b4 issues. So whenever I see this setup, and I know it from my own experiences with the hedgehog, it's actually a very funny thing. I lead with my queen. Normally the queen stands back, the rook's in front of the queen. But the idea behind queen e4 is, yes, I'm a pawn grubber. I am thinking about taking the pawn. But what I seriously want to do is to play bishop to d3. And if I can provoke the move g6, I can then play for h5.
Okay.
And I've got a really big success.
So
Go
let's say
ahead,
I'm
please.
not that worried. I'm going to be brave.
Please.
Knight d4.
Knight to d4. Wow.
I want you
That
to
is very,
capture
very...
that knight, because I prepared my rook on the e file so I can open the e file.
Okay, that
and then
is...
do some kind of discover attack.
Okay, that is very, very brave of you. You caught me a little bit unawares.
And you
I
cannot
must-
play bishop d3 now.
Okay. Yes, let me just explain to the audience that bishop to d3, I have an overloaded queen. My queen can't recapture the knight, so I took a pawn. Okay, again, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming of bishop to d3 and queen h7, checkmate.
So I will start with bishop f6.
Bishop f6, okay. Let's just have a look, see what is going on here. I think you can take my knight, right?
With rook or with bishop?
With the rook and kind of go for a walk.
And I am worried I'm gonna have trouble with my pinned knight afterwards. So let's take a look here. Queen h7 check, king f8.
And now we just pause.
Now you can go queen h8 check.
Am I catching your king though? Queen h8 check, king e7. Not catching your king.
You trade. Oh, because you captured a piece. Sorry. So I don't have to worry about the knight on d4.
Exactly. Okay. Oops, sorry. F4. I have to defend the knight.
Okay, so now I can play bishop captures g4.
Check.
Or bishop captures, no, bishop g4.
Bishop captures g4 immediately, yes? Okay.
And I'm preparing checkmate, bishop captures h4.
I do believe you're right. Bishop takes h4 is going to be checkmate, so I have to make room. Bishop c4.
I mean, yes, I have bishop f3 here. You're not, oh, I maybe don't have, let me think.
Maybe. It's getting, again,
It's getting complicated.
I'm not saying that this knight d4 is not a bad move or anything like that. I'm just saying that I'm sensing opportunity for white with the move queen e4. By the way, one other look, knight to d4. Again, not a bad move at all. Everything's fine. How about bishop to c4? I'm not sure that bishop takes f7 check and knight takes e5 and then taking the knight as a threat. It's just something that I want to throw in the mix, that bishop c4. And also, by playing the move bishop c4, I take away f5 as a possibility. Your turn.
I like this move, by the way, bishop c4, because you're not allowing me directly any counterplay right now.
Right, for the moment. Again, a very, very double-edged moment, but I do think queen e4 is really attractive. And of course, if Irina were to win the game, she draws the match in the classical, that would force a playoff, and we'd have another game, another epic between Alice Lee and Irina to look forward to. So queen e4. The other reason I'm attracted to queen e4 is I'm a pawn grubber. The move e5, to my mind, you know, I like the little guys. I want to both attack and defend. So
queen e4 definitely a very good idea. What about pawn g5? Is that an alternative?
Which one?
Instead of queen e4,
yes,
push the pawn. Let's
absolutely
just continue.
It's a very, very good alternative. I have to imagine the reaction that what reaction would I be afraid of or concerned about? I'm not sure I should be afraid of the move bishop g4, but I'm imagining that oh, I know what, maybe Alice has something really devious up her sleeve.
Queen d5 now attacking this knight.
If I could provoke you to play e4.
Oh, then I'm very happy. Because that pawn that square on d4 is going to be mine, and your queen is no longer going to be joining the attack on the king side.
I like the conceptually. I like the entire idea behind g5. I just think that queen e4, with the ideas of bishop to d3, with the ideas of bishop c4. By the way, just another completely off the chart idea. Bishop c4. Bishop takes g4, queen g6. I'm sure you'll see this in the Puzzle Rush books. I'm not losing a piece because I can
capture it back.
Thank you.
But
what am I doing?
I'm thinking after bishop c4.
Yes.
Aren't you allowing me playing e4 for black?
I'm going to take it.
You're going to take it?
Oh gosh, yes, with both hands.
And now bishop, where do I do this discovered attack?
Wherever you do the discovered attack, keep in mind that I'm going to respond by attacking your pawn on f7.
Yes, if I go bishop f6, you do have this, for example, the queen g6.
Queen g6, queen f4, attacking this bishop, a very, very critical moment here. I think Irina's been in the tank for about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on this one.
What about Tatev's game against Carissa?
Let's go.
What happened there?
Yes. They were playing a Sicilian, a very sharp, it's a game that became a sharp Sicilian. Look at this. They followed our analysis. Bishop b7, bishop f3, knight c5, putting the additional pressure on the e4 pawn. We were looking at, I believe, e5.
That looks like an only move, right? Because that pawn on e4 is attacked 3 times and defended only twice. So unless, I mean, you cannot defend it, so you have to push it.
Push it. And we were looking at captures on e5. Yes, bishop takes b7 is a different kettle of fish. We were looking at f takes e5 and knight g4. Again, not the only moves. I think if you play the Sicilian enough as black, congratulations, you've had your queen trapped 3 or 4 times this way. Although here it
now
doesn't get
knight
trapped.
e4, right?
Yes. And again, if you're a Sicilian player, you've also escaped queen traps a number of times by playing this. Queen takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop c5. And brilliantly, somehow you navigated
Muddying the waters.
Exactly, you've navigated your way to. But I was thinking of a knight g4.
And this is now a great illustration about the king not being castled for black, right? Because that rook on h8 is very happy that it's working toward attacking the white king.
It most certainly is. And because of the weakness of the pawn on e5, any queen takes e5 comes with a barrel of force down the h-file. Something that, Cristian, if you don't mind, jump in on this one. I'm not seeing an easy road for Tatev. She wants a nice, comfortable draw, go home, and prepare for her next round.
Good luck with that.
But I don't see a comfortable play here for her.
No, this all stems from her just simply mixing up ideas for absolutely no reason.
Bishop e2, bishop f3.
You go bishop e2, castle short, and now you want to continue with f3 and then f4. You want to attack again. Right. You're changing gears way too many times. And unfortunately, that's going to give black plenty of time to attack the weak squares. And after,
which is what we've been struggling with.
This is what we're seeing. I mean, after knight to c5, you only have one move. You have to go e5.
That's our struggle.
And if you don't go e5, you lose a pawn. So you take knight to g4.
Right.
Very, very natural moves in the position. Take on b7, probably the best move right now.
Okay.
Knight to b7 seems to be the best, but not very natural. Let's say you take with a queen, right? I still don't see a clear way to defend the pawn on e5. I guess knight to f3, but this is a backwards move already. I can go castle. I have the very healthy pawn structure as black. I have a clear target on e5. I'm seeing this as a great position for black, if not an advantage.
Right.
Maybe not objective advantage, but from a practical perspective, given the match situation, this is the best thing Carissa could have hoped for.
Right, huge.
And if she does find knight takes b7, you're in fact just losing the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes b7, not an easy one, because again, it's not really natural to go backwards with the knight, right? The knight on c5 is so beautiful, ready to jump in the center.
Right.
You don't want to play knight takes b7.
But Cristian, how much I'm worried about losing that pawn if I go rook a e1?
A pawn is a pawn.
But your king is still in the center.
Ask Yasser about how worried he is.
Take the pawn on e5.
You don't even have to hurry. You don't have to hurry with it, right? Because you will take that pawn. First, set up this battery, this situation on the d file. Where do you put the queen?
Right.
If you go to e2, now I can take. Now I'm ready to take on e5, right? Queen takes e5. First of all, you're getting checkmated. No bishop to f4, because we just simply exchange the queens. And I'm taking the
and bishop c5 in the future, no. Okay.
Not looking great. Not looking great. And right now you can see Tatev is sensing the danger. She understands something went terribly wrong.
Right.
Out of the opening. She needs to go e5, and then she needs to pray. She needs to pray that she's going to lose that pawn on e5 and hope to get some compensation against the black king.
Well,
That's pretty much the extent of it.
Here in St. Louis, we have one of the 3 great basilicas of the world. So
Yes, yes, we do. Yes, we
if
do.
you want to pray, you come to the right place. Knight c5.
By the
and
way,
we think
Carissa is already enjoying 16 minutes advantage.
And guys,
she was way behind.
Going back to Levon Fabiano,
please.
Things are not looking great for Fabi. So he did play the move G6. We understood this, right? G6.
Well, he just kind of woke up. He said
have to do
something was wrong.
You have to do something. You're just simply not going to be able to just sit and wait. He understood that that endgame after E5 is very unpleasant. Knight to F5, very unpleasant endgame, as we've seen. Take. Knight to F3 played a la tempo. This is something that he's doing. Levon is playing extremely fast. Extremely, extremely fast. Knight to F3, Rook to H8, and King to G2. Best move in the position. And you see the bar is
Kind of
creeping up a
fluctuate.
little
Yeah,
bit,
yeah, yeah.
right? He played the move H5, Rook H8, obviously. There's only one idea, to go H5. And right now he needs to go G5. Yes. And that's why he played Knight F3.
Of course
by the
he
way.
did,
That's why he
yes.
played Knight F3 to support the idea of G5. You take, I take. But now you have these two.
But this is a joyful structure for white.
Exactly, exactly. I have the potential to invade via the 7th rank.
C7.
I have the H pawn to work against. I have the E pawn to work against as well. I'm
this
already
is,
seeing 3 targets.
yeah, this
that
is
could
not
be
nice.
enough for an advantage. I'm going to go F4. Your knight is going to be stuck on G6. I'm going to take all the good squares away from you. And at the right moment, I'm going to create the passed pawn or maybe target that square on E6. Not looking great.
So, Cristian,
Not
if you
looking
move it back, what if I don't recapture on G5 as black
Sure.
and I push F5?
You push F5.
I mean,
Now it's even worse.
Oh, no.
Much
I feel
worse.
like that pawn on H5 could
Rook
be
C7,
dangerous in the
rook-
future.
rook-
Yeah,
rook
I don't want to do
C7.
Rook D8. That would be a problem. So
No,
Rook,
Rook D4. Rook
Rook
Yeah.
E7.
No, I meant if you play Rook takes D4, I have the intermezzo.
Oh, yes.
C7.
That's nice. That's nice. That
that's
is a
what
nice one to
I
yes,
meant to
very
say.
nice.
Sorry.
Very nice. Check, and of course, I'm going to recapture after that. We do. Whoa! E5.
E5.
Fabi is really not in the mood to wait for anything. You know, he wants to dictate the way this one is going to move forward.
I'm a little bit stunned.
But now this seems to be a very powerful move. Rook to A4. You might be wondering why, and I'm wondering why also.
So A6?
A6, yes.
Well, what you would love to do is go Rook A4 to B6.
Take, and now Rook to B4. That's exactly what you're doing. A6,
Yes.
clearing up the B6 square. Now if
Right.
you go B5, Rook to C6, right? Problems.
Yes, precisely.
Wait a minute. So how
I
do
was
you
doing
defend?
it in, no. Keep the pawns on the board for just a second. I was doing it in a different manner. I was going to go Rook A4, A6, Rook B4.
Right.
Give me Rook B6. You'll
Right.
play B5, and I was going to play Rook C6.
Sure, yeah.
And that
I mean, this
was
is
what I
killing,
was.
Killing, yes.
Yeah.
Chances, guys.
A4.
Chances after Rook to A4.
Again.
B6 is definitely not something that you want.
Well, then I'll go Rook C6.
Already, the best move according to the engine is to go Rook to E8 and give up the pawn.
Okay, that's
That's
not
not
an
that's not
easy
happening.
decision.
That's actually not happening.
That's a very difficult
I
decision
don't
to make.
see him doing this.
That's
and
a
just
very
allowing Rook takes A7. Apparently, after Rook to G8, you have enough conversation. Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you.
No,
right?
no.
You're not giving up that pawn on A7.
Yeah.
So if you don't,
wow,
you go A6, Rook to B4.
Followed by a Rook to the 6th rank.
You need to play Knight E7, the best move in the position. Take, and cover with the knight just in time. But then I have B4,
Still.
A4, B5 ideas.
What?
This one is not clearing up anytime soon.
No.
That is the problem that Fabiano is facing right now.
Once again, a decisive outcome in this game will decide the match. The loser goes to the elimination bracket. The winner continues in
And
the
it's
champions bracket.
worthy of mentioning out that Levon eliminated Fabi for the last couple of editions.
Yes, the last 2 editions.
2024 when he won it, and 2023 in an Armageddon in
Yes.
that one. Rook A4.
Rook A4 on the board.
Bravo, Levon.
He found it.
That was definitely not an easy move.
Great.
I mean, look, you've doubled your rooks.
But how much
on
time did he spend?
Just a few minutes.
2 minutes.
Not that much.
2 minutes. And he played the best move.
It's rather remarkable. I think that when you reach chess mastery, you get this idea of harmonizing your pieces, doubling your rooks on the open file, and 9 out of 10 masters, I want to say, would have played the move rook c7, which is the whole purpose of doubling your rooks on the open file, is you want to penetrate.
Of course, they love to just go to the 7th or back rank.
Yeah, and then you might realize after rook c7, rook d8, you kind of come to a bit of a dead end.
You can just trade, nothing more.
But this move, rook a4, which is really, a move you're not looking at. You've really been looking at rook c8, you've been looking at rook c7, rook a4.
But
that's
the brilliant
a great
idea
move.
really is that we are forcing a6
Yes.
and creating weakness on the b6. Because if you are just trying to attack the pawn, I play a6, I'm fine.
Exactly.
But now if you see that I actually weaken that b6 square and the rook can get there and make my life really difficult, that is the problem.
And if I can also, and on the same page, if I don't get a chance to play rook b6, rook c6 will do very nicely as well. Thank you for the invite. And I'm about to play rook c6 captures f6. Big advantage suddenly. And the time factor, extra
40 minutes
40
advantage
minutes.
for Levon.
Fabi's definitely feeling it right now. This is not a pleasant position for our U.S. champion. I want to go to the ladies section because I'm more than curious to see how Irina has played the current situation.
And she did not play your move queen e4.
Oh, I'm down, Chris. But even though she did play the other move, which I felt that g5 was maybe allowing the move queen d5, but I do like the move bishop c4. Maybe not as equally well as I like queen e4, but bishop c4 has a very direct idea behind it as well. A consequent idea is to play queen to g6, and yes, of course, I still want to play g5. A moment ago, we were mentioning why Irina didn't blunder the g4 pawn. If you take queen g6, give me the bishop, and if you take, give me this one, and give me this one. Now that we're here, though, any takers for rook g1?
Rook g1, right? You don't have to go for that pawn because maybe you have something more there.
Just thinking about it, at least. I mean, I would probably just grab the bishop. Rook g1, bishop f6, and then I can't. But this is certainly, I mean, I've got light squares. I'm not material down. Maybe my king will be in a pocket in the center, queen e4, king e2. I like what Irina has done, and this move, bishop c4, has put the onus right back on Alice Lee. Let's see, what else could Alice play in the current position? Bishop c4, queen g6 on Irina's queen g6, knight g5, g5, all of these attacking moves.
So I'm looking at queen d6.
Queen David 6.
And I am stopping your queen g6.
Yes, you are. You're also kind of putting a little bit the kibosh on knight g5 as well. But are you putting the kibosh on g5?
So you go g5.
I have a very simple idea, g6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's kind of very dangerous. I don't have time to play bishop g4 and even attack your knight because this g6 is very strong.
Bishop g4, g6 is strong. I'm not really even too concerned, but I'm a big fan of this move, g6. Basically, as white, Irina's dream is to open up the king side. G takes h6. G5 takes f6. Any kind of half-open G file, and she's going to be very, very pleased.
I have an idea.
Uh-oh.
Queen d6.
Queen d6, g5.
Your g5.
Yes.
Knight d4 now.
Yeah, I thought you would come back to this one. I didn't know.
I mean, it's that idea, right? I need to attack your queen, and I want that e-file open to e-file to open.
To be open. Okay. I want to play with g6. I'm not sure if I want knights on the board or I want to keep my bishop. Let's say I'll keep my knight just for the moment. Takes. I'm assuming.
Yes.
And we, look at me, open up the king side.
All right, bishop e6.
Basically forced, right? No choice. You're going to have to take, not with the king. Well, I guess you could take with the
I could
king.
take with the king, but I don't know if I want to.
I didn't think you did.
I think I want to take with the bishop.
Okay. And now my king is feeling a little bit of the heat. Rook g1, castles, or
But
rook
I think
g1?
I'm out of trouble as black. Bishop f6, and that is very solid, unless you have some queen g6 stuff. No, I think I'm fine.
You think so?
I think so.
I would be nervous. Let's just say I would be very nervous.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. I guess not. Okay. Rook g1.
Okay. Now do you have any threats?
I don't know if knight g5. I don't know if knight g5 is a threat. Maybe bishop takes bishop takes f7 and queen g6 is a threat. I don't know.
So
what
I start with
are.
bishop d5.
No threat. There's no threat. You can't take my knight. Your bishop's in a pin.
Yeah, b5 is a threat in the future.
You like it?
Yes.
Okay. Bishop to d5. I thought, well, okay. Let's just have a look-see. See, people think I'm a positional player. Inside of me is boiling, this beastly attacker, the tactician, always.
I mean, this 95 looks nice. Yeah. You just have all the pieces ready there for attack.
But that's a thing, and Irina is coordinating her pieces nicely. The bishop coming to c4 with g5, g6 on her agenda. Cristian,
alert!
What do you have for us? Alert! Uh-oh!
Double question mark move.
I see
by
the red.
Tatev.
The red double yell.
She just played knight b3, giving up a pawn.
She has to push the pawn, so
she had to.
Doesn't.
If she doesn't push the pawn, she doesn't get any compensation. Right. That is the problem. I mean, you play e5, you might lose that pawn, but at least you're opening up the position, you're opening up the f-file for your rook. You get something in return, right?
Right.
With knight b3, after knight e4, what's this?
She's got to take. I think she's looking at Queen David 4.
Queen d4, okay, but what if I take with the bishop?
I have to
take. Queen d4, yes. d5.
I better take on b6.
I'll take on c2 as well.
Am I crying?
I think so. Maybe not. Maybe I'm
Let
crying.
Let me show you what you might have been.
Maybe I'm crying.
Who's crying?
The problem is I'm low.
Yes.
Queen c6 is the problem.
Yes.
But I can do some other stuff, such as queen to c8. Not the only move.
Well, I didn't blunder. At least Tatev didn't
move.
blunder a pawn, right?
Not the only move. Even this seems to be
it's
just
better
fine.
for black. Better pieces.
Much better.
Much better.
Much better. Yes.
Wow.
Much
How
better.
come it's that better? I mean, material is equal.
It's equal, but you have huge problems with. First of all, the knight on e4 is such a tremendous piece.
Agreed.
It's going to be
agreed.
very difficult to get rid of it.
But bishop on b6 is also nice.
Well, thank you. That's what I mean.
Let's start a5.
Good
Make
move.
sure it's very
Good
strong.
move.
Yes.
Yes.
And
So-
our knight is also going to get
Okay,
into
Good
c3.
move.
C3.
So you are going c3. Okay.
Well, but I feel like I'm going in full defense mode. I mean, after
probably
rook on,
have to. You
rook on
probably have to.
a8 to b8,
I'm curious
followed
if
by
I have
bishop to d8.
I'm curious if I have better
Something
moves.
better, right?
Right. So okay. So maybe what if I do this?
I still have to take.
You take. And now queen to c8 once again. This whole idea once again.
Well,
I have ideas of
just
knight d5.
trading the e4 pawn for the b6 pawn feels like black made a favorable trade.
Absolutely. All right. Maybe something else. Maybe something even better.
How about?
What if I take first?
Whoa.
Let's at least try to be a pawn up, right? And now I go castle. Wait a minute. Yes, this should be the easy way out.
Now he's really enthusiastic. Now he came
got a
up
pawn.
because he won a pawn.
I got a pawn. I'm happy with the pawn.
The training is working.
I'm very happy with the pawn. I'm very happy
Very
with the pawn.
nice.
Yes.
Okay, so let's not. Yes, I agree with this. But let's go back a little bit.
Sure.
Not capture on b6. You capture on c2.
Well, you need to defend the knight on b3.
Yes, but your knight on e4 that you bragged about so much is also going to be attacked. So
But I'm 2
rook
pawns up
AC1.
right now.
2 pawns.
I'm 2 pawns up. So I'll take here. You take on e4, that's fine. But
Oh,
after
you are
d5,
2 pawns
I'm
up.
2 pawns up. So I gave you my pride and joy on e4, but I'm 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's a lot.
This is a lot,
yeah,
right?
I mean, as a French defense player, let me say I've had worse. A big opportunity for, what did we say?
Yeah.
Winning a chess game, even when it's a one position, is hard. Winning on demand with black.
Yeah.
Once more, tell us about the head-to-head
So between
these two gladiators.
Tatev, Abrahamyan, she has 2 wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw against Carissa. In the interview with Eric Rosen, Tatev was saying that Carissa is a difficult opponent for her to play.
Yep.
That she won against her like 2018, but then Carissa got really strong, and she's been struggling against her.
One of the reasons that their head-to-head doesn't feature so many games as, for example, Alice Lee and Irina is because she's been going to Stanford. Carissa's been going to Stanford, and she's missed the previous American Cup editions.
All 3 editions.
Exactly. This is her first debut, her first debut. She is taking a sabbatical from the university for a year sabbatical, and she is bound and determined to make a mark in the women's championships cycle. And she had expressed it many times in interviews that Jeannie Sinkfield's Queen's Gift.
She wants to get that award, that $100,000, and
by
become
becoming
the
a grandmaster.
Second female grandmaster in America.
Exactly. She wants to really see how far she can go.
And she's moving to St. Louis.
Yeah, I know.
Near the action and train with the best.
Exactly. Well, my block, is, boy, I tell you, got International Master Eric Rosen, we got Grandmaster Fabiano. I mean,
Grandmaster Levon Aronian.
No, he's on Pine.
Oh, he's
that's
in the
that's the next one over. I mean,
let's not give the exact address.
It's a tough neighborhood. I'm telling you. I mean, let's
not do that.
When it's chess club night around here, I gotta tell you, boy. Alice, after Bishop C4, she's gone into a think tank as she's beginning to realize, wait a minute, you've mentioned Queen D6 as a possible defensive reaction, but the whole point is it's a defensive reaction. Irina can only be overjoyed with the current position on the board. Her opponent's under pressure on the position, but also time.
Yeah, and also Alice, sometimes when she gets these defensive positions, she's not playing that well when she's defending. Like she lost to Nazi Pajkice, where Nazi played really well and did that tactic at the end, because Alice likes to be active, right?
Absolutely. In fact, you might say that Alice's strength as a player is she's very, very good attacker. I mean, she really feels
you give her just a little bit of edge.
And as she demonstrated yesterday, she's also a very good technical player, as she played a very good technical victory. But on the defense, on the back foot, a lot of players have that weakness. They don't defend that well. I think we're ready for a break,
Yes,
our second break, as we get ready for
I'm seeing also Levon Aronian, by the way, finding that rook a4 and rook b4.
He
so
did
before
it.
we go to the break, if we can
Yep.
just check that game.
And by the way, rook a4. Vabi did play, as you just said, a6, rook b4, knight e7, and we were looking at a position with rook b6, knight c6, but there might have been rook b6, knight d5. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. I just. I'm sorry. I'm just having a little bit of a phase that went like this. But
then, unfortunately, after you take the rook, the knight is going to
No. Okay, so after rook b4, knight e7, actually, Levon has just played the move rook h1.
Because he can reroute both rooks to the h file and say, you know what, I just want a pawn. Show me the compensation.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. Rook to h4, trying to win a pawn, and a big advantage on the clock. As we take our break, what's coming up? Do we
Cristian, talk to women about playing aggressive and risk.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And what was the conclusion?
Well, you should stick with us and you will find out.
You can whisper. You can see you on the other side of the break.
When it comes to competing against such a skilled field, such as this one at the American Cup, how do you balance the aggression and risk-taking elements?
I don't know. I still looking for how to recently my game became more dry. I guess I'm not taking much risk, which is wrong, and I'm working and trying to change it. And I'm not playing as aggressive as I used to play as a child, and. Yes, it depends on situation, right? In first game, I'm playing with white, so it doesn't probably make sense to play very aggressively, to play really high risk, because if you're losing first game with white, it will be very difficult to come back next day with black pieces to beat. So I guess in the first game, I will not play any risky variation.
It's a tough question. I'm still working on it. I've always been an aggressive player, and when I take risks, I don't even consider not taking them. But as I've aged and matured, let's say, now I do consider, especially if it's a match and if it's a first game, I know that there's a second game, and if I'm not really sure, maybe I'll not take that risk. I don't know if that's a good decision, but that's how I've been doing it.
I think generally I am a pretty aggressive player, and that might not pan out so well for me again in this elimination format. So we'll kind of have to see, but I'm mostly more preoccupied with trying to keep it safe, being more okay with draws than I would normally be if, that's what the situation demands of me.
Yeah, well, first you have to kind of see what color you're going to be, how you're going to start the match. In the first game, yeah, depending on the color you are, you're probably not going to go crazy, if you're black, right? So it's actually, so what is unique about this match-to-match thing is that you have to adjust your strategy all the time, right? It's not like a round-robin tournament, so you actually have to be very flexible. You might have to play tie-break games, and you might be ahead or behind in the match. So, yeah, you have to be kind of flexible during the event.
Obviously, it requires a lot of preparation, and I've been doing my best to prepare for this tournament. Thankfully, I know the competitors already from all the previous years of playing at the top level here in the United States, and it's always a tough battle, but it's something that I really look forward to, and trying to find a balance between the nerves of playing in such a strong field and being ready to prove myself.
Well, I think when it comes to risk-taking, it really depends on the situation. If you are in a must-win situation, then obviously you have to take more risks. But if you're playing the first game, then it's kind of unnecessary to go all in. It also depends on the opponent. If you know your opponent will take the bait or go maybe the safe way, that also changes your approach.
I typically don't mind going into tie breaks because I think in rapid format I usually do quite well. So for me, it's mostly just making sure that I don't give my opponents any chances to get an advantage in the match. Of course, that's easier said than done, but I think usually it depends on how the first game goes, and then I strategize what I want the result to be based on that.
Yeah, actually that's a very good question, because I remember the first edition that I played, I lost my very first game, and it was really hard to get back to the field, because I remember there was no second time control, and I got into time trouble, very quickly, and I just messed up an equal position. I would say it's really risky that you want to make sure that you basically use your chances at the right moment, but you don't want to play risky that much, because it's just 2 games, and if you lose one game, it's really hard to come back for the second game. But in another hand, it's good that we have double elimination, so you get one more chance. But still, I think you need to be careful. Also, there is no, draw agreement or something like that. So I think everyone is just playing until the end, and everyone is just so competitive. So it's a tough event.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the American Cup. We have 4 ongoing games, but first, let's take a look at the brackets. So in the women's champions bracket, we have Carissa playing black now against Tatev Abrahamyan. Tatev won yesterday, so she's leading the match 1-0, and Carissa needs to win to bounce back. Irina Krush having white against Alice Lee after yesterday's defeat. Alice Lee won against Irina Krush. Irina Krush needs to win, but she's having a very active position now. So she is having the upper hand in the game.
In the opens bracket, Kate?
In the opens bracket, they were all draws yesterday. So Leinier Dominguez now has white against Hikaru Nakamura, and Levon Aronian has white against Fabiano Caruana, and Levon has huge time advantage, 40 minutes time advantage.
In today's schedule, it's only about the champions bracket. The elimination bracket has a rest day, and in case any of the matches are tied 1-1 after the classical games, we're going to be playing a blitz right away. Let's jump into the game of Irina Krush. Irina needing to win. You found the only move in the position, Queen D6, and so did Alice. It took her some time, though. And Irina is enjoying an advantage in the position as well as advantage on the clock. Queen D6, the entire idea behind the move Queen D6, keeping an eye along the 6th rank, but most specifically, Alice is preparing to meet the move G5, which threatens G6, by the way, opening up the position with Bishop E6. And you might think to yourself, yes, I'm opening up the position, but thanks to this move, Queen takes H6, there's not a lot of damage that is being done. And Alice...
Black is happy that, or Alice is happy that she traded some pieces.
Exactly.
So she's eliminating the pressure that white can put on the black king.
So that's Alice. But in the other game that... whoops, I wanted to say Carissa's game.
Abrahamyan
yeah,
Carissa.
When we left it, well, we saw an opportunity for Carissa to win a pawn. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and we had been looking at this critical move. Bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, queen d4, and Cristian spied a pawn. Queen takes c2, an advantage for Carissa. And are the clock factors, a factor here?
Not really. Tatev has 28 minutes, Carissa has 37 minutes. So Carissa has time advantage, but she really has this positional advantage because this is exactly what she hoped for. I mean, she has extra pawn, active pieces. Everything is great with her position.
Yeah, Tatev's going to be kicking herself for allowing this to happen, kind of mixing up her systems a little bit. In the open section, Cristian, we've got a big clash between two all-stars.
Huge clash, yes. And in fact, another big opportunity for Levon, but he keeps on playing fast, missing some opportunities, nevertheless putting a lot of pressure on the clock. Take a look at this. In this position, after knight to e7, rook to h1 was played. You're starting to look at the pawn on h5, right? Potentially doubling up later on with rook to h4. You have to be careful as black. So he plays the move king to g6. And right now, and this is going to be a position that I will give my students as well, because it's so nice the way white can push for an advantage. First, you start with rook to b6. It's very important so that black cannot really stop you with b5 later on in the future.
Two threats.
Big threats. Would you recommend attacking my rook and defending the pawn? It's beautiful, right? Guess what? You can resign after knight takes e5. That's the big threat, right? The pin on the 6th rank, I take, you take, I take. That's an extra piece, winning position. So after rook to b6, you have the only move is to go knight to c6. And this is where I'm sure he missed, or perhaps he stopped trying to find a solution. King h3.
Ooh.
Is a really beautiful move because you have a big threat in the position. You see the idea that black is trying to go e4 and take on g5.
Knight h4 check.
You want knight h4 check, exactly.
Oh,
and the king protects the knight, so you cannot touch that pawn. It's really nice. It's a beautiful
really
one.
is.
Yes. And then this position is just really bad for black. I invade with both of my rooks. The king badly plays the pawn on e4, the pawn on h5. Something's going to give, right, in the position. King h3 is a really nice move.
It's so beautifully hidden.
And it's pretty much the only one, right? Because you're not only opening up the g file, but also later on in the future defending that knight on h4. So it comes with alacrity. You have to go king f7 and you're already in big, big trouble, it seems like.
But you're not looking at king h3.
You're not.
I mean, that is just a hidden gem.
Only if somebody tells you, hey, this is the moment. Try to find something good.
Yeah.
Something strong in this
like you need a tactical puzzle book, and then they say, here's a tactic. But if you're at the board, you're looking at, I don't know.
You don't know when the moment is.
You're looking at
b4,
b5.
Exactly.
b4, a4, b5.
Exactly.
King h3, what a move.
What a move, yes. He played the move rook to h3.
Spectacular.
The right square,
really nice.
just the wrong piece.
Yes. And after rook to h3, knight to c6, seems like Fab is slowly creeping his way back into this game. Rook to c4, still pressure. Pressure from white, pressure on the clock. This is big, guys. Keep an eye on the clock. 15 minutes
White is not
only.
allowing black to recapture that pawn on g5, right? That's the main trick.
Yes. That's very nice. Yes, of course. You take the knight on c6, pawn on e5 falls. Guess what? The rook on d7 falls as well. So you're in trouble if you do that.
Could I ask a quick question? Instead of the move rook h3, if Levon had captured on f6, yes, rook h4, the other one.
The other one.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grabber. Warning.
I'll give you a check is the problem. If you go here, I go rook to d1. Right, and this should be fine for...
Knight e1?
No.
You want to go knight e1?
I'm still trying to grab pawns.
Are you really going this passive?
For a pawn, anything?
I'll walk through the Gobi Desert for a pawn.
You're going very passive.
No, I was going to take on h5.
But I'm taking the pawn back. If you
but I was making a pretense.
I can take, or I can even start with knight f5 first.
Well, I was making a pretense that I might play rook takes e5 in some iteration. Okay, is this an extra pawn or not?
No, that
wasn't
an extra pawn.
Okay, so no taking on f6.
No, rook h3, knight c6,
rook c4,
king f5.
Wow, where is this king going?
I think he's trying to support something along the lines. First of all, you're threatening to take now, finally, because there's no more rook c6 and knight takes c5.
Oh, sorry, knight h4 check. I'm take the take the pawn. Let me show you what. Check. Yes, and rook h4.
That's mate. No way to stop.
Ooh, don't.
No way to stop. Pre-move.
Pre-move.
Rook takes h5. There's no move.
No. Okay.
So of course I'm going to run.
You have to run that way. Yes.
And that's his idea. He's trying to get away from g6 because this knight h4 is coming in the position. So that's why he's trying to run away.
Pursue that line for just a moment. Knight h4.
Yes.
Take on f6.
Probably king takes f6. Not the best. Rook d2. Okay, let's say I take.
Rook f3 check.
You give a check. I go. I'm happy. These two pawns are finally doing something,
is
right?
Actually sheltered, isn't it?
So can we go rook f5?
What's the idea of rook f5?
Well, I'm kind of locking your rook on the h file.
But that's
king
about
h3.
it.
Rook h4.
Don't I have
and
rook
then
g4?
worse even here.
Don't I have rook g4?
Yeah, I think he has rook g4.
You cannot take on h4. That would be bad.
That's tricky, guys.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
King f5.
So king
interesting
f5.
move.
And
it
he's
seems
done it
like
with
taking, and now king to f1 to try to go to e2 would still give white the advantage. So Levon still has the advantage. Fabi needs to be very careful.
And the clock, too.
It's about the clock.
Yeah.
15 minutes for Fabiano, an hour on the clock for Levon.
Fabi is the player who likes the extra time. I'm not used to, like Ray Robson is always playing on increment. We talk about the strengths and weaknesses of the players. If you were to judge Fabi by how he plays only on the increment, how would you evaluate his strength?
Everybody plays bad.
Yes.
Only on increment, except Ray Robson.
And Leinier.
Ray Robson plays better.
Ray Robson and Leinier
Somehow.
seem to play better only playing on increments.
Yes, I would say time travel makes a fool of all of us.
Update us on the Nakamura game? I haven't
Yes.
seen that for a little while.
I'm in fact hearing that Naka might in fact have a better position. So this is what we got right now. I think we left it off after somewhere around here,
Yes.
right? A5, we
A5
already
was
said,
a step in the wrong direction.
Go B4, keep the pawn on A4 so that you have B5 ideas. And the pawn structure, you don't want to limit yourself as much as you did with the move A5. Bad move. D4, knight B3, knight C5. We get some exchanges.
Wow.
Now give me one more move. I'll take on C3 and I'll open up that bishop. So you have to close things up.
But that's a huge concession.
That's the problem. Again, it's the pawn on A5. And you're not going to be easily defending that with B4. B6, a bit of a strange decision.
I'm sorry. I love this position.
You
for
like this
black.
move, yes.
For black, I think that white's just look at the position. White's passive.
Yep.
You're not playing B4 and you're not playing F4. Who has
Yep.
the breaks?
Yep. Well, I still don't see black's breaks.
No, I mean it's a long massage.
It seems like a long, slight advantage for black, but I still don't see a good weight. Like, I'm seeing the knight coming to G4. Are you going to attack it with H5?
Yes.
You
Drive it
will.
back. Drive
So
it
you're
back.
basically saying that at some point you're going to start pushing your pawns on
Yes,
this side.
that will be the break.
You need to come up with another attacker against the pawn on F3, right?
Yep.
It's interesting. Maybe the knight coming to G6 as well is what I'm seeing. So maybe H6 or H5, G5, the knight jumps to G6, and then at the right moment...
It's a long story, but
going
yes.
to F4.
Yes.
In the meantime, you don't really do anything on this side, is the
Right.
problem, right? So I have my attack on the king side as black. You don't have your attack on the queen side.
That's what it is.
That's the difference maker.
Yeah.
And it does seem like Levon, maybe at the moment, should probably start thinking about equalizing the position.
Cristian,
If he
do you
can.
mind going back to that move C4, the 17th move in this game? How do you feel about that B6 move? Is it the best move, or I kind of like that A5 pawn being a weakness? So what
It's
if
the best
I just
move. Best move by the engine.
really, if I continue just Queen E7, not allowing any B4, and just thinking, in the future I want to play Bishop B4 and just capture that pawn. Rook F7, I'm just going to double on the F file. I just want to keep the pawn structure as it is.
It seems like Rook A4 with ideas of B4 at the right moment are starting to come in position.
So if I go Rook F8, you're just going to play
most
B4?
likely. No, not yet. I need to
to,
defend. I need to
defend the
defend
pawn on
first.
F2.
I'll go Rook F1 first.
Yeah.
Okay, now you want to play B4.
I do want to play B4. Yeah.
Or
So for
Queen
example, if you go
B1.
H6, I think B4 works.
Or Queen B1, and I'm forcing a trade of pieces.
Yes.
And
yes.
I
So I don't get to play my Bishop B4 and just attack your pawn because you will continue on the queen side.
Not really, yes. If you take, I have Queen to B3, Queen to D2 as well.
Knight G4.
Knight G4 is coming.
Okay, and maybe that A5 pawn can be strong in the future once you get B4.
Exactly.
Right. You
Exactly.
can anchor your pieces a little bit.
No, B5 was a good, B6 was a good decision by Hikaru, it seems like. And right now he's enjoying a slight advantage. Very slight.
It's kind of funny how you started the whole show, Cristian, talking about the ratings and how Hikaru slipped below the 2,800 mark and how important that is. A victory today.
Oh, that's going to give him a lot of
gets a lot of those points right back. He may find himself back above the 2,800
Not above,
threshold.
but he's getting about 4.5 to 5 points, I think, for a victory.
Right. Well, you talked
which
about
is very
his
good.
slippage of 6 points. Thank you. Going to the game of Tatev and Carissa. Well, Carissa's played it brilliantly. There were some complicated captures on the e4, and whether you wanted to take with the knight, for example, twice, or you start with, the bishop. Well, she's played it according to our Silicon friend in the very, very best way, including and up to the current position with queen takes c2. It's very easy to stop and second guess yourself, like queen takes c2, rook c1, am I losing something?
Now, even for white queen to capture on g7.
For example, queen takes g7.
But like you are just getting yourself into more trouble, because after queen captures there, you are attacking the rook, but yes, there is this really strong move, bishop f6.
Yep.
And now your queen is under attack, the knight on b3 is also still under attack, so white is just going to lose a piece. Or actually the queen is trapped.
The queen is trapped.
So it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah. When I was young, I loved bringing my queen out early and going bang, 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 bang. And I must have happened to me 30 times, if not 60. I would play a move like queen takes g7, and I'd be gleeful, thinking, oh, I'm going to take a rook on my next turn, and my opponent would play a move like bishop f6. And I turn red.
Maybe I should have waited with that queen.
Maybe I
need some assistance there.
Yeah, so the g7 pawn is taboo. I think as is the b6 pawn, right? I think on queen b6 we were just going to be castling.
And then we have in our pocket that rook b8, this rook or the other rook.
And the
because there's a skewer. Yes,
this is, again, for those of you joining us late, Tatev won the first game in very impressive style yesterday with the black pieces. All she needed was a draw coming in today, and she keeps her champion's bracket and an extra life. No, Carissa has really played a very enterprising Sicilian, and the current situation is Carissa is for choice. She's snapped the pawn in the center of the board, the pawn on e4, and she's followed up with this very good queen takes c2.
The problem for white is now we cannot play rook c1 to try to attack the queen, because our knight
is simply hanging.
It's just attacked. So
and all we're doing is helping black with these trades, or with or without d5. I'm not 100% sure, but
like it's two extra pawns.
Two extra pawns.
That's too much.
Exactly.
So now how do you save that knight? How do you protect the knight on b3?
How do you get compensation? Normally speaking, you would really, really love to get an f4, f5. This is just simply a position that doesn't allow for it. The knight hanging. So one more look. Queen takes, castles, yes. Knight d4. I'm trying to trick you, if you don't mind. I'll make
queen d3 or queen c5.
I make a very, very bad move, and this is the trick I had in mind. That
you have intermediate move.
Yes.
Capturing a bishop, giving a check, and now we're capturing the queen and being very happy.
So maybe something of this nature, knight d4. What did you suggest a moment ago?
I thought queen d3. But I'm hearing that Hikaru may be repeating moves with Leinier Dominguez.
Well, let's go to that game and just catch up, because just at the moment we were suggesting that Hikaru was the one for choice. He's now agreeing to a repetition. Again, when we left it just about these parts, and we were warming up to the fact that, well, like black has the
Great
breaks.
Position. Good pieces, file for the rooks.
Everything. And no, he hasn't played rook f6, so thinking about rook f6. Personally, I would prefer to be black in this moment. I would nurse the position. Cristian was mentioning ideas of swinging the knight to here. I like the idea of playing h6, king h7, and slowly maybe on a good day playing for g6 and h5.
Because you understand that white doesn't have the counterplay,
Exactly.
right? White cannot push f4.
Right.
And if I cannot push f4, what can I do?
You're
the bishop on d2 is just not great.
You're waiting. You're waiting for
my
an
knight on h2 can jump to g4 to be better, but then it's just waiting to be kicked back at one moment.
With h5. That's exactly right. I'm going to switch our game very quickly to Fabi. Where are you, Fabi? There you are. Fabi and Levon. A pair of rooks have come off. That's a kind of a success, I would say, for Fabi.
Mm-hmm.
King f5, very enterprising move. Captures on f6. Captures on f6. Rook h4. To all appearances, white is the one with the active position. Rook g8, rook g3. That's a concession. That's a big... I think that if I was in Fabi's shoes, I would feel like I'm not necessarily dodged a bullet or something like that. I would feel a sense of relief getting off a pair of rooks.
But how are you going to be defending the pawns? So
I
right
have
now
no
I have a
idea.
threat.
You
I
do?
played rook c4 because I want to capture the knight on c6 and give a fork.
That's a nasty.
Say
You're a
king
cruel.
f5.
You're a cruel person.
And if you go rook d6
No,
or
go king f5.
king
Yeah,
f5.
I would like to play rook check. So king f5. First of all, everybody, bad move. This is what Kate is talking about. She's got tactics in her blood. I mean, it's just a part
This
of
is the
who
fun
she
part
is.
about chess.
So king f5, stopping the tactical threat of rook takes c6. Sorry, Kate, you were about to tell me.
Maybe rook c5.
Rook c5, check. Yay. That's my first threat of the game. I'm so proud of myself.
King h3.
And my second threat of the game, I have active play.
I mean,
Now that a pair of rooks have come off, there's some sensitive...
aren't you worried about your king there? So knight h4.
worried about the king, or a good general, a good king leads his army into battle. Look at this.
Okay,
I'm not
if
saying...
I go f4.
What?
What am I missing?
F4?
Yes, let's go. I want to go.
Whoa,
And I want to open that fifth rank.
I'm just imagining, I have checkmating nets. I'm just imagining where my knight must be to checkmate you. Should my knight be on f2?
How do you want to get the knight there?
No idea. I'll cheat if I have to. But checkmating nets, how does my knight get there? I'm not sure.
By the way, there king f5 is on the board. Okay, I take.
Takes. Knight here. So if I'm thinking of a checkmating net, I want to go knight e2.
Okay, now I can start with rook d5.
Good point, good point. Rook d5.
Be careful, I want to capture that
Yes,
knight.
you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, I don't know. It's a conundrum. Let me just refresh the board for just a second.
I think we're
Pete.
seeing a repetition, guys.
Are we?
Yeah, rook h4 was happened. King to g6. I think we're going to see rook c4, king f5, and so on and so forth.
You think Levon is not going to try to push?
I mean, he's the one
50
with the
extra minutes.
Look, if I've got 50 minutes, I want to. Why did I play so fast?
I think it's too late. Rook to c4. He realizes
Really?
that it's too late. Yep. King f5. We're going to
That
see a
would mean our
repetition.
first playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Our first playoff.
Okay,
and
yes, they're
very quickly,
repeating.
you're right. Wow. You know, I think it was that king h3 miss.
That was a huge miss.
amazing.
If he finds
amazing
that,
possibility.
he has great chances to win the game.
Okay, we are playoff bound.
Yeah,
at
I
least
mean,
in
Levon
one
is
case.
shaking his head, and it is.
I think
this
he
looks
believes
like
he missed
draw.
something. And
He
perhaps
knows he missed something.
He
that
feels like he missed something.
It was elusive.
Not
so
easy.
this is
It
drawing
was
the
a
second
beautiful-
game between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana, and we are headed to playoff.
Exactly, and probably the similar story between Hikaru and Leinier and Hikaru as well. At the moment, the position's quite balanced. I have a slight preference for Black's position, but I wouldn't say it's a huge advantage or anything like that. We may be seeing another playoff here. One of the ladies who is behind has got to win. And when we left it, we thought that both Carissa, it would be amazing if we had 4 playoffs, by the way. It would just be absolutely ridiculous. Whoa.
So Carissa
Something
did
just
not
happened.
castle. That is an
Queen
interesting
C2.
decision.
Queen takes b6.
Wait, is that a blunder?
Queen takes b6.
Knight f6.
Knight f6?
Because we like to play queen c6 to get a double attack on the king that has not castled yet, even though she had a chance to castle the king now.
That was why we were
the rook in the
castling.
corner. So if we try to kick the queen away from the c file, rook ac1.
No way am I allowing queen c6 check. I have to maintain that, don't I? But knight to d2?
Mm-hmm. I'm also thinking about rook e1 or some ideas, to allow for discovered attacks.
I was going to say, playing with fire, knight d2. At the moment, Carissa's, well, you love king safety. That's one of the elements of chess. Material, time, pawn structure, space, king safety. And it's amazing to me that she took this risk.
Because maybe now I can play even rook fd1 in your position.
I am castling with both hands. Exit stage right. I'm out of here. I am very, very happy to castle.
But now knight c4. I feel like I'm maybe
Some
starting to
momentum,
get something, some
But I
some
still
ideas.
have some pawns. I still have pawns, right?
Okay, rook d4.
Okay.
I will chase you away.
But finally, I feel like I've reached somehow the high ground, the promised land.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to play knight d5, and unfortunately for Tatev, she will still be on the back foot. By the way, clock times factor.
So Tatev
Kate?
has 10 minutes and Carissa 35 minutes, so 25 minutes advantage.
A must win for Carissa with the black pieces. She has to win on demand. A draw, and she's out of the champions bracket. Going to go to the game of, and we think Carissa is for choice. I'm going to go to the game of Alice Lee and Irina Krush. Similar story, but in this story, it's Irina. Irina needs to win. And when we left it, did they follow our analysis?
They did.
All the way here, and I think I was playing queen e4 castles or something. Irina has captured on e5. Well, you got to admit, she's achieved what she wanted, which was to open up the king side. I mean, I don't know if at the end of the day she necessarily got an advantage, but she definitely got what she wanted. Okay, bishop is hanging.
Do we retreat or
the desirable bishop f4 has a fail. That's what we call a fail.
By the way, what if I play bishop c3?
Okay.
Is that a fail too? Is that some rook takes e3 stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
Pawn takes,
Rook
queen
takes e3.
takes,
Let's have some fun.
king f1.
No.
I don't think there's a follow-up, right?
No follow-up.
And
Looks pretty, but
keep an eye for h7. I mean,
no. White
it
is
looked
okay
fun,
here.
but no.
So you can retreat back.
I can, but if you don't mind, let me be my most obnoxious self and try to keep my pieces active and maybe, I don't know, king e2, castles? Try to find a cocoon for my king.
But can I?
You're laughing about my cocoon? You don't believe?
Yes,
You don't
can I be
believe.
very sneaky here?
Yes.
Rook takes your bishop.
Rook takes my bishop.
Okay,
Queen
I'll take
takes your rook.
Bishop f6.
And you can be sneaky. Munch.
I take your queen.
Oops. I lose the game. So I have to drop back. Queen e4 defends the rook. You're welcome to take that one.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh,
it's not working now anymore.
But it was fun while it lasted.
I had to try.
But honestly, what does she want after Queen e4? I'm trying to understand.
By the way, am I looking at the bubble?
There's a bubble, yes.
The engine didn't like bishop takes h4.
But I can
am
play
I missing
Queen G5.
something?
There's Queen G5. It's not
I
that.
am missing something. Queen e4. Defends the bishop, attacks your bishop. What are you doing? Please play g5.
Queen G5.
Okay, Queen G5 I take on h4 with the rook. Let's calculate that.
Right. Now, Irina's having the fun.
Wait, is it that scary? So Queen takes D5?
Queen takes e5.
E5, pardon me.
That's okay. Check.
Let's give you a check first, and then
I'm
rook
gonna
b1.
run.
Just a simple move.
And then we're playing major piece, middle game ending,
But
and
your
then the
king
question
is not that safe.
Black's king.
Black's king, yes.
Because king e2, I may have a lot of safety. Again, rook f4 is, I've always got to be aware.
So let's just play a few more moves. B6.
Please. B6.
I want to get B6 and F6, and then I feel I'm somewhat safe.
Okay. I want to include this animal in the attack. Maybe if I can get rook g1 in, I will have a threat of check and to take the pawn.
That's a big threat, actually.
Yeah. Simple man, simple ideas.
No, this is very good.
At least, okay, so a moment, and jump in on this one, Cristian. The engine said bishop takes h4 question mark. I went queen f5 naively. Is queen e4 a much better move?
In fact, queen to b2 is the best.
Queen to b2?
Queen to b2 is the best, with the idea to take on g7. This is the big threat, right?
Right.
So for example, if you go b6, trying to say, okay, I'm defending the pawn on b7, guess what? We're transitioning into this, pretty much winning endgame.
Of course.
This is winning.
Irina's all smiles.
And
there.
you cannot avoid that by, let's say, taking on f2 first. Because once you take on g7, guess what? I'm not exchanging the queens anymore.
No.
I'm trapping your queen. So queen to b2 is a very powerful one. Now let's see this one. Queen to e4 is fine as well, but it does seem like this is not winning, at least not as good as queen to b2. Still an advantage for white with a move rook to b1, but not as convincing.
Okay.
So queen to b2 is the best move in the position. Whatever she does, to be honest, in this position, she's going to enjoy an advantage. Even just the simple bishop to c3.
Even
Drop
bishop
back,
c3 as well.
Drop back to c3, saying that, hey, it's going to be quite difficult to get out of this pin. And I have long castle as a potential opportunity. For example, if you go queen to g5, what about long castle in this position? How do you defend against rook to g1?
That's a very good question.
You're lost. You're in fact lost right now. Everything is attacking your king. I think from a practical perspective, I understand queen b2 is the best move, but I really like bishop c3. It's safe. It does threaten the move long castle, and you still have a lot of problems to deal with on the h and g files.
Boy, I'm really soaring to the possibilities for Irina.
Yeah.
And it occurs to me at a completely different. I like bishop c3. I like queen
I think
b2.
I think she'll play bishop c3.
And then I'm just having this wonder, what about bishop to g3? I know it looks weird. I want to take your bishop. Obviously, you only have this move. Anything else, you just lose.
Targeting the rook in the corner.
Oh, pardon me. Targeting the rook in the corner. King e2. You've got to take on g3. Yes. I kind of toss in this
That's
guy.
Fine. King f8.
And now I start to think, hey, on a beautiful sunny day, I've got my king looks a little bit safer.
Maybe I can start looking at ideas of rook d8.
You know, I do miss the fact that your bishop is off sides, and now I am warming to bishop c3 as well. Queen b2, bishop c3?
Well, the thing is, bishop c3 has dual purpose. You're defending the pawn structure, but also keeping an eye on that pawn on g7. That pawn on g7
is a weakie.
Is tender.
And I like this just easy plan. You just castle alongside, you bring the other rook to attack on the king side, and black doesn't really have any targets or attacking choices.
When you think about Irina's opening decision, knight f3, b3, bishop b2, she couldn't have dreamed of having a more beautiful diagonal for a bishop. This bishop is like on the worst square, right? I mean, like, you know, teleport it somewhere else, and rook g1. Ooh.
Yeah, I thought it was a bold decision from Alice to capture that pawn on h4 with the bishop.
And the engine doesn't like it. Is time a factor in this one?
Well, Irina Krush has 21 minutes and Alice 16 minutes.
I think that's where Irina, yesterday, Irina really outplayed Alice and had a serious upper hand, but then somehow she goes into some thing, maybe she loses some energy late middle game, overthinks her hand and ends up misplaying it as she did yesterday. Against Atusa, she looked wonderful. She just played a very good match. Here, she's got to play bishop c3.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's go to the game of Tatev.
Carissa says, hey, an extra pawn. I love it. Gold medal for Carissa as she's just challenging Tatev to do something.
She's asking, ready. Why did you give me 3 pawns right now?
Wow.
So what?
I mean, I don't think I had such a basket of pawns in my life.
What can be Tatev thinking to play here?
Well, rook c7, the desirable rook c7 has an issue. I mean, I do want to take this bishop, yes, if you castle especially, but there is knight d5. That hurts my feelings.
So maybe...
There's knight d7 also hurting my feelings.
Both moves look very well. Maybe she wants to just play rook a1 and capture that pawn on a6 and go into that position with being a pawn down.
Well, again, at the moment it's 2, right?
Yes, correct.
It's 2 pawns. This just looks horrifyingly bad. You take a pawn on a6
and the black knight is going to go to d5, exactly. It's
with
a very strong square.
When the knight lands on d5, it's going to be forking queen and bishop. It's going to be with the tempo, as you mentioned. This looks terrible for Tatev.
She also is very down on clock, so Carissa is enjoying very nice position and time advantage, 26 minutes.
Oof, oof. I just as a competitor, you just feel like when you win with black, the match is over. It's a formality. You shouldn't be giving.
Tatev has 5 minutes, guys.
Ooh.
Again, let's not forget about that. She's 2 pawns down.
Yeah.
5 minutes on the clock, and there's no way out. I think we're seeing another tie breaks today.
Okay, one more try. Can she be thinking about rook c4 here?
Okay, rook c4. Again, it's all about this. It's all about defending the c6 square. So long as I don't blunder queen c6 and I play a move like queen b5, I think it's just really good.
2 pawns, the knight is coming to d5.
The ideal
it's
square.
Not looking great.
No. Grim.
In fact, look at Carissa. She looks extremely confident right now. Rook to a1, going for that
a1. I think
a6 pawn. But now you just go queen d7.
Exactly. That was just our analysis. Queen d7, rook takes a6, castles by Carissa, and suddenly knight to d5, and it's material initiative clock.
Yeah, that's an extra pawn. She's got everything. Beautiful pawn structure. Knight d5, bishop f6.
Everything.
In fact, you will lose that pawn on b2.
No question about it.
And I'm going to be 2 pawns up.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a very bad position. Let's go back to the open section. Leinier Dominguez against Hikaru Nakamura. What is happening there right now?
We're just going to catch up with the players a bit. White's stuck. White is not playing f4 anytime soon. White is not playing b4 anytime soon. So white is basically waiting for black to make some kind of breaks. So black is thinking, is my break going to be h4? Am I going for g5, g4? Or am I going to shift and break with b5? Finally, is this bishop better or worse than this bishop? In other words, should I be engineering a bishop trade? Well, we're about to find out the answers. Bishop e7, rook a1. Leinier is marking time. From Hikaru's point of view, the knight on c6 could be earning more. He needs a better job. Knight to a6, knight to c5, the knight might find itself more effective. So
or to the king side, maybe knight d7, a knight to f6, and maybe h7 and g5.
It's a long road to Tipperary. Okay, rook back to d7, king to g8, rook a1, knight a6, rook b1, bishop b4. Would you like to trade bishops? That was my question. Whose bishop is better?
I mean, white's bishop has no squares. So.
That was a big decision, because now the knight on b4 is a constant thorn.
But I mean, there is no other square. Would you move bishop c1?
I would think about it.
And then capture the bishop.
and then try to trade bishops for the rest of the game. Knight takes b4. Well, pardon me. Hikaru is, okay, it's going through his mind that the c5, the pawn on b3
because then the a file can be used for the rooks that
exactly. He is considering, he's very seriously considering the very unusual recapture a5 takes b4. And you know, the more I'm looking at it, it's not that crazy. Then
I think it would be targeting that pawn on d3.
I know, but it could be an inspired decision. Seriously, you put the knight on c5, targeting the pawn on d3, just as you would like. You put the pawn on b3. Knight a4 in the future. Clock times. I know Leinier is going to be down.
Both of them have 22 minutes.
Leinier's not down?
Leinier is not down, no.
Oh, my goodness.
In fact, he has 30-second advantage.
Be serious. Be serious.
One move.
I mean, the other day, somebody told me Ray Robson had more time on the clock than his opponent. I was just like, check my blood pressure.
He is about to capture.
Almost never happens.
He's thinking about it.
I mean, both options look very nice. And he's capturing.
Wow. Okay, that is a very, very creative recapture. That is something you just don't see that often. Doubling up your pawns.
On c5.
But what a gorgeous knight. I mean, that is one of the most beautiful knights you will ever see.
And then the pawn on b3 is going to be also beautiful.
Hikaru seems to be doing a head shake, like, hey, I feel like I'm better at this position. I don't see the breakthrough yet, right? I know I'm better.
I'm covering a6, I'm covering a4. As soon as I play b3, everything. And
black is also thinking about playing h4, right? I may want to trade on g3 because then you have a lot of weaknesses to defend.
Well, here's the rub. From white's point of view, the knight on h2 is literally on its worst square. It's never going to f3, and we're not going to allow rook takes f3. Can't go to g4, so it's literally out of the game. Like, just, forget about it. You're almost playing a knight down. Now, this knight is not going to win the game by itself either, but it is tying up white's queen to the defense as well. So I would say, for sure, it's a two-result game. Either black is going to win this game and therefore win the match and go on into the champions, or it's going to be a draw and Leinier is going to suffer.
It's just so difficult for Leinier to find anything to do here.
Right.
He's just going to be moving the rooks back and forth. He has no active play here.
Exactly. If the knight were on e1, it would be just so much better. It would have opportunities of becoming active. If the knight was on h3, that would actually be a dream come true. We could put a pawn on h4 and we could anchor away on the g5 square. This is not a nice position. By the way, for those of you joining us late, Fabi versus Levon Aronian, yes, they are going into playoffs. Yes, they will be playing that blitz playoff later as soon as all the classical games are done. So we have at least one playoff.
But here, first game was a draw.
Exactly.
So if Hikaru manages to win this game, then he continues in the champions bracket.
He'll have clinched the match. But in the ladies, crazily enough, we might have some playoffs there as well. It's up to Carissa. She must win her game to get into a playoff, as well as Irina. When we left it, we've just seen the position after castles. Tatev traded on the traded rooks, and now we were expecting knight to d5. I mean, we're talking about Hikaru's knight, nicely anchored. Knights just love central outposts. This is a really, really, really handsome steed.
This is a great position for Carissa. She will still need to show some good technique to win this position, but she has 24 extra minutes. Tatev only 4 minutes on the clock, which will make it very difficult to find the accurate defense.
And I love the follow-up of Queen A4 and Bishop F6.
By the way,
Commentators
Carissa,
curse. Commentators curse.
She's saying, maybe I want to do something on the diagonal
right.
and trade more pieces.
Knights love anchored squares, and yes, it's true. This knight is protected on the G4 square. It's okay. I'm not a fan. I just much prefer knights in the center of the board, as I do, and on the side, bishop to d4.
But now I offer a trade, bishop f6.
Well, I'm not sure you're offering a trade. I think Carissa's got, how do you say, tactics.
Some smother made.
Come on, is this not your favorite checkmating pattern ever?
It's a very beautiful pattern.
I just thought that this was like the most beautiful piece of poetry, music I've ever seen. The smothered checkmate. I mean, losing your queen, Cristian. I mean, have you ever gotten the smothered mate in your games?
Of course, yeah.
Bravo.
Many times when I was a kid, at least.
So
maybe dozens, if not hundreds of times.
Oh, well, in blitz, but I'm in the tournament game, yeah. So bishop f6, I'm assuming Tatev is going to defend.
But can we go back for
Please?
a second? Like, after knight takes f2, can you take on f2 with the rook? Can we show that as well?
Yes. Queen check. King has to go to h1. Knight to f2. You have to take.
I have to take on f2.
Right. And queen takes.
Yeah, so the problem is rook a1 is also coming.
I have a couple of back rank mates as well. I'm going to...
just exchange up. You can just take the bishop
pieces.
back. So if white retreats with the queen, queen d1 to guard all the back rank checkmate, then we're going to capture the knight first.
Oh, I thought you were going to... We're going to capture the bishop. No, you said capture the knight
No, I do want to do the back rank checkmate.
Oh my goodness.
And then if you really persevere, you move the queen away now, then I'm going to capture the bishop.
Persevere. I don't know how long I'm going to persevere. That's awful. Okay, so in the current position, after knight g4, bishop d4, we are anticipating bishop f6. I'm guessing Tatev is just going to say, okay, let me put a stop to this. I will defend the bishop.
But then she's going to struggle forever with being pawned down, worse position.
Would you trade queens? Or not?
Good question.
Would you play e5 or not?
e5 looks tempting.
But e5, I don't know. Here we go. Carissa, when she played knight g4, she had this in her mind.
Bishop f6 is on the board.
That these f2, queen f2, knight f2 check ideas. Otherwise, she would have played knight d5 in a heartbeat. but she's looking at this.
By the way, Yasser, I'm going to make you happy. Irina Krush did play your bishop c3 move that you liked.
Okay, or queen b2, or
Bishop c3 and then queen b2. Yes, those two moves. Both of those moves that you wanted.
Well, again, I have to say, I do, in fact, have skin in the game. Irina was my pick to win the championship. Bishop takes, bishop c3, and now queen h5.
That's an interesting move, just not allowing white to castle.
Exactly. And I mean, it would have been easy peasy for white to castle and bring the rook to g1. So queen h5, kicking, queen b2, and again, as Cristian pointed out, give me the pawn. Take it, said Alice. What? Really? Wow. What a move.
Because if you capture bishop takes g7, there is this move queen f3. I'm attacking your rook, and I'm attacking pawn on f2.
Wow.
And you know, black wants to bring the other rook to play, and then whose king is in danger?
I think white, white really, Irina really wanted her king safely ensconced on the queen side. This is not what she had in mind.
So can we check that queen takes b7?
Yes. Rook e4. Yeah, so instead of queen getting bogged down over there, we have to do this. But now rook e3.
You have some rook e3 ideas, yeah?
Yes, we do.
That's actually a big idea.
And maybe even starting with queen f3 and then rook takes e3.
So if I go queen d5 now.
Queen d5.
Right, I'm looking to exchange. I got my pawn, I'm looking to exchange the queens now.
Fair.
Wait, but what if
Yeah.
I have some bishop takes f2? No?
Either bishop f2 or rook takes c3. Those are the two big moves.
Rook f4.
How many pieces are you sacking?
And queen e2, rook e2, not enough? Nothing?
No, but rook takes c3 I think works.
She's capturing on b7.
It's a big problem, actually.
Ooh, Irina. Well, again, I mean, from Irina's point of view,
rook e8 was played.
She has to go for the gold.
And Irina is slower on time right now. She has 8 minutes while Alice has 14 minutes.
It feels like once again she's getting outplayed.
But what happened?
Like yesterday.
Cristian, you have to then tell us what went wrong, because I see the evaluation, it says equal, while we thought that white was enjoying
queen b2
advantage.
was very much in the wrong direction.
So after
you want to defend the light squares. It's all about the light squares. It's
maybe she should have agreed to a trade of queens.
Queen d1, yes.
Queen d1.
Yes.
And just said, I think Irina was thinking she didn't want to trade queens, that she wanted to pursue her attack. And king
f1.
Wow.
Well, rook takes c3 was a serious threat.
Okay. And why didn't queen d5 work?
Rook takes c3.
Because of rook takes e3 was.
Maybe we should show that, actually.
Okay. Just to show.
I don't think we finished that variation.
Rook takes e3 check. Pawn
take.
takes e3. Rook takes e3 check.
If you go to f1, queen e2, queen takes f2, that's a mate.
Oh, that's beautiful.
King f1, queen e2 check, followed by queen f2 mate.
And if you
go
the
to same way,
d2,
queen e2 check, followed by mate on c2.
Rook takes c3, king to b1, queen c2.
Nice.
Yeah, everything is forced. So
everything
queen d5
is
doesn't
forced.
work. You have to go king f1. You need to get out of this rook takes c3.
And so no queen d5, but king f1. And
I mean, I'm getting some ideas even with rook f4 here,
Yes.
But
rook f4.
It's just tricky, but it doesn't sound like maybe rook h2 and white is fine. But
I also
just
have
some complications, like white has
but
to be
I do
really
have a
careful.
tricky move for you.
Queen g2.
Queen g2. Check it out. It defends f2. Rook f2, queen f2. What a sneaky, rotten person I am. I'm threatening rook takes, queen takes g7, checkmate. So,
but we have to be a little careful. So queen f3 is one move.
But then rook takes h4.
Rook takes h4
is the problem.
Exploits.
Actually, pin on the other side.
True that. Then suddenly it's a pin on that diagonal. By the way, you were saying that Irina's
Queen f5 on the board.
Dropping on the clock?
Yes, so there is now 5 minutes advantage for Alice Lee.
Queen f5, okay, that's a pretty direct threat if ever I've seen one. It's time to defend the threat.
And also, okay.
Time to defend the threat, rook h2.
No, there is still this pawn on c4 hanging.
It's been...
At some moment, we may decide to take it, not only because we are capturing a pawn, but we are also clearing the diagonal so the black queen can go to d3.
Exactly. So, but I had to defend against the threat of checkmate in one. Now, I think this is, no, that's just exposing the king. I can't afford to do that. So rook h2 is actually forced, and Irina a little bit behind on the clock. By the way, how much time did you say she had?
She has 8 minutes, and Alice has 13 minutes.
A 5-minute differential. Rook h2. With the move rook takes c4, Alice will get material equality back. So rook takes c4. Rook takes e3.
I'm even thinking about rook g4.
Rook g4 with intentions of...
Also
well,
queen
I wanted
d3?
to play queen d5. I'm thinking queen d5 is the move that so long as this pawn is on the board, queen d5 will protect me against queen d3.
But I also have the idea of queen g6 to just double on the g file.
Queen g6 doubling on...
And she's capturing the pawn on c4.
I don't know, between Carissa and Alice, who's going to get pawn grubbers. But that was right. I mean, $100,000 is one thing, but pawn grubbers awards we don't give them away. Rook take, you got to earn them. Rook takes c4. The crazy part is how did Irina not get her rook on a1 into the game? That is a very strange thing. Okay. Queen h1, ridiculous move, I know. What other ridiculous moves can I think of?
I mean, like rook e1?
Well, yeah. I want to, essentially, I want to threaten mate. I want to threaten checkmate by taking your bishop. Okay, I agree.
Because I'm worried about that queen d3 check. So I want to be blocking it with rook e2. That's the whole intention of this move.
Guys.
It's not the most pretty way. Please.
Hikaru. Let's move on to that one. Let's check right now. Exactly, this is what I want to see. I want to see his reaction. Knight takes b3 is winning. No, he did not spot it. That was a free pawn on b3. What a missed opportunity.
Knight takes b3 was gorgeous because there's a mate. Wait a minute.
Queen d2?
Queen d2, oh.
And that's it.
That's
so sweet.
pretty, just too much pressure on that pawn on f2.
What a missed opportunity.
Ooh.
And now, guess what? Rook to a2 came. And there is no more knight takes b3.
Hold on. How does this work, Cristian?
Queen takes a2.
No, just
queen e1. Takes, queen e1.
Queen e1
is winning as well.
Sorry. Knight, that's a nasty move. Knight takes b3.
He still has the advantage. But
big time. But
he's the one enjoying basically a position with no risk.
Wow.
But knight takes b3 was just winning.
That's a beautiful, that's a visual. Knight take, so again, a clincher, as we would say, was knight takes b3, and if you take, it's the funny thing. Sometimes in a bullet game, he might have seen it.
Yeah.
In a classical game, you're not even looking at it. It's like you've been focused on queen g3 check ideas, rook takes f2, queen takes g3.
And it feels like he's enjoying this positional advantage, and maybe he wants Leinier to be low on time, and then he's going to try some crazy things in the position. But right now, he just very patiently played king h7, now queen g5 dropping back, and just asking Leinier, what do you want to do here?
Make some moves.
And if Leinier goes back, rook a1, then we can do knight takes b3.
Okay.
But I feel like
let's
maybe
say I go
Hikaru
King G.
now realized that there was something he missed.
Let's say I play King G1. I mean, I'm basically, I don't have any moves. I just want to get out of this Queen D2 business that you've just shown me. How are you going to, does Hikaru want to play Rook F4 and Queen F6?
By the way, Queen D1 on the board.
Okay, something similar. He's just, white is just marking time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just refresh my board. White is just marking time. How is Hikaru breaking through? Is he challenging on the A file? Here he goes, Rook F4.
Thinking maybe I'm gonna try to triple on the F file with Queen F6 afterwards.
Okay, King, triple on the F file with Queen F6. That's gonna force me to play F3, but is that the end of the world if I play F3? So let's assume I go King G1, you go Queen F6, and let's say I just go F3.
That's creating some more weaknesses.
Yeah,
right?
now
I
there's a
agree.
lot of
Dark
holes
squares.
there.
Well, I'm still going to go King G2. Now you're going to go back.
Mm-hmm.
I feel I need to put my knight somewhere else, but C5 is such a perfect square.
And now you are looking to worm your way in.
But once you go Queen F4, I go.
And the problem
Queen E1 doesn't work.
with white queen is that it has to guard that pawn on B3.
Yes.
Where's the breakthrough? Where's the breakthrough,
Yes.
though, is the question. Like, you go Queen F4, I go Knight F1.
That's the dream.
Where is the breakthrough? I don't see it.
Still a lot of work in this one. Let's remind everybody where we stand. Let's take a look at the results thus far in day 4 of the championship.
Here, Fabiano Caruana, I was in brackets, but Fabiano Caruana drew against Levon Aronian, so we will see playoffs starting after the classical games all finished. And all the other games are still being played.
And maybe more playoffs are in store for us based on Carissa having a near winning advantage. We're just going to take a quick break and we'll see you on the other sides.
And during the break, Cristian talked to the players to ask them about the format, about this double elimination format, and how do they like it.
Very good.
Enjoy.
Very good, Cristian.
How does competing in the American Cup compares to competing in other tournaments here in St. Louis or worldwide when it comes to the atmosphere and the intensity of the event?
Well, being here in St. Louis and playing at the St. Louis Chess Club is always such a wonderful experience. This American Cup is very similar to the US Championship, and both tournaments for me are the most important of the year. So being able to prove myself against such worthy competitors in such a strong field here in my hometown is incredible.
It's probably the only one knockout tournament in St. Louis I'm playing, and I like it. I like double elimination system, so we always have a chance to come back. Yeah, it's very different. It's very different. Unfortunately, I didn't play successfully, and I hope it's my chance to to break bad tradition.
I would say American Cup has become my favorite event. It's my third time playing here. I love that it has different time formats and you get to play one player, it's a match, you get a chance for revenge. I really enjoyed the rapid section of it. That has been my favorite. And it's also great because it's only top 8 players in the country, so it's extremely competitive and it's very enjoyable to be in that room with all the top players.
The atmosphere, I don't think it's too different, but it is more intense because it's a knockout. The only other knockout I've ever played in was the Women's World Cup, or at the time it was the Women's World Championship I played a few times. So you do only have like 2 lives, so obviously there is more pressure and less room for mistakes.
I've never played the American Cup before. This is my first time, so I'm kind of excited for the double elimination format. I think it's also interesting because you get to prep in advance. You're playing with both colors, right? You know who your opponent is going to be like several months in advance. So that makes it different from like the US women's. But I think it's just I think it's a more exciting format. Tiebreaks are always fun to watch. I mean, I try to watch like every year, even if I'm not playing. I find it more exhilarating, I think, than other tournaments.
First, I want to say that the first time actually I played in St. Louis was American Cup 2023. And, you know, back then I had no idea how the atmosphere is, and I never actually visited the club. I heard a lot of good things about the club, and I knew that St. Louis is a capital of chess in America. But it was really nice that I started with American Cup. I have a memory. But overall, I think whatever the tournament is in St. Louis, it's usually a very nice atmosphere, like people are friendly here, it's really professional. They treat the players really well. It's like you're really professional athletes, so that's the thing I really love about American Cup or in general. Yeah, so it's really good to be back, and yeah.
I think the American Cup is very comparable to the US Women's Championship in some regards. For me, I do think that the format suits me in that I feel a lot less pressure in the American Cup because it's a match format. So even if I don't do well or if I lose one game, I always have the opportunity to come back in the next game. But of course, that is because in the past few years I have done typically pretty well in the first game. So then the second game there's less stress. So it does depend on result. And maybe this year I'll have the chance to experience the other perspective.
I think the American Cup is a very unique tournament compared to the other major ones that we have here in the US. I like the format, I like the match play. I do think it makes for some very exciting moments. So the 3 American Cups that I've played, they've all been great experiences. And there's something about the head-to-head matchups that I think that are particularly interesting.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in Residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats versus Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Welcome back to day 4 of the American Cup, and we will look at the brackets before we look at the games.
Results so far, we've got one. Ooh!
Oh no, we do have a result.
We have another playoff.
Carissa won her game against Tatev Abrahamyan,
Wow.
and we will see playoff between these two. What a comeback!
Truly, winning on demand with the black pieces, that is incredibly hard. In playoffs, after losing that game, that's going to be really tough for Tatev to reset, refocus. It's blitz chess coming up. And she had a wonderful tactic. I'm just itching to share how Carissa has won that game. But
the problem is it felt easy for Carissa
there
out
was
of the opening. It felt like Tatev never
fell
put
into
any
a
problems.
position.
Yes,
that
she just doubted her reactions, her decisions. Bishop e2, f3, f4, etc., etc.
And let's go to the other game in our...
Alice Lee and Irina Krush, because it
No.
looks like they're heading to a draw.
No, really? I thought Irina... Uh-oh. What is
That
Irina's
king
king?
is very brave.
What is the king doing on the... Uh-oh.
There
When
must
we
be a
left it, we saw
perpetual
rook
check.
h2, rook takes c4, queen c6, king e2. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
Rook d6.
Rook h1, check. Uh-oh. King f3, and I'm assuming we're about to see another check.
Well, queen f5.
Correct, and then it's just a
Because remember,
easy
Alice
perpetual.
Lee, she won yesterday, so she only needs a draw in this game to continue in the
You
champions
cannot
bracket.
go to g2.
Okay, so once again, for those of you who are joining us late, Irina Krush, must-win game. She's got the white pieces. She came out of the opening, and boy, was she aggressive. She had it all going her way, a slip here or there, and now Alice Lee has a chance to make a perpetual check, and that will keep her in the champions bracket and will demote Irina to the elimination bracket. All she has to do is go queen f5 check. The king cannot go to g2 because, oops, that's a checkmate in one. On the f2 square, it has to go back, check, and no other choice. And
because if you go to the back rank, there is another check, queen b1.
Exactly. So I should have showed that. Apologies. King e2, queen d3 check. If I go to the back rank, just as you were saying.
Another check, forcing the king to go back to e2.
And Irina can't escape. And that's the draw.
Right now, Alice is thinking if she has a win.
Well, she was just checking it because she's got time to do that. And guess what?
Queen f5, queen d3. We're going to see a repetition.
And it's going to be over. So at least one player will go to the champions bracket without a playoff. And it could easily have gone the other way because yesterday, as we know, Irina had her chance of potentially winning the game.
But we have to say that Alice kind of survived a very difficult position here out of the opening.
She definitely did. And there it is. A draw.
She doesn't need more. She's very happy with the draw here.
Absolutely. That clinches the match. And by the way, this will be the first time in the series between them where Alice isn't going into the elimination bracket, but it's actually Irina. Irina in her two championship...
And it's a draw between Irina Krush and Alice Lee, and Alice won the match.
Exactly.
Moves on to the championship bracket finals.
And keep it in mind, in the first two American Cup, Irina Krush just was regal. She won all of her matches in the champions bracket as well as...
Without needing any tiebreaks.
Exactly.
She was winning in classical every single match.
This is the first time that Irina gets relegated to the elimination match. She'll have one life to stay in the tournament. Congratulations to Alice Lee as she saved a difficult position. I mean, and she made it look easy. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, there's only one more game, so maybe we should go to that one,
okay.
Hikaru's game, and see what's happening in that one.
All right.
A lot of things are, well, not really happening right now. We're just shuffling the pieces back and forth because after that missed opportunity with knight takes b3 that we've seen, everything seems to have been just pretty much the best moves.
And again, for those who are joining us late, could you put that missed opportunity because
huge
it was
moment,
a shock.
Huge moment right now. He played the move b3, trying to cover everything on this side. Not only that, but you're opening up the second rank so that you give a job to the rook on a1. Not only guard the entry via the a file, but also guard the second rank. Unfortunately for Leinier, if this would have been found, that's a piece sacrifice. Queen takes b3, queen to d2, and this square f2, and the invasion of the rooks coupled with the action of the queen on d2 after that, this is just tremendous. You get checkmated on the second rank. There's no way to stop that. So
he could have won.
On the spot, yes, pretty much. Wow. Okay, after knight takes b3, you have to do something like, first of all, you cannot even go...
There's knight d2, right?
Because knight d2, exactly. So nothing works right now. You have to go rook to a2, and then I just simply go back. I have an extra pawn. This is just winning.
Exactly.
It's an easy win for Hikaru. He did not spot that, played king h7 quite quickly, and after rook to a2, you no longer have that opportunity because you take, d2 is covered, the second rank is covered. And right now they're just shuffling the pieces. We understand, everybody understands, it is black who is putting the pressure, but where's the killing blow right now? I don't see it.
Wow, for me, I must say, it's really a shock because I've seen Hikaru, this killer Hikaru. He didn't become 2,800 by missing these kinds of opportunities. And in his match with Mishra, there was some
And that would be a great way to claw back some rating points as well. Maybe get over 2,800 because right now he's sitting in the live rating lists at 2,796. With a win here, he would gain more than 4 points to get back over 2,800.
Wow, missed opportunity, and will cost him. Time a factor, Kate?
So Leinier 9 minutes, Hikaru 14 minutes. By the way, it seems like maybe f3 is not an accurate move. I just saw the thermometer kind of going down for white.
Yes, f3 right now you don't have that square for the knight. So maybe I can reshuffle my pieces towards the a file. I understand I'm not doing anything anymore on the f file right now. That's it. So what I have to do, since you cannot attack my g5 pawn with knight f3 anymore, or my e5 pawn, it's time to move the pieces on the a file.
There is one pawn, however, that you do have to keep an eye on. It is the b4.
But how do you want to take it? Because the queen is tied to defend that pawn on d3.
I'd have to put my queen on d2, and I'd have to bring a rook all the way over to d1. I'd have to keep d3 and b3 defended. I thought the problem with f3 was the weakness of the g3 square. I thought I'd go here, and let me just put some moves on the board for just a moment. And we go like here. And again, I'm just putting some bad moves on the board for a moment, so at least I can just express what I want to, which is get the queen in front of the rooks so that I could play queen g3 check and or queen e3.
And white doesn't have the defensive move knight f1 to guard these two squares because the knight has to be guarding that pawn on f3.
Correct. Once again, to refresh the results, Kate.
Let's take a look at the results of the game so far.
We have one game remaining.
Fabiano Caruana drew against Levon Aronian today and yesterday, which means we're gonna see playoff later today after the classical games are over. Tatev Abrahamyan, she won yesterday, but Carissa bounced back, won today with black pieces, tying the match, and we will see the playoff here as well. And honestly, she drew today, which was enough for her. She's the winner of the match and she proceeds in the champions bracket.
And I believe Alice is with Eric at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Over to you, Eric.
I'm joined by Alice Lee, who just knocked out Irina in the champions bracket. How are you feeling, Alice?
Yeah, I feel really good. I thought this game was very dangerous to me, so I'm happy that I didn't have to go into the blitz tiebreaks.
And what did you do to prepare for this game, given that it seemed like she was better prepared in the opening?
I didn't expect the opening that she played. I knew it would be some sort of like non-theoretical setup, because like in theory then it's like easy for me to prepare a line that's equalish. But yeah, I didn't really look at this line specifically, and I think I probably should have, because I did have trouble with this previously against her and against other opponents. But yeah, it was definitely a poor preparation on my part, but I'm glad that I was like able to somehow defend this game.
And were you nervous at all when she started attacking and pushing the pawns on the king side? It seemed very dangerous for you. How were you able to compose yourself?
Yeah, honestly, this game, because I won yesterday, I didn't feel too nervous. Like the worst that could happen is that I lose. And yesterday, if I lost, and the best that could happen is I go to tiebreaks. So like when she was attacking, I was just like, okay, I'll try to defend, and we'll see how it goes.
And I want to ask, because last year you beat Irina in a very emotional finale. They were showing that on the broadcast earlier. How did last year's match compare to this year, where it's not the finals, but maybe just more routine for you?
Yeah, it seems like every year it's inevitable that I play Irina. So, I mean, I guess it's just like a lot of experience. If I lose, I've already lost so many matches against her, then I'll just like go play rapid. But I mean, I don't think that, I think just like having the experience is useful, and also the confidence, because I've done well against her in recent games.
Now there is another match that is still underway between Tatev and Carissa. Will you be watching that closely? They're going to be playing the rapid or the blitz playoff very soon.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know when it starts, but I will be like watching, and I think it will be interesting to see.
Do you have a player that you're rooting for? I know Carissa got you ice cream after she won the U.S. Women's Championship, but maybe she's a more dangerous opponent for you?
I think historically I've had worse results against her, but you know, like whoever I play, it would be a tough match. So.
Okay. And final question, I know you don't have a day off tomorrow because you will be playing another classical match, but when you do have free time in St. Louis, what is your favorite thing to do that's not chess?
I usually don't have free time actually. Like the times, like the American Cups I played previously, I never got a rest day.
Oh, wow.
So like I'm just hoping the next match I'll be able to win so I can finally get that. But yeah, like I guess for the US Championships, the rest day I usually just like try to relax and not spend too much time on chess.
Okay, well, I hope you can find free time at some point. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Our congratulations to Alice Lee, as she's really, amazing what she's been done. Irina Krush, wow. And once again, we got playoffs coming up. We're waiting for the result of the Leinier Hikaru match, but these are the head-to-head playoffs we're about to witness.
Yes, international master Carissa is going to play Tatev, woman grandmaster Tatev Abrahamyan in the playoffs, 2 blitz games. So far, the match is tied, not by draws. Both players won their game with black pieces, so it's going to be a very interesting match to watch.
And the other playoff match coming up in the open section.
That's Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian. They drew both their classical games, so Levon was the one who always had time advantage, so maybe he's happy that now, Fabiano has less time in the blitz.
And the playoff format for these 2 matches, and potentially a third as well.
So the players will play 2-game blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. The colors will be determined by lot. Now, if this match is a draw, then they're going to play another game blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment, and the colors will be reversed from match 1. And if there is a tie again, Armageddon is going to decide everything. 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, 2 seconds increment, and black has the draw odds.
Quick question, colors determined by lot. Or is that lottery?
I don't know.
Just a quick question. Not an easy position still for Leinier, and he is the one who is falling behind on time, as is his wont. The last move by Hikaru, and jump in on this one too, Cristian. Hikaru's just played the move Rook C7, a clear indication that Hikaru is having Rook F4 to F7 and Rook on C7 to A7, challenging the A file.
So let's try to figure it out. You go Rook F7, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, what's the breakthrough though? Rook F7, I go Queen D1. I go back. I just move back and forth.
Okay, I'm not really looking at a breakthrough.
I'm probably not taking that pawn on B4, by the way.
Yeah, you probably don't want to see knight takes D3. Okay.
Rook A1.
Rook, this guy?
Rook B A1. Yes.
Rook B,
I don't
A1.
want to give you control of the A file. If I give you control of the A file, I think I should be lost.
Okay.
Oh.
Rook A3.
Okay, I'll take that.
Very tricky.
I'm trying
Pawn captures. No.
I'll go B4.
Because I had hoped you would be tempted, and I was going to snack this one.
Which pawn? This one. Because now you uncovered the queen from F8 that is attacking the rook.
A discovered attack. But he, Cristian, having spotted my
dirty tactics.
Dirty.
Yes, let's call them what they are. Dirty tactics.
Dirty. And they're done dirt cheap, by the way. Knight A6. I traded a pawn, but did I gain anything by doing this, Kate? I'm not convinced that I succeeded.
Not sure. I thought that instead of Rook A3, you thought about maybe playing Queen A8.
Okay.
Because we have that A3 square that, if we trade the rooks, I want to place my queen there, and you cannot trade the queens because that pawn is going to be unstoppable.
I will not, I cannot trade the queen.
And by the way, Leinier Dominguez has 3 minutes 55 seconds.
I was about to say,
So his time is starting to run out, while Hikaru has 12 minutes.
Right.
So let's go.
So now we understand what Hikaru's intentions are, is to shift. Whoa, King F2. Whoa. An indication that he's looking at playing King to E2.
Right, he wants to defend that D3 pawn with his
Okay,
king.
well, let's get on with business.
That's probably a good idea. I don't have Rook A1, which is very annoying right now.
Rook A1, knight takes B3?
That's right. He's going to play it fast. There he goes, Rook A7.
Okay, Hikaru's beginning to sense that the time, the clock times are getting dangerous.
He's playing a very practical game.
Right.
Let's not forget when he became a champion in 2023, he defeated Leinier with the black pieces as well.
And
to
now
go
Black
towards
is,
the finals.
Black is now threatening to capture the rook on a2 because the pawn on d3.
D3 is
Again,
hanging.
the queen is kind of overloaded.
I don't see it, guys. I don't see the defense
I want
right
to
now.
suggest king e2, so at least I'm sidestepping
But
knight
you have
takes
to be
d3.
careful about
Queen
exactly
a8.
knight takes d3, even immediately, no?
Now?
Yes.
Now? Oh my goodness.
Can I play just knight takes d3?
King e2. Is knight takes d3 on? The trick is...
Here I'm going to go rook takes f3.
That looks
Dang.
good.
And the rook on a2 is
Queen
hanging.
captures, and then you have to
I
go
think
to
that
c2.
wins, guys. I
and
think
this
that wins.
Oh my word. He's walked into...
And I think that's what Hikaru had in
Knight
mind.
takes b3. There was a trick with knight takes b3, and it looks like there's another opportunity with
Let's
knight
just
takes
show
d3.
that knight takes d3. If you take on a7 first, I have the intermediary check, knight f4.
What we call the intermezzo. And if the king moves away, now we take back the rook
This is
with a
just
d3 pawn
so
being
you cannot
extracted.
even
Knight
capture
d3 is
anything.
winning, guys.
Knight takes d3. And
Hikaru.
as Leinier just like, yeah, I think he blanked out. Yeah, I mean, he just thought that the pawn on e2 is now defended twice.
Can you
Actually,
even take on a2?
Thank you.
And then take on d3?
Right. That's what I'm thinking is, boy, I think through the
Spoiled
speed,
for choice right now.
speed of osmosis, we both cognited on the same idea. I think that this is also simple.
Yeah, Hikaru senses it. Hikaru sees it. Look at him.
Yeah, he knows it.
Yeah, when he had the chance to play knight takes b3, he played very quickly king h7. Didn't give himself even time to consider some tricks.
And
now it's
Garen-
clear that he's looking into these variations and just maybe comparing whether it's better to immediately capture on d3 or first on a2.
I do think the immediate capture on d3 is even better, but this is both ways are leading to victory here. Wow. And that would do wonders for Hikaru's self-confidence. In his conversation interviews that he was having with Eric, he basically saying, I'm not enjoying the results are not coming as with a flow.
Because always something is missing in the game. Like he has that advantage, but he doesn't close on the game.
Right, he doesn't seal the deal.
Mhm.
Right. King e2, Leinier.
If he finds knight takes d3, he's definitely sealing the deal in this one.
Yep.
He's winning this one.
Yeah, knight
I mean,
takes-
he's looking in that direction. He's definitely seeing this one.
The sad part, funny part, I don't know exactly why, but I think his intention had been to play queen a8. Now, if you imagine he does play queen a8, that might be winning too. So, I mean, just following up with his whole concept, but after queen a8, then I could play rook on a2 to b2, and you'll have missed a golden opportunity to take the pawn on d3. Right. So king e2, big mistake by Leinier Dominguez. Also creeping down on the clock, Hikaru Nakamura has a marvelous tactical opportunity to win the game with knight takes d3 or trading rooks and then playing knight takes d3. If he does that, he would win the second classical game.
And just like in 2023, when he won the championship, won the American Cup,
yeah,
he has the opportunity of once again defeating Leinier Dominguez with the black pieces. That was a Sicilian. This was a much quieter Gioco Piano, but still doing the job and winning this
And
one
he's
with the black
shaking his
pieces.
head.
He's got
or nodding like this is
the-
probably working. Knight takes d3 is a very beautiful trick.
The head bopping is working. Well, he sees also rook takes a2, queen takes a2, knight takes d3, sacrificing the rook on f3, sacrificing the knight, sacrificing the rook, and then there's the queen skewer. And yeah, he's getting into it. He feels it. He feels it. He senses the moment.
It looks like he's about to make a move. Just final checking. No. I mean, he has 8 minutes on the clock, so he has time to properly calculate and compare these variations, whether to capture first on A2 or whether to start with knight takes D3.
For me, the move knight takes D3 and that intermezzo.
Okay,
after
I have an idea. Rook takes A7.
Check.
Queen takes F4.
Queen takes F4. You're making a fortress on me.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
It's my only hope.
Yep.
It's my only hope.
Take on, or rook
I'll take,
A1.
D3 is coming. You really, let me put my king on D3 first.
Yes.
Let me get my king on D3 first.
Put the knight on D2. And,
But that knight on H2 is just so out of the game.
Yeah, this knight on H2 deserves a scolding.
Everything.
What have you done for me? This knight on the white knight on H2 has been a real.
Everything is winning.
Yep.
Will he take on D3 or A2 first? Which one will it be? He certainly sees it. He's just trying to decide on which one he thinks is the best.
But he spent now about 5 minutes on the move, right?
It's a critical moment.
He's not confident yet to which line to choose.
And that's also a crucial factor in these events is your level of confidence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you come in and, you know, did you train well? Have you slept well? I'm betting knight takes D3. What about
He's
you,
nodding.
Kate?
He sees it. He's ready to make the move. And
I think Leinier
also
sees it
feels
too.
Like this is not holding. This king E2 move is
Was
just
a bad move. He walked right into a razor sharp tactic, and it's going to cost him.
And we talked about this knight on C5 just being so beautiful, having two targets on D3, on B3. So we missed the tactics, knight takes B3, but
Right.
now knight takes D3 is here.
Well, you got to award Hikaru a gold star for the whole A5 takes B4 concept. A very difficult recapture, doubling your own pawns, but securing this beautiful outpost.
Absolutely. Very nice and creative strategic decision.
Come on, Hikaru.
You can do it.
Your
Yes.
confidence.
He's going for it. Knight takes D3 is coming.
And it is on the board.
Bravo. Leinier didn't flinch for a second, which means that he had seen it. Usually, it's literally you make the move, you've released the piece, you've just about pressed the clock when you realize it's a crucial blunder. And I bet you Leinier saw it the moment he released the piece. This happened to me just so many times. Like, why didn't I see it that extra half second?
Yeah, I mean,
Knight
he was
takes
low
D3.
on time, so he did want to put his king into safety. This kind of transfer of the king to the queen side makes total sense in this position when it's a blocked position, but it's not working here.
Here, once again, king takes D3, rook. We sacrifice a knight, we sacrifice a rook, and then in this sacrifice, the rook on A2 is defended by the queen, but the king has to walk right into it, and after rook takes, we have a one position. So you can't take with the king, you can't take with the queen. The queen is required to defend the rook, so we think to ourselves, okay, let's take the rook first, so that after rook takes A7, then we'll take the knight, everything will be fine. It's the intermezzo.
I think this is just your best chance at this point. Just take on F4 and pray that there's a way to close shop.
And what?
Which is not the case because of D3.
And what?
Yep, he's going for it. Rook takes A7, knight F4. We're going straight into that variation.
It's the D3 move, and we do.
And black has extra pawn also here, so black can sacrifice it. And yet,
Queen takes F4, his best.
A little forced.
It's his best chance. It's his best chance, and you have to be practical.
Captures back with. Is he going to take with the pawn or with the rook?
He can think about capturing with the rook because then there's a way for the queen to get into the white's camp via F4.
Certainly, yes.
Certainly. But I have a feeling E takes F4 is more likely going to happen.
It feels much more natural.
E takes f4 because this threat of d3, d4, d3 check followed by queen c5 is so huge. So we're looking at takes. Oh.
d3 immediately.
Oh, that is
Brilliant.
lovely. Well done. Bravo. Bravo. Seriously.
That's a nice one.
That really is fantastico.
You can even give
That
another
mean-
check, maybe queen d6 first.
That means there's no stopping the queen from infiltrating anymore.
Wait a minute. Can I go queen d6?
Yes.
No.
No.
Just take that queen.
Yeah.
Take that queen off the board.
Also, there is a possibility for the black queen to go to g7 and c3, because
That's
that's
nice.
another infiltration square.
That's a nice avenue. When it rains, it pours. Queen d6 check and queen d4, and finally queen c5. Oops, sorry. Just saying that there are many ways. Thanks to the move d4, d3. Sometimes you have to give away a pawn to open up the avenues for your pieces to get in. That was a lovely move. And Hikaru, he's going to win this game, gain some rating points back, maybe get back to the 2800 class, but more importantly, with this victory, he will move on in the champions bracket.
Yes, and a very nice game for Hikaru. Maybe the opening a little shaky with that early d5, but then having a steady advantage on the king side. And just pressing
and
and pressing.
it's so difficult to defend this type of positions, right?
It's
with the white
depressing.
pieces. At some point, you will miss something. There was something happen on b3, on d3, on the a file, on the f file. You're just simply not going to be able to keep a close eye on every single avenue.
Right. Again, if this knight, we gave white quite a number of moves. If we could put the knight on d2, I still don't know how we're going to keep the black queen from either the e3 or the c3. No, there's just no, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no way.
We would love to put the knight on d4 without black having pawn on e6, you know, something, but even then it's probably not working.
Where's our fortress?
It's just nowhere. There are too many open lines toward the king and the pawns.
Well, first of all, queen a8 is threatened right now. I go queen a8, I infiltrate via the a file. Queen c5 is threatened. Queen d6
or queen
is
d6,
threatened.
yeah.
Yeah.
You just simply don't have a way to defend against all of those entry squares.
Precisely.
That's it. It's done. I think both players know it. You need an additional pawn on d4, and you need a tempo to play rook a1. And then maybe you have a chance. Maybe you have a chance. It's still not clear, but maybe you have a chance.
In chess, there's been so many aphorisms, quips, great quotes over the years. It's very rare that modern players can come up with something very clever that hasn't been said. But Magnus Carlsen, I got to give him credit, once came up with, "I don't believe in fortresses." and I mean, it was a kind of a, you know, you stopped and thought about what he was saying. And in this case, he's dead on the money, right? There's no fortress or...
I think we may see even resignation here from Leinier.
Truly. There is one possibility. If the H pawns didn't exist, you could put your knight here, and then try to grovel. But because the knight would be on d2, the black queen would just go queen c5, queen f2, fly in, capture the h3 pawn, and that would be all she wrote. So there's simply no defense.
And by the way, Leinier has only 35 seconds on the clock. He has to make a decision.
Hikaru knows he's got the game in hand. He was
Knight
just kind of,
F1.
he kind of gave a brief look at Leinier. Dude, are you going to lose on time or are you going to resign?
So how do we start? Queen c5?
Queen d6. Queen d6, queen d4.
Of course.
Get the queen in the
d6,
center.
queen d4.
Queen c5 is also very pretty.
Very pretty.
Yeah.
You're flying right in. But queen d6 is a check. And I always look at the most forcing moves first. Checks and captures. Hikaru just took off his jacket.
Okay, this is still
It's
going to be some hard work.
Wait, what? Really? So many ways of infiltrating. Queen G7, Queen C3, Cristian just offered Queen A8 to A1, and you liked Queen C5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I like Queen C5. I want to go after that H3 pawn very quickly, directly. Queen C5, then G1 or F2, G2.
And I like Queen D6, Queen D4.
So Hikaru, which way do you prefer?
If he comes up with a fourth one, if he goes Queen AH to C3, we'll be upset.
That's actually a good point. That is a very good point. He might play Queen H8.
Well,
the more I look at it,
we're going to be very upset. He comes up with a fifth alternative. Nice.
There's still maybe something to hope for.
Queen C5.
Okay.
Oh, shows understanding. Kate, take a bow. Bravo. Queen C5.
He's going for that H3 pawn.
Yes, he is.
So if you go King E2, he wants to go
Queen
G1, Queen H1, or Queen G2.
Queen G2.
Queen G2. Gift me the pawn.
Okay, so we have Knight E2 on the board. So now we can first give check on E3.
Again, for those of you who are joining us late, we're in the death throes of the final classical game. As soon as the classical game is done, we will be playing blitz playoffs. 2 matches are will be played. Only with a miracle draw could Leinier get to a playoff. We're expecting Queen F2
E3.
or Queen E3.
Queen E3
like
to
Queen
give
E3.
check, to just force the king to go away. Exactly.
Exactly.
And now let's go to Queen E2, grab that pawn on H3 and go.
I like King F6, King E5.
No
King D4.
way.
I want to get the king in.
Okay.
Okay, that is really rubbing a positional salt into the wound. Ooh.
Well, the thing is, you don't have any moves. Rook A1, Queen C3, you lose a piece.
Oh yeah, Rook A1 trying to be active on the A file. Exactly what Cristian is saying. Queen C3, very strong move. Now I'm giving you check. I'm targeting the rook, and you cannot go to defend the rook because then you're
You
knight.
lose the knight, yeah. So King E5, King D4, and then I'm going to give a check, and then I infiltrate with the king.
Maybe there was I don't know if Hikaru felt like, okay, if I go for the F pawn, could there be a potential counterplay with knight E4, something like this. But the move King F6, just, it doesn't lose any there's no disadvantage, let's say, to that move. And putting the king on E5 does have attraction, right? I mean, could it be that you go Queen C3 check, King E5, King D4?
I think maybe I'm just happy the king is on F6. Okay, Rook B2.
Rook to B2. Okay.
Now can we start playing with some Zugzwang idea? Queen G1.
Oh, that makes our producer Tom so happy when you say Zugzwang. That's the one chess term that he's really gravitated toward. He can appreciate a good Zugzwang.
King E5 activating the king. Now Leinier is putting the rook on the open file.
And I do like King to
D4.
D4.
Yeah. King D4, Queen D3,
D3,
King
King
E3, and that's it.
And positional overkill.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I mean, that knight is better than it was on H2, but
barely.
It just doesn't have any squares.
You know, we have in chess all-star pieces that have just done great things for us. Okay. And then we have pieces that haven't done anything. This knight has been a donkey. I mean, wow. Check.
King D3.
And King E3. And again, this knight has been just woeful. Oh.
That should be it?
That should be it.
I don't think there's a way out of this.
No.
You can go knight B1, but then you lose the pawn on B3.
Yeah, so Queen D3, King E3 will be all she wrote. That will be enough for Leinier.
Yeah, Hikaru is just double checking the lines, making sure there's
his,
no counterplay.
To his credit, I mean, seriously, Leinier Dominguez is really, really ultra solid player. Just look at the Wesley So match from our first our first matchups. I mean, 6 draws, 1 in Armageddon. You don't see Wesley get manhandled like this position, Queen D3, King E3. That's a positional masterstroke by Hikaru. Should he win in that style of Queen D3 check and King E3, I think he'll be just over the moon with joy. And
wow,
we started the show. Kate, well, how did we start the show?
Started with the live ratings and saying that Hikaru is no longer in the 2800 club.
That's right, because he drew 2 games with Mishra, 2 classical games. He drew with Leinier, dropped 6 rating points, taking him out of the 2800. But a victory today, he goes right back over the threshold.
Together with Magnus Carlsen, the only one.
As 2,800 players in the world, the only 2 in the world.
So what he's thinking here, maybe he's just looking whether he wants to go Queen C3 or Queen D3 check.
Yeah, I think that's what he's debating, which one. And it's like,
was
it's
that
like,
a smile?
Wait a minute. You know, it's like you've got your cake. Just go ahead and claim the game with Queen D3, King E3. You don't have to be fancy.
What is he trying to do? What is he thinking about? Is
Exactly.
He about Queen C3? There's no difference. Queen C3, Queen D3, both of them lead to exactly the same situation.
Yes and no. The thing with Queen C3...
You allow Rook to D8.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Is
why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you allow me Rook to D8?
But okay, King F2, King G3.
It's winning.
So
it's completely
what,
winning.
Of course. Yes. Of course it is. But with Queen D3, there's no chance that you could defend the knight with the rook anymore.
He just wants to make sure he's accurate because he had a lot of winning position.
Yes, he has.
Positions in this tournament and also in the Champions Showdown.
You know, I think one of the real problems is you lose a little bit of confidence.
Queen C3. Okay.
Queen C3.
It's all
when
about
you
the
let those
yes.
winning positions, you've allowed them to slip. By the way, Queen C3. I'm still a little confused.
Now King E3, pushing the king closer to that knight and threatening King D3.
King
So
D3.
really inviting that check on D8.
Hikaru is looking to put his opponent in Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Right now.
King D3. Well, what can I say? Rook A2, E5.
I think he's just trying to have some fun.
That's no fun. So Rook D8 check, more or less forced. King E3. Why did he want to? I thought King E3 forced Rook D8 anyway.
Well, the next moves are Queen to A1, followed by King to E2.
Queen to A. So if
So Rook D6, let's say.
Yep. Queen A1, and you're threatening to transpose into a king and pawn
I think that's what
ending.
he wants. I think that's what he wants to get to. In the meantime, I would take the pawn on H3 first, just to have some fun.
Okay,
E5.
finally. Yay. The knight. The knight has a square for the first time in
There's
eons.
one way to lose with black.
Tell
you
me
go
how.
for the H pawn. King F2.
Are we absolutely? Yeah, I think we're losing.
You probably
It's not 100% sure, but I probably, yes, because, yes, yeah, that is one way to lose.
Hikaru
So
is like,
Hikaru-
no,
Queen takes.
I'm going to take that pawn as well.
So that's one button off the board. And again, he's not losing anything. He's still got Queen A1 check in his pocket. Although I must confess, I like Queen A1 check better than I like Queen E5. Well, 6 of one, dozen of the other, half a dozen of the other.
But there's just nothing that Leinier
No.
can even try.
No, there's no.
If this was a blitz, then maybe he can try to make a fork somewhere, you know.
Right.
But here there's just nothing.
Yeah. By the way, when I'm just thinking of positional overkill for a moment, Hikaru could have played the move E6, E5 and gotten the same position
Yeah.
without allowing...
So we see King c2 on the board. We are expecting now Queen
C3.
c3 check.
Yes, indeed.
Queen a1 check.
Yep.
And then King e2.
Yes. That's the way. That would be the way to go. Queen c. By the way, Queen c3 check and e5 once again. I really like this move e5. Once I play e5, I'm threatening to play e4. The b3 pawn is hanging with check.
And the knight cannot enjoy the square on e4 because it has to protect the pawn on b3 and
as
f3.
well as f3, and then you would have to play e takes, and then I could push my f pawn. It's overkill. Here we go. Queen c3 check. I know Leinier is the one who's down on the clock, but how about Hikaru?
Hikaru is fine. He has 4 minutes.
4.
4.
Okay.
So Queen a1, we are expecting now.
Queen a1, King e2. That is
Queen a1 first? Or?
I like e5
sort
very,
of like
very
e5
much.
as well.
We just don't like King f2. That's the only move that please don't do.
Now that you took that pawn on e5, maybe it works. Maybe even that works.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't play King f2. That's the one thing. It's like the mind square, yeah? But yes, I'm in favor of Queen a1 check and King e2. I'm in favor of e5, e4.
Like Queen b2, but I'm not sure what the queen is doing there.
He's reaching for his e-pawn. Hesitant, no?
Hesitant, yeah, not sure what exactly to do here.
The old Hikaru would have blitzed
Oh,
out
yeah.
his moves.
Oh, my gosh.
For the past 20 moves,
Oh,
it would have been
yes.
all blitzed out.
Yes, there was at one stage of his career when he was playing so fast that he would sometimes finish the game with an extra hour.
And
on
in
his
fact, he
clock.
would give you dirty looks on the way as well. Why are you still playing? Come on, why are you
On the
still
way out the door, you get all kinds of dirty looks.
Come on, just resign. Why are you still
What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of here. Rook to d5.
Is it time?
So maybe he wants to play e4 now?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
To just create a passed pawn because
e4, f takes,
you are going to capture and then I'm
f3.
going to walk with this pawn.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Again, taking off the jacket.
Jacket comes off. Again, is spoiled for choice is Hikaru. He could go check, king here with a destructive threat.
So knight
Queen
e4 now.
Knight e4 check. You have to go
King c1.
To c1, and now we can just munch a pawn. We could also munch that.
But then
pawn.
there's rook takes e5.
Don't think so.
No, e4. I actually like e4, just creating a passer.
Yes. I like that one too. Again, spoiled for choice, but this one strikes me as really, really strong.
I think it's time to resign. I think Leinier will just resign. I don't see any more tricks. I mean, not that you had too many before.
Right?
Like, what do you play next?
Well, he's taken the pawn. And, well, maybe there's one trick. If you play f3, I play e5.
I will play f3.
You play f2, I go e6.
Okay.
And you take a knight.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, it wasn't much of a trick.
Where's the trick, Yasser? Show me the trick. You promised me a trick. Come on, show me the trick.
And I feel like a magician. And now for my next trick.
Where's the trick?
Watch me play f3, f2.
Okay, f3 on the board.
Knight f1 check. Oh, I see a trick. Fantastic.
Show me the trick.
Yay. Check.
All right.
King f2. Okay. King f2.
Blunder. Check.
Okay.
Have to take the pawn.
Where's
check?
King e3.
King d4. No.
And that's the trick.
You have to be very, very, very cooperative, by the way. I mean, that required a lot It was a tag team effort.
But sometimes I give my students like a puzzle like this, and they show me this variation how they manage to win. And I'm always telling, no, you have to look at the best line, not the cooperative line.
That's right. That was a very cooperative line. My bad. E5 queen takes d2 is the simplest.
Let's see what he's going to go for. F4. Leinier still thinking, 1 minute left.
12 seconds.
Not much to think about at this point, but
no,
he's giving up. He's not giving up just yet.
I mean, seeing how hesitant Hikaru is, why to resign?
I know. It's like Hikaru's persuading me to play on with his doubting
E5
of moves.
Here we go. He's going for your trick.
It's really not the best trick ever. I mean, I'm so sorry.
It's the ghost trick. I mean, nobody knows what the trick is. It's there.
Also known as the dumb circus. Dang. A harsh audience I've got here. Okay, I mean, I don't know other than e6. Knight f1 check, king f3. I mean, this queen e1 check is on black's agenda. That's hurtful. Mm-hmm. If I go back, this is hurtful. Yuck. No, I mean, I'm really, that's it. That's the end of the road. F2.
Okay, no, we continue. E6.
E6.
Okay.
Where there's a will, there's a way, right, Kate?
By the way, Leinier has only 22 seconds on the clock.
And we go here, and again, where there's a will, there's a way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, knight f1, okay.
He did play knight f1, okay.
King f3. Queen to e1 is a threat right now. You
massive,
have to go back
massive threat.
With a knight on d2.
Yep. And also b3.
Queen takes b3 is a check.
Everything is... Okay, we're going back. The king is finding a nice, safe home.
I don't know if I want to do that. I think I just want to go queen takes d2.
Oh, you can do, you can do the same thing. Sorry. You're right. And a handshake. Congratulations.
So Hikaru Nakamura won this game and won the match with this game.
He overcomes a very, very difficult opponent, and with that victory, does get back to the ranks of the 2,800. And guess what, guys? We have some playoffs coming up, don't we?
We do indeed, and they should come up very soon after this. They were supposed to start a few minutes ago.
Yes.
But now that they've played for so long,
they've completed.
Here you have it.
Classical.
These are the two playoffs coming up shortly.
Fabiano Caruana playing Levon Aronian and Carissa playing Tatev Abrahamyan.
The Fabi versus Levon, you can flip and choose whoever you want, but in the Carissa versus Tatev, just from the psychological point of view of coming back with a must-win victory by black, wow, she's got the momentum.
And these are the results of today. So Fabiano Caruana made another draw with Levon Aronian, and that's why we are going to see playoffs. Honestly, she managed to make a draw to hold on that worst position, and she won her match against Irina Krush. And Hikaru Nakamura just won his game against Leinier Dominguez, and he won the match with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very nice. He continues in the champions bracket. Leinier will get another shot tomorrow in the elimination bracket, and we're coming up on Blitz. Blitz playoff.
What's your predictions for the Blitz, guys?
Well, I mean, I can't believe that Levon would 3 years in a row
defeat Fabiano.
Fabi,
right?
I mean, come on. So I got to say, mathematically, Levon.
It's Fabi, right?
Fabi. And then in the Tatev match, okay, Tatev is the underdog by rating. If they were just playing Blitz, I think it would be a fair game. But the problem is, she just lost.
That is a huge problem.
Oh, that's so hard to recover.
Yeah. Psychologically, very, very difficult. But before we go into the Blitz, we have Eric with our winner, Hikaru Nakamura.
I am joined by Hikaru Nakamura, who just defeated Leinier Dominguez. Hikaru, your thoughts about the match?
Yeah, I think today's game was an interesting battle in the opening. I think both of us were a little bit confused. I thought what Leinier did with this whole bishop e6 and c3 is not supposed to be particularly good. But then on the other hand, when I played d5 and knight d7, he had this look on his face like he thought that I had made a mistake. So I mean, it's really hard to judge what happened. But somewhere in the middle game, I think that Leinier relaxed a little bit too much. He thought that it was always okay, or it was very simple to play. And I mean, once I got this pawn on a5 and this grip on the queen side, I think it was quite hard for him to play. And then he played this move, bishop takes bishop on b4, which I thought was just, I mean, an insane move to play. I mean, I spoke to him briefly after the game, and he thought he could do anything and still save the game. But I mean, once I get this horse on c5, I mean, or knight or whatever, like, I think it's just, I mean, realistically very hard to defend. And I don't think my technique was necessarily the cleanest, because even once I won his queen, he still had some tricks, but the position was 2 winning, I guess you could say. And so it's good to get a win and move into the match, the final match of the winner's bracket.
Yeah, it was a very nice game, especially very instructive from the viewer's perspective. A few days ago, you said you weren't having so much fun or not enjoying yourself. Was today different? Did you enjoy actually like squeezing Leinier in this game?
I mean, I didn't enjoy it because it felt like I should be winning. And I still had to do a lot of work. I mean, basically around the time that I got the knight on c5, and I mean, first I thought I had to be winning before he played f3. Then he went f3, and it still required a lot of work. So I mean, it was nice to be in a position where only I could win. But after the mishaps in the first match, I mean, I was not counting on anything. But I think that I kept it together pretty well. Didn't get too low on time, and yeah, it's. I mean, if you get good positions, sooner or later you have to win. But I wouldn't say that I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's a win, but I still feel like there were things that I could have done, or things that I should strive for that could have been better. So it's good to get the win, but I feel like there's room for improvement.
Fair enough. And with this win, you crossed the 2800 rating. Wanted to ask how important rating is for you at this stage of your career, and are you trying to get the candidate spot through the rating?
Yeah, so it's funny because, I mean, I think if you look at this event, realistically, I should have won one of the first 2 games against Mishra, and probably I should have drawn both games against Leinier. So, I mean, I think it's relatively speaking a wash on that front. I don't really think about rating that much. You know, I will say that I'll probably play Norway chess in the World Cup, but the notion of playing 40 games, I've spoken about this a lot in recent times, is not realistic. I mean, I basically have to make a decision. Do I want to focus on the freestyle chess, or do I want to try and play 40 games? And you know, people probably won't like the realistic take I have, but I think if you ask any top player, they will say that getting to the candidates is very tough. Winning the candidates is basically a lottery. So I don't think anybody is going to prioritize that over playing freestyle. So for me, with all the freestyle events, that's going to be my focus. 40 games is not going to happen, and probably I'll leave it up to the World Cup, or maybe, you know, to make a bit of the joke. You know, some years back, Magnus criticized me, said I was playing all these Mickey Mouse tournaments and winning them. But he decided to go play a Mickey Mouse tournament in Norway, play a couple of games, and so maybe if I'm feeling really creative, I'll go find some of those Mickey tournaments and try to get 40 games. But realistically, that's not on the cards.
Okay, and coming into tomorrow, you're either playing Fabiano or Levon. They're about to play their blitz playoff. Will you be watching that? And who's your pick for the champions bracket?
Yeah, I'm not going to be watching that. I think I'm just going to go do a recap and try to relax, because today's game was pretty tough. In terms of who I prefer to face, I don't really have a preference. You know, I think that Levon is perhaps a little bit more dangerous in my opinion, because when I've looked at his games, it felt like there was this period from maybe like 2023 up until about like mid to late 2024 where I think, at least in my opinion, he was struggling with form, because I think he was kind of struggling to come to grips with the fact that he wasn't, you know, a top 5 player anymore. But in the last like 6 to 8 months, he's played some very inspiring chess. I mean, I really like some of the games that he played in the Olympiad. So I think he's objectively more dangerous. I think that Fabiano, of course, I mean, you can't discount him, but he's in a very strange situation where he's basically playing this whole year with nothing on the line since he already qualified for the candidates. So maybe I would very slightly prefer to play Fabiano, but either way, it's going to be a good match no matter who I face.
And final question, of course, you're going to do your recap now. What do you do after your recap? Do you look at more chess, or do you just take it easy?
I mean, I think that these days when I come into tournaments, I tend to have a couple of like sort of set ideas of what I'm going to play for, and hopefully it works out. It seems, you know, with modern day chess, you don't get busted out of the opening that frequently. So I usually have a set repertoire of openings that I'm going to play in the tournament, which means that I just do a little bit of review. But I would say after I play these games and do the recap, I take like an hour or two and just chill, just no chess.
All right, well, enjoy your chill time. Thanks for joining, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. What's wrong with Mickey Mouse tournaments? I mean, come on. Mickey Mouse
Want
tournaments
to play
are
that,
good.
Yasser?
Results, Kate?
Results. So Hikaru Nakamura defeated Leinier Dominguez and he won the match 1.5 to half. Fabiano Caruana drew against with Levon Aronian and they're going to play the playoffs. Carissa was able to bounce back today with black pieces, defeated Tatev Abrahamyan, and they are headed to playoffs as well. Alice Lee, she made a draw and won the match against Irina Krush.
Tell us about the playoffs.
So in the playoffs, we have Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana playing Grandmaster Levon Aronian. They know each other so well.
Look at that, head-to-head is
30
amazing.
wins, 11 losses, and 39 draws.
That's just crazy. Thanks to our production team for those head-to-head. Blitz playoffs coming up next. We're going to take a break, reset our studios, get ready for, I think, some really exciting playoffs. Don't miss it.
It's going to be a fun time.
It is going to be fun.
And as we go on break, Cristian is going to be talking again to Hikaru Nakamura.
Wonderful.
Enjoy.
Hikaru, you skipped last year's American Cup, and technically, maybe in your opinion as well, you are the defending champion from 2023. Now, that was an incredible match against Wesley So in the grand finals. How are you seeing this championship unfold?
Yeah, so I think for me, it's somewhat unpredictable. I haven't played a lot of classical chess recently. I know I did win 2 years ago, but a lot can change. And I think if I look at the field here, nothing against Wesley, but I actually think that the quality of his play has gone down quite a bit in the last 2 years relative to, say, Fabiano, very specifically, where I think his level has probably remained the same or maybe gotten a little bit better in a sense. So I think a lot has changed in 2 years. That being said, I think that I have as good a chance as anybody does. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to a lot of critical moments and the decisions that I make. There are probably moments where I need to be more conservative, moments where I need to take chances. And I think whether I make the right decisions in those moments is going to play a big role in terms of whether I can win this event again.
You've said it quite a few times that your focus is not necessarily on classical as much as it used to be. Does that have an rejuvenating effect to your chess? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly you have to find the motivation. And if I'm being frank, I think probably with the exception of maybe Mishra here, I guess Ray's sort of in no man's land in a way. But when I look at myself, Fabiano, Wesley, Levon, and Leinier specifically, all of us have played in or tried to qualify for the Canada's tournament multiple times. And I think that when you just play classical over and over again, it's very, very difficult. I would actually say I'm quite curious to see how Fabiano does this year, simply because he's in this very weird situation where he's already qualified for the Canada. So in a sense, there's almost nothing for him to play for. So I'm really excited to see what sort of openings things he does. But then back to the main point, when you're just playing all these classical terms, you sort of lose the motivation, you lose the excitement. Of course, you end up preparing the same openings over and over again. And I think the fact that I don't play that frequently, it makes the game feel a lot fresher than it would if I were playing in the Grand Chess Tour, for example. So I think because of that, it has helped my chess quite a bit. And I think I have a much better approach for that reason. But still, it is good to play here or there. And I've said this a few times already, but probably my schedule in terms of whether I try to qualify for the Canada seriously or just play the World Cup, probably a lot of that will hinge on how I perform in this event.
Now, you're playing against Mishra, a newcomer to the competition in round 1. You're obviously bringing an incredible baggage of experience. Mishra is bringing the youth and the enthusiasm, let's say. How are you going to leverage that experience to take the best out of Mishra?
Yeah, so I think playing against Mishra, it'll be quite different. He's one of the juniors who's been on the rise for a while now. He became, I believe, the youngest grandmaster in the world about 4 years ago. So he's someone who I've seen him play from afar. I saw his performance in the US Championship. He had a couple of very nice games. I remember the win against Sam Shanklin specifically. So it'll be interesting. I think that certainly experience should play a role. Also, this is a little bit of a different format versus the US Championship where you just play everybody one time. Here it's a match format. format. So I think my chances are very good. But, also I've been around for a long time. And I think when you've been around for a long time, in some ways it's more fun playing against people like Misha or the juniors versus, say, a Fabiano or Levon, who, I suspect against both of them, I probably played at least between all the formats, 200 games at least, maybe even 250. And so sometimes in a way it's quite a challenge, and it's really exciting to do. So I'm just looking forward to playing against him. I think that there's certain weaknesses and strengths that he has, and hopefully I can exploit them in our match.
Obviously, you're known as a speed demon. You're extremely high ranked in Rapid and Blitz, but your classical has not been very shabby either in the last couple of years. In this competition, which one do you feel is your strongest suit?
For me, as I look at it, I think classical is probably where I should be best objectively. It's very hard to know when you look at someone's career where the peaks are. When they're in decline, it's very tough to judge. But the one thing that I would say, just for myself, having seen a lot of players, and I'll give like two examples. Not they're necessarily, at least one's playing here, so I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say they're necessarily over the hill. But I look at like Gadakamsky, and when I played him in, I think it was 2013 or 2014. He was around 2760. He was, I think, around top 5, top 6 in the world. And within 6 months, he was down around like 2720 and very quickly sort of fell off. And Leinier Dominguez around that same time was also, I think, around 2670, 2760, 2770. And then he kind of sort of ended up down around 2750 in that range, and he's never really come back from there. So you can kind of, I think, fall very suddenly and for no apparent reason. And so for myself, I think that when I look at my classical, it's been very, very solid. I think my rapid and blitz, at least in recent times, have not been very good. When I look at the Champion Showdown, I think I was winning every blitz game, and I know I won against Levon in one of them, but I had cleaned the winning positions in every game, and I only won 1 out of 3. So my conversion rate wasn't good there. Rapid, I thought, was okay. So I think for me, the big thing is going to be to go after in classical. I don't think I'll be making quick draws.
And it's quite interesting that you mentioned these cycles that players go through. You yourself went through one of them, dropped from 2800, 2730, now you're back to 2800. What did you do at that point when you felt that decline?
Well, I think the pandemic saved my chess career. I don't think there's any other way of putting it, really. I think that chess is a very psychological game. It's very mental. One thing that I try to do, obviously people know I'm very active on social media, is sort of talk about the chess career, how that goes, traveling a lot, struggling to make ends meet. It's very difficult. And I think that when you have all these sorts of things on your mind, you have this baggage, it's very difficult to play optimal chess. And so for me, with the pandemic happening, finding success in streaming, that really changed everything for me. And I think I was able to enjoy the game. And I think a lot of the players near the top, they don't enjoy the game. Even Magnus, for example, I strongly suspect he doesn't enjoy the game that he did maybe 10 years ago even, and finding the positivity, finding the joy in the game is really critical, almost in a way more than the actual level of play, because I don't necessarily think I'm a better player than I was in 2015 when I crossed 2800 the first time, but the results are better. And so I think for me, it was more psychological than anything in terms of getting back. But I think without the pandemic, without everything that happened with the total chess boom during the pandemic, I suspect I would have been retired by like 2021 or 2022 and long gone right now.
Great story, Hikaru. Thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. We have playoffs ahead, but let's review the results first.
All right, let's do it. What were the results?
So Hikaru Nakamura won against Leinier Dominguez. He won the match. He proceeds and continues in the champions bracket. Fabiano Caruana drew against Levon Aronian, so we will see him both of them in the playoffs. Carissa bounced back. She defeated Tatev Abrahamyan, and they're heading to playoffs as well. Alice Lee was able to make a draw, and she defeated Irina Krush.
Tell me about the playoffs. What's going to happen?
The playoffs is between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, and Carissa and Tatev Abrahamyan. They're going to play 2 games of 3 minutes plus 2-second increment.
Blitz. And when I look at that head-to-head between Fabi and Levon, I am seeing a lifetime of results there. 13 wins, 11 losses, 39 draws. You could write a trilogy on their games. And for Levon, in the last 2 editions of the American Cup, he has been defeating Fabi in these playoffs. Can Fabi bounce back?
He is the defending champion.
Absolutely, and I can't imagine you beat Fabi 3 times in a row.
And 2022, it went all the way to the Armageddon. It was a very, very close match. And in fact, Levon won on demand twice. Not once, but twice. To save the match and actually win that one in Armageddon. So definitely, there's going to be a lot of fireworks. And we've seen what happened in the classical between the 2 ladies as well, Carissa and Tatev. That one is going to be fun also.
This is tough for us because the blitz games that are going to show up, we're going to have to focus on a single game, Kate. Make the choice. Which game should we focus on for the blitz? I think
the viewers would prefer to focus on the game between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, but once that is done, we will immediately switch to the ladies.
I don't care about the viewers. I was worried about you. I mean, you're sitting right next to me. I want to make sure we're friends. And we have a lot of chess coming up. Take a look.
Wow, GCT is starting April 24th in Poland.
It kicks off the Grand Chess Tour, yeah.
Exactly, Grand Chess Tour Romania, May 5th. And Cairns Cup, all the top ladies in the world are going to be here in St. Louis.
Wow. And that the GCT Tour in Poland, that will be Rapid and Blitz. The Romanian event will be Classical, Cairns Cup Classical, Croatia.
Then US Juniors and Seniors Championships, July 13, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, Sinkfield Cup, the highlight of the year.
But now, check this one out. Instead of the Sinkfield Cup being the bookend, no. We are going to the finals, and it will be in
Brazil.
Yes, not Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo, not Rio, but Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And then Chess 9LX and the US and US Women's Championships, October 12th.
Fantastic. And I look forward to those juniors, seniors, and girls' championships events.
Players are
kind of a
about to
reunion.
start the game.
Players taking their seats. I notice that Levon has a short sleeve shirt on. When you're playing blitz, you don't want to be, hamstrung. And they are underway.
I think it's his shirt. It's just.
No, I think it's.
No.
You think it's a long shirt?
Yeah, it's a long one.
Hungarian defense again?
Yeah, but this time with A2, A3. By the way, bishop a2.
Well, they played this during the classical as well.
Exactly.
This was
That
the
was the
exact
whole
same thing.
bishop e6,
And
knight
I can
d5
tell you,
routine.
I played a lot of blitz games with Fabi last night in this line. Bishop e3, bishop d7. Okay.
Did you have
I
exactly
did not
this
play this
position?
move. I did not play this move.
Knight
This is a
takes
novelty.
f6. you go knight to b1 to c3.
H4. Wow.
You go knight b1 to c3 to d5 just to trade knights. That seems like a lot of lost time. Now, what is h4?
Well, there's a lot
Frank
of lost
Marshall?
time, but also we've seen bishop e6, bishop d7 from black, so there's some lost time for black also. That's exactly what he's going for. Knight to g5 and perhaps f4 at the right moment.
Knight to g5, queen h5. We talked about the Carissa Irina Crush game where h4, knight g5, queen h5. Again, Frank Marshall, he was a U.S. champion from the 1930s. He won many, many brilliant games in his career, and he was a feared attacking player. And he often had some lovely combinations with h4, knight g5. It's just so rare to see this when the king is still stuck in the center, right? Normally speaking, you're already off to the races over here. Bishop g4.
Pinning the knight, not allowing it to jump actually to g5.
And maybe the move h4 was used as a lure to get the bishop to come to e4
Fabi
so you
just
can
removed
castle?
the queen from the pin.
Queen e7, not
E7.
accepting the sacrifice, probably for good reason.
I thought he might be inclined to play b5 just to try to prevent white.
Do we go h5 right now is the question. Do we go h5 or do we put the knight on g5? Which way to attack the black's position?
I would go with the knight to g5.
And once I go
probably follow-
h6, what do you do?
Leave
you
it.
retreat or do you leave the knight? there?
Leave it because the bishop on f6 is stuck.
Yes.
So knight g5, f3.
Bishop d7, let's say.
I think it was Wesley So. Remember that game? It was a Joko piano. Players castled on opposite side. Wesley opened up the B file.
Yeah, that was Wesley So. It was
Knight g5,
Levon
A4.
Aronian against Wesley So, and Wesley So got the best game
Brilliant
prize.
C prize for that. Okay, we
A4.
have A4.
By the way, Levon decided not to go h6, not to weaken the pawn structure in front of his king. Perhaps a wise decision.
Well, first world champion Wilhelm Steinitz said, don't unnecessarily push your pawns in front of your king because that pawn going to
be a hook.
h6.
Yep.
I got knight takes f7 ideas.
G4, G5 ideas.
Precisely.
Yes,
That's exactly right.
what he was worried about. And I think he's trying to do exactly what you prescribed. After A4, he wants to go B5, followed by B4 at the right moment.
Yeah, he'll have to swing his rook to the B file to get the threat of B5, B4. So
Fabi's spending a lot of time on this move.
how about F3? Let's get going.
He played it, Bishop D7.
And having said A,
Long castle. Whoa.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know
Long
about this one.
castles,
Knight to D4.
knight D4. Okay, this
And
is
you
a
want to start
double-edged
B5,
game.
C5,
Double-edged
B4.
game, Kate. What has he done? He's
He
taken
captured?
the knight.
And F4. He's trying to go knight F3 right now, followed
Well,
by...
again, I'm thinking it's all about F5 and G4.
There's an E5 sighting as well.
Careful, careful. That could be an alert.
E5 could come at any moment.
That could be a very, very big alert. Just a second.
Is it
In
that
fact,
scary though?
Yes.
What about knight takes F7 and E5 right now?
With
I
or
think
without?
that might be problematic. So be careful as black.
Exactly. And Levon played Bishop G. And by the way, tell me about the clock times.
1 minute for Fabi. 1 minute 16 seconds for Fabi. 1 minute 16 seconds right now for Levon.
They're only getting a 2-second increment for each move they complete.
A5.
Again, I'm very, very worried about E5
King B1 first.
and knight F7.
Securing the king first.
What
and
was
passing the
wrong-
torch.
What's wrong with
Well,
E5?
E5, I think he just wants to take on E5 and take on G5.
Be my guest.
That's probably what he's worried about. Rook to A6, but again, the question is, how do you continue your attack as black? I understand.
Oh, he's finally gotten out of the diagonal, because I think knight takes f7 and e5 was a winning threat. So he did play the move king h8. Now can I play knight takes f7?
You certainly can.
Well,
Yep,
let's
he
do
goes
it.
for it.
Let's do it. I thought it was a winning threat, and Levon just walked right into it.
So rook takes f7.
Forced.
Pawn
Do you
takes
take on
E5.
f7 or do you take on
Or
e5?
I take the rook.
You don't take the pawn. Oh,
I think
because
bishop
then it's
takes f7,
pinned.
yes.
Bishop takes f7.
I take the rook.
Oh my goodness, look. Bishop takes h4. Look at that bar. And right now swinging back in white's favor. Bishop c4 perhaps.
Bishop c4. That's a nice tempo against the rook on a6. Boy, you really have to keep your nerves in.
Bishop c4 played.
In these, and again, clock times, I apologize.
36 seconds for Fabiano.
36 seconds.
And 44 seconds for Levon.
Oh my goodness.
This is starting to look pretty decent for Fabiano. Bishop takes c1. Sure, you can get your exchange
Forced.
back.
Only move. Only move. He's
But rook
done
takes
it.
c1 followed by rook takes e5. And
Exactly.
how do you defend your king?
By attacking your king.
Counter-attacking.
That's a good point. But
I mean, by playing queen takes a3. He played king a1. He did not play rook e5. He didn't want to see the consequence of queen a3.
that could have worked. But he did not have time to calculate. Still 20 seconds and still a difficult position. Rook takes e5, queen h4.
Ooh. I'm not sure exactly why I have played this.
Rook to e8. He's looking at bishop g8 ideas.
He
There's
certainly
going
is.
to be a
Clock
checkmate
times
coming.
again.
Be careful. Rook to f6.
24 seconds Fabi, 18 seconds Levon.
Oh my goodness.
Where's the killing blow? Bishop to g8, king g6. The king goes up.
Looks a little safe there, doesn't it?
Wow, 14 seconds for Fabi.
Bishop d5, bishop e4 perhaps. Yes, he goes for it.
Bishop d5, bishop e4, you say? Okay.
He's going for it.
Makes sense, but the king will drop back to f7,
Queen g3, bishop
right?
g4, bishop f5. Cover up that king.
Bishop f5 or
10 seconds for Levon.
10?
Yep. 7.
Bishop f5, rook to e5. Forcing
Kind of
the trade.
threatening.
Bishop
Rook
takes
takes
e4, rook g5 is the problem.
Ooh, he's done it.
Rook
Rook
G5.
g5 wins.
Does
it
it?
though?
Because there's check on f1.
No, it's check.
Yeah, but I capture it and rook f1.
Oh, you get out.
c5, king a2.
You have an intermezzo.
b6 securing
4
the pawn
seconds
structure.
for Levon.
Queen g4. Where's the killing blow, guys?
I still
Queen to
no
f2.
killing blow. There's no killing blow.
I think the position sort of simplified right now.
I
Queen
mean,
h4, looking-
amazing. Levon's. He's
rook
just,
e5. That's a check. Rook h6, secure the pawn structure. Go g3 first.
Indeed. G3, queen h1, queen e4 check. Re-established
He's going for it.
central control.
Queen g6, rook g5, queen e8.
Queen h1.
I like that move.
I do too. Rook e5 is on his agenda. Queen,
Queen
d5 check. Rook e5. Again, but Levon he's finding remarkable. H5 is hanging.
Queen to e4, rook f6, h5, yes.
That must be a winning. Now,
e8.
And queen h1.
Queen h1.
Queen h1. We've nearly lost Cristian. He nearly. Oh, let's go
And
back.
by the way, Tatev is winning her game with black pieces. She is exchange up and
And
she
that's it.
just won a game. Wow.
Wow, did not expect that. Congratulations, Tatev. You got to come back and do it all again, though. Wow.
Once again, winning with the black pieces.
What's going
She
on in
only
this
needs
match?
a draw with the white pieces. Carissa
Again.
is struggling with the white pieces. It's simple as that. She was worse against Talia. She lost against Tatev. Let's take a look at the end of the game.
Indeed. So this was a game that we hadn't, but it looks like Tatev's an exchange up.
Yes, and she has a very active king. She only needs to pick up those pawns. First, defend your own. And now she's going after that pawn on a4.
King b4, let's go.
Not quite so fast. First, tickle the bishop. Bishop to d5.
Because then we can pin the bishop.
Well,
That's
now we
probably
just
what
take
she
the
wanted.
pawn.
And now rook to e6.
Yes.
Pick up the pawn on e3 and win the game.
Which is precisely what she did.
And Carissa is just feeling that's it. And
Wow.
Carissa resigned the game against Tatev Abrahamyan.
Wow.
First
Big
game of
start.
the playoff.
Two decisive games. And at the end there, the two players, Fabi and Levon, they were playing
Yeah.
those 2-second increments, and there's not a lot of time. Carissa facing a must-win situation yet again.
To stay in the champions bracket, none of these players that just won can relax right now.
Exactly.
Fabiano knows. He's played against Levon so many times. He knows Levon can strike back. Same with Carissa.
I'm just stunned by the resilience of Levon. I thought that,
That game would have been over like 30 moves ago, right?
A lesser grandmaster would have gone down, 30 moves before.
What a game that was.
He worked for it, Fabi.
Yeah,
did.
so Fabiano Caruana won his first game in the playoffs against Levon Aronian, and Tatev Abrahamyan defeated Carissa Yip.
Must-win games coming up for Carissa and Levon, as they will be switching the colors, of course, and Levon with the white pieces.
There's almost no break in between games.
Exactly, just enough to, reset, wash your face.
Reset,
Yeah.
think about what happened, what I want to do in this game now.
There was a lot of moments there when I thought Rook G5 was winning for Fabi, Queen H1 and Queen E4 was winning for Fabi, Rook H5, but the resilience of Levon in a difficult position was amazing. And now, Fabi, all he needs is a draw to clinch the match, to stay in the winner's bracket, and to relegate to the elimination. Levon has to win. A6.
One thing Levon cannot do is play what he played in the classical game, because that didn't yield any results. That
No,
Rogozin.
it didn't.
Don't go into the Rogozin.
It truly did not. And he switches it up as well.
Bishop to E4.
Bishop to E4.
That's a provocative move.
You think? Take it. Take it.
What do you do with the knight on H4?
Then you go knight F5 on your very...
You have to.
Yeah, you go
Try
knight
to go
takes
back to
E4.
G3.
Yeah, something like that.
No, knight F5, queen A5 check.
Excuse me.
Oh my
You
goodness.
already-
Oh, wow.
That's the way you look.
So, is
Maybe we
Levon
can show
gonna-
that.
Okay.
Since they're thinking about it. So if you
So
take,
knight takes, pawn takes, and you think to yourself, my knight, let's bring the knight back into the game. I mean, you get your feelings hurt. Check, and queen takes F5. Oops.
Queen to
That's a nice
B3
double
was played.
attack.
Queen to B3 instead.
Queen C7.
Give me the pawn.
Finally.
And now we take.
Oh, maybe you can go knight F5 right now. Because at the end of the whole story,
Yes.
you take on B7.
So now, in this,
He's going for it.
Having included the move Queen B3, we've got a nasty surprise at the end of the variation. The rook is trapped. So we do have knight on F5 on the board, and if Levon manages just to play knight to G3, he will enjoy the advantage of the two bishops and be satisfied with the outcome of the opening. Again, Levon must win. He must win this game to stay in the match and force a second playoff blitz match.
So Fabiano is
C5.
trying to get a space for the knight to do C6
Go to
so it can
C6.
be activated.
Exactly.
Bishop to D2, covering
Bishop
up
to D2.
that A5 square. He doesn't want to
Kind
see
of.
any of those
Maybe
checks.
on a good day you can put your bishop on C3 and capture this knight, which is defending the pawn on E4.
Also wants to meet knight to C6 with D5.
Ooh.
And saying that, you know what, maybe knight A5 is not going to be that easy to... Whoa!
Whoa!
H5.
Trying to target that knight on G3.
Whoa.
Probably saying, you know what, you have a weakness. That knight on G3, I don't like it.
It's
I'm going to attack
active, but I don't know. I wouldn't call the knight the greatest knight. Bishop to D2, H4, knight to E2. Maybe I like my knight to be centralized. Thank you. H5. Well, again, Levon needs this type of position because he has to win the match. It's a very, very imbalanced position. I think he's going to be very happy to have this. Clock times.
1 minute 20 seconds for Levon, 2 minutes 7 seconds for Fabiano.
And very, very soon it will all be all about those increments. We just saw quite the blitz duel in the first game.
To give you an update on the other blitz game, Tatev is having a winning position right now with the white pieces.
Winning.
Still plenty to play for, but objectively she's winning.
Whoa,
Yeah,
a
they
blunder
played
by
Sicilian.
Carissa. H6 just wins a piece, if I've got the position right.
That's right, but it's fine. Let's stay with this one for
Exactly.
a moment.
By the way, very ambitious move by Levon. D4
And by the way,
to
Carissa
D5.
did find the winning move, and right now she's a full piece up. We
No,
expect her to win.
Tatev.
Sorry.
Tatev,
Yes.
yes.
So Tatev, queen back to C2. Not even knights to C3. Queen back to C2.
H3. Push 'em, baby, as they say.
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing over there. I
Are
might,
you jumping back with the knight to G3?
I might be so inclined. I'm not even sure.
Is that
Yeah.
is that a liability or is it
An asset,
The pawn
right?
on
I'm not
H3
sure.
is the big question.
But he has played knight G3, putting the question to Fabi. What are you going to do about your E4 pawn? My intention, Levon says, is to capture the pawn.
What if you go queen to E5?
Queen
Get that queen in the center,
E5?
attack the pawn on D5 at the same time.
I'm not
No.
sure.
He says long castle. Whoa.
Wow.
Really?
Wow. What is
Really?
that? Long castles by white, or is now the time to take the pawn?
Yes, long castle.
Long castles by Levon. Knight takes E4 was also... I'm thinking if Fabi develops white's bishop, he's doing white a really big favor by putting the bishop on the long diagonal and activating the bishop. So I don't see Fabi as wanting to capture the pawn, and in that case he's allowed Levon to play the move. G2 takes H3. It's a pawn for the moment. Bishop C3 is coming up, Bishop G2 is coming up, and there we go, Bishop G2. Still a little surprised that Levon has not played the move Bishop C3. The pawn on D5 requires protection.
So Fabi's defending that pawn on E4. Wait, what?
Ooh, big provocation.
You have to go queen, no, B6.
You have to play
You can
B6, but that is not a move that you like to do. You weaken a lot of squares on the light squares. The bishop might one day drop back. The queen might come to A4, and you would much prefer to have had your pawn on B7. He took the bishop, not bad, but knight G3, queen A4 instantly. And Levon is playing boss chess. This is really, really impressive.
And I think Tatev is putting
might
the
be seeing a
final
resignation there,
touches
guys,
on
if
the
you
game
wanna-
against Carissa. She's just winning a rook.
If you want to switch
And
for a
she won.
second, yes.
Tatev has already won.
Yes,
It's
Tatev
over.
won again, her second blitz
Congratulations.
match, and defeated Carissa 2-0 in the playoffs.
Moves on for the
Very
first time
impressive.
in her American Cup career, all the way to the Champions Bracket Finals.
Wow! Congratulations, Tatev. What are we looking at? We've got two bishops versus two knights, but we've also got an extra pawn as white. The problem is, we would
What's the
prefer
problem?
not to have the D pawn. We prefer, the pawn to be,
B4 is a
B4,
very
a
good
nice
move.
move.
Very good move because
Trying to-
right now Bishop D4 or Rook D4 as well might
I'm
be
playing
problematic.
A4.
That's what he's
And
going
I'm
for.
Creating some
I'm
space
gonna
for the
bring-
white pieces.
I'm bringing the rooks to the A file ASAP.
I think that's what he's
By the way,
going
6 seconds for Levon.
He needs to make a move. Knight to G5, A takes B5, and Bishop to D4,
How
Rook to
about
A5.
Rook to A5? Give me the pawn.
Oh, this is panic situation.
No, I think the time to panic, we missed that about 4 moves ago. That's a pawn. That's pawn number 2.
And he added
Actually, you're mating.
bunch of seconds as well to his clock, making all these quick moves.
King
Now-
C2. King C2 and
D6.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's a
What's
offering a rook
Are
trade.
we trading the rooks? I thought we liked the rook on
I
A5.
loved the rook on A5. I thought we were going King C2 and rook A1. Clock times?
10
Clock
seconds
times?
for Fabiano.
And
For-
6
He needs
seconds
to
for
make a
Levon.
move.
6 seconds for Levon.
Bishop.
Oh! That hurt.
Once
hurt.
again, he wins on demand. And
Fabi
forces.
blunders a rook. Levon Aronian wins, ties the match. We're
And we will
going
see
into
another playoff.
double playoffs.
Wow.
Oh my
Another
gosh.
blitz match.
Rook H8. That was a blunder.
Let's take a look at the end of Tatev's game.
Game we missed. Apologies to Tatev. I mean, one of her very, very important victories. Here she is. She's a piece. No,
She just gave that piece on C4 so
because
that she can
she
take on
wants
E5.
to capture this pawn, and you see she's spinning the rook, forcing Carissa to defend the rook, but now she has a beautiful move. Bishop G5, putting more pressure on the rook. The rook cannot move anywhere because it's pinned to the king.
It's all about those pins, baby.
You have to move back with the queen
Yep.
to
F7.
defend the rook. But guess what? I have another piece that can put pressure on the
stop
rook.
it.
This is just
You're piling
too
up
strong.
piling up on the pin pieces.
Tremendous
Rook
game.
F1.
Rook F1.
Tremendous game by
That's
Tatev,
it.
and that forces resignation. Right there.
On the spot.
And
wow.
that means that Tatev wins the match.
And goes on in the next stage of the champions bracket. And for Carissa, the number 1 seed tumbles to the elimination. Tomorrow she will play an elimination game.
Yeah. Wow.
Ooh. But
we have
Levon
one more
Aronian,
playoff.
Levon Aronian, weren't you saying
It continues, guys.
like,
It continues.
like in one of their matches
In
from the previous
2023,
year,
he won 2 games on
demand.
to force the continuation of that match. And in fact, he won that one in the Armageddon. Will we be seeing another reiteration of the 2023 match?
Wow, an Armageddon.
2 more games, 2 more blitz games coming up in just a few minutes.
Exactly. I don't know how much time they have in between.
I don't think they have much
So
time. I
they-
think we're going to see the
Not
game
much.
starting very soon.
I think they just
Exactly.
want to get set up and get going.
The arbiters, I got.
They just want to get going.
Wow.
But what a game that was.
That
Taking
really
so many
was.
chances, long castle on both sides, 2 bishops versus 2 knights. There were so many imbalances. And in fact, let's go to the playing hall. Eric has Tatev.
I'm joined by Tatev Abrahamyan, who just defeated Carissa 2-0 in the Blitz playoff. How are you feeling, Tatev?
I don't know. Everything just went by so fast. My heart is still beating so fast.
Yeah, you just finished. I know you had a tough classical game losing. How did you recover to prepare for Blitz?
I mean, Blitz is just random. It all comes down to the time scramble. And after I saw what happens in Ray versus Fabi, I thought anything is possible.
Do you feel like you're in good form? Like, is your confidence higher now that you've defeated Carissa?
I felt very off in my classical game today. I just wasn't seeing things clearly. At some point, she took my pawn on a4, and I was shocked. I didn't even realize my pawn was hanging because she started thinking, I'm attacking her queen. I think she has one move, and she started thinking, like, what is she thinking? And then she takes my pawn, and I was like, oh, my pawn is hanging. So in the morning, I was really off, but I don't know, I got some more energy for the Blitz game.
And final question, your thoughts about playing Alice Lee tomorrow in the Champions bracket?
I mean, no thoughts. I just haven't thought about it yet. I mean, she's been a very tough opponent for me. I lost to her. I had this marathon with her first time in American Cup. She beat me 2-0 in Classical, and then we met again, losers bracket, and then we got down to Armageddon. I think after that we've had like more back and forth games. But yeah, I think it'll be a very tough match, of course.
Well, congratulations, get
Thank
some
you.
rest, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank
we'll
you.
send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Tatev. Our
There we go, guys.
congratulations.
We're back in action.
As we're underway for Game 3. I'm looking for the link. I don't seem to have it at the moment, but it will pop up, I'm sure. Queen's Gambit declined, not the Queen's Gambit accepted. Queen's Gambit declined with A7, A6, and we're going to see a kind of a Tarash after C5. No, we don't quite have the link.
So knight d2 and b3.
B2, B3.
Wanting to fianchetto that bishop on the queen side.
Yep, c takes. Oh, he's going for the hanging pawns. I was wondering if he might recapture with the knight. Knight takes d4 and then play for bishop b2. Still waiting for the link. I apologize. My analysis board will come up soon. Bishop d3.
So probably something like bishop e7 now, or knight c6.
Castles. Now, I always...
What black can do is take on c4.
Yes.
At the right moment and play either against the isolated queen's pawn or against the hanging pawns.
I love the setup, what Levon is doing. Queen to e2, rook to d1. I would put my bishop back on b1, and I go f4, f5.
Yes.
and claim victory. Knight to g6. So the idea behind the move knight to g6 is to take the sting out of the bishop on d3. The bishop on d3 eyeballing possibility of bishop takes
It's a
h7.
nice reshuffle of the knight from c6, which was blocking the bishop on b7.
Defensive reshuffle.
Get it back on the other side so that it defends the king. Now the king feels very safe with two knights around it.
This is what I'm saying though. f4, and you've always got these ideas of like blasting open the position with f5, and you can take with the rook.
This move queen e7 because you're also setting up for some bishop a3 ideas. Try to exchange the dark square bishop.
No way. I'm not giving you that. f5, let's go.
You're going for it.
f5.
I mean, you
I live to
f4,
attack.
right? So if you go f4, you need to follow up with f5.
I was born to attack, guys. I'm just sorry. It's in the blood. f5, let's go.
Fabiano building a nice time advantage, though.
Is he?
Yes, almost a minute extra on the clock.
Queen d3, so still delaying that decision on pushing pawn to f5.
a5. Now that's a surprise move. Is he really? I guess he was thinking about a4.
Bishop b4, that's a nice square. Once Levon pushed that pawn to a4, you cannot kick away the bishop from this square.
The other nice thing about that move is it does make knight takes e5 possible without getting forked on the bishop on d6, the knight on f6. Possibility of bishop takes d2 and knight e4 for Fabi. We just saw queen. I don't like
Queen
what...
h3.
I don't
So he
like-
may be thinking about playing g4 and f5.
Okay, I can take on d2, or I can play knight e4.
So
No, it
knight
jumps
e4
in the
on
center.
the
I
board.
like that move.
I do too.
If you take, well,
he
he took on g6.
H takes g6. Thank you for the
Is
help.
that such an easy decision? Do you take with the h pawn or the f pawn? I guess it should be with the h pawn.
Yeah, knight f3. I want
Okay,
to
he's
transfer
looking
that
to
knight
knight
to
g5.
g5 and queen h7 checkmate.
That's a big threat. Bishop takes e4. Watch out.
That is very, very true. Bishop takes e4.
f6 covers up everything. Knight to
But
h4,
weakens
looking
the
at that
pawn on
g6 pawn.
g6.
So I have to defend it. Queen f7.
It feels like there's starting to be some pressure against Fabi's pawn
King
structure.
h7. King h7. Yeah.
King h7, rook f3. Rook f3, rook h3. Be careful.
You are absolutely right. I haven't.
In fact, I don't see how you defend that pawn on g6 right now. It seems there's too many forces.
I may have to play.
Piled up.
I may have to play f5.
Yeah,
and
king h7 I can play because after your rook f3, f5. I have to go f5, right?
f5.
Force the queen to go away.
Queen goes back to h3. I can go back to no, f5.
f5 and then rook h8.
Correct.
And now who's attacking?
f5 has to be played.
Big moment here. Clock time, sorry.
1 minute 18 seconds for Levon, 1 minute 18 seconds for Fabiano.
Can you say even?
Oh, he didn't go rook h8.
I think he missed that. Apologies to our audience. Our electronic boards aren't working at the moment, but we promise you, as soon as they do,
it's all good.
We'll
seeing the
share.
live board. We're
We'll
seeing the live
share.
board right now. It's all good.
Is g5 a possibility?
And Levon now enjoying 20 seconds advantage.
But can Fabi essay g5? Because I would love to get rid of that g6 pawn weakness. He's done it.
He's done it.
Ooh, f4. Is f4?
I mean,
Who's winning?
Well,
F4 is
your
weakening
knight
the
on
light
g5
squares.
is also
But
hanging.
What do you mean?
F4, I take your knight.
I take your rook, I'm threatening mate.
And now I go rook F1. I don't know, it's not that easy.
I'm not threatening mate?
You are the threatening mate, but I defend against that.
So first defending the knight and threatening to go to F4.
That's a big
F4 is
threat.
still a big threat.
By the way, it could have gone back to E4 with the knight, now that I realize it. But bishop E7 on the board.
I think he's on his way
F4.
to go knight to E4 back. After queen to F4. Because you have to defend against that F4 move.
So can I go queen F4?
Yes, that's the
Then
move that
knight
you should,
E4.
You should play. And then knight E4 with the idea of G5 as well.
As well as bishop G5, you're absolutely right. I think Fabi has fought his way back.
I believe
But I
so.
think there's
Not
a rook
only his way
H3.
back.
Pardon me?
Queen
Queen
C7.
C7.
Whoa, well, that came out of nowhere.
Attacking bishop on B7 and pinning the other.
Bishop F6, proposing a queen trade.
Boy, you just have to be literally ready for shots from the blue. That
I
came
think
out-
he will take on B6. I think he's going to take that pawn.
What a pawn grubber.
I know, but I think he's going to take it.
I'm so proud.
He took it. He took it.
I'm so proud. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, the first look and the first sight I got of that pawn, I was like, there's no way. he takes
There's
that.
no way. He wasn't touching it, but boy,
He took it.
Okay,
He's taking another
it's two
one.
pawns, and now
The onus is on black to prove the
the
compensation.
queen H5,
Queen E1.
Queen E1 defending
knight
the knight.
E4, F4 or knight E4, F4 or knight E4. This looks like a very dangerous attack.
It is a beautiful attack.
And by the way, 20 seconds advantage now for Levon.
Oh my
He
goodness.
needs to go F4.
Or
Fabi,
even
8 seconds.
maybe taking on C4, opening up the bishop on against the G2 pawn.
What do you do right now, though?
This is
F4 is a big
Levon
move.
is in trouble.
Do you go bishop G6?
Rook takes E6. Rook takes E6. What else?
Or bishop G6 first, and then rook takes E6.
Bishop G6 first. I didn't even think that was
Bishop
legal.
E2.
Queen H6.
What exactly is that move? Queen F7.
Why doesn't he maintain contact with the knight? So Queen H6, he could have then, because the bishop on F6.
But now
hits-
knight E4? No. Rook
How does
E8.
he not play knight E4?
Well, the knight
I
finally
mean-
landed on E4, but it might be
I
too
thought the
late.
rook on B8 was actually a very dangerous. Uh-oh.
2 pawns down, 5
They
seconds.
almost
It's all
no
about the
time
clock.
for both
It's all about the clock. How much time?
7 seconds both.
7 seconds. That went by fast. Knight E5. Queen A7 check.
Yep. King F1. Take on C4.
Ooh, I think
2
Levon
seconds.
is gonna flag.
Rook F3.
Fabi, 5
Where's the win?
seconds.
Where's the win?
There's rook on C1.
Hanging.
Bishop
Oh,
takes
no, there's
C1.
bishop.
Rook B1. Rook
B1
B1.
looks
2 seconds.
very, very...
He nearly lost on time.
Queen takes C4, rook takes C1. Where's the mate? Queen G1. He's trying to go from behind. How do you defend against all those
This
threats?
Queen A8
Okay, 2
check.
seconds for Levon.
No,
Takes
we
F4.
didn't. It's mate.
Where's the mate? I don't see it. Where's the mate?
There has to be somewhere.
There has to be a mate.
I think it's just a
Just
repetition,
rook C2.
guys.
No.
Queen D2. Where's the mate? Guys, where's the mate?
But now,
Queen D3.
Queen A2 check.
Oh my goodness.
No, he messed it up. He had Queen A2 check.
Queen B3. Queen
Okay.
rook to C3. How many
Levon.
pawns?
rook takes G2.
Well, he's got one back. Fabi just captured a pawn with check.
He's up 1 pawn. Right
But
now.
how much time? He took all of his time. Queen G5 check.
King B1. The king is trying to hide there.
I would go Queen F5. That pins the rook.
That's exactly what he does.
That is uncomfortable, so moving away from the pin. 2 seconds on the clock for Levon.
Oh.
Queen
And
C1, queen takes
Fabi
D3.
wins the game with a last-second check on the back rank.
And wins the match.
No?
No, that's only the first. I forgot that's the first
more game.
I'm going to have to tell you about the results. It's quite clear. Guys, that came nerves. Let's see the ending of that one once again, because what a highlight that was. Both players have been playing on 7 seconds. And here, Fabi doesn't exactly know what to do, but he found a very good move. Queen F5. It defends the e6 pawn. It pins the rook.
And threatens to go on the back rank on the f1 to give check to the king.
Exactly. Now, something like king c1 in
And
a time
watch
scramble.
the clock, only
But he played queen c3.
2 seconds on the clock. For
And
Levon.
now it's an overloaded queen. After queen f1 check, you've got to drop the queen back. That hangs
Loses
the
the
rook.
rook.
Fabiano wins the game. The first with the black pieces.
Yeah. And the third blitz game today, but one more to go. Wow. So Levon needs to come back again.
That's right. With the black pieces. Though.
He's done it twice in 2023. Will he be able to once again do it on demand?
I told you the math. I don't
problem
see
is that
Fabi
Fabi
losing
has
3 games.
right now.
Yes.
It's difficult. It's difficult to win with the black pieces against a player such as Fabiano. We'll see.
Truly.
We'll see what he comes up with.
For those of you who are joining us late, I mean, amazingly, the number 1 seed in the ladies' draw, Carissa Yip, was knocked into the elimination bracket by Tatev, who won a blitz match 2-0 and won it very, very nicely. Let's take a look at the results. Kate?
So the results of today. The second playoff match started for a win for Caruana, and Levon has to come back with black pieces and win the game.
Exactly. This is the second blitz matchup, and we didn't get to follow that with our analysis board as much as we would like to because, well, we just didn't have the link, but that was...
What a game. I mean, these players played a classical game today, now 3 blitz games, another blitz game. They must be so tired.
Exactly. Their emotional energy must be exhausted. Sometimes you just play on adrenaline at these certain moments. That was great, and I believe we're underway just like that.
And we have a game.
Game 4. And it looks like a Philidor, again, from Levon's point of view, he's trying to create an imbalance, and he's done that with a Philidor. E5 takes d4. It's considered better for white, but okay. It's tricky and trappy, and, you know, on a good day,
it's not that analyzed as other, like, Gioco Piano.
On a good day, you go knight to d7 to c5. Sometimes you anchor the knight on c5 with the move a5, and you put pressure on the pawn on e4. White enjoys a space advantage, and it's very nice. Space advantage. Ooh,
knight d5.
That's a provocative move. So,
and why is that?
Well, because after bishop e2, you're inviting the move f4.
Of course, yes. That's what I want. I want you to push your pawns and get more space, but maybe create some weaknesses at the same time.
Now,
bishop e3.
That was the question I was about to pose to ourselves. Do you consider the move knight takes d3 a threat?
Not right now.
Why not?
Not right now.
You're grabbing
because
the 2 bishops.
I only need to make a draw. I'm inviting the trades. You take on d3, I take. I put my rooks on e1 and d1. I just played slow.
But from Black's point of view, he needs...
But he needs to develop, right? Bishop d7 or a6.
a6, bishop to c2. So Fabi says, thank you, I will preserve my bishop. Now, I know a lot of Philidor players sometimes like the ideas of c5 followed by b5. No, slow plays it with bishop to d7 for just the moment. Now, I'm not worried, but I would be considering the move a4 just to stop possibilities of c5 and b5. No, Fabi says, I'm not concerned. Go for it if you'd like.
So, queen e7 or?
Queen e7, careful. I mean, at a certain moment, I may play the move knight to d5, and then it's sort of almost impossible for you to create counter chances.
But I have to be careful. Like, I cannot play c6, right? Because I have to be careful about my knight in the center actually being trapped.
c6 would be met by f4, as you just said, trapping the knight.
I have to say, it feels like a very comfortable position for white, especially given that he needs only to draw b5, and what Levon senses as well. He needs to create something.
I think that this is actually
just a free pawn.
Yeah, making it much easier for Fabi. There was, queen b8, c5, b5.
But I'm going to put pressure on that e4 pawn.
f4. He's like, no, I'm not taking that pawn. At least not yet. That's a courageous move.
I think so too.
Knight c6.
I'm a little bit
I'm
stunned.
not sure if I like that move for Fabiano too much.
I would have captured on b5 twice and just said, show me the money. Well, there you go. He could have taken on b4. You can take on b5. Let's go. Thank you very much.
Okay, knight b4.
Knight b4.
I want to get your light square bishop.
Things are starting to feel a bit dicey for those pieces, for white.
No. Bishop to d4.
Bishop d4, maybe c5. c5.
And be careful about also your knight on b5.
Bishop f6 and knight
queen takes f6. I don't know. Knight takes d6, queen takes c3. I have a lot of...
I've got e5 as well, but okay.
Knight d4.
Look, I'm happy with the pawn. I just clipped the pawn. Show me your compensation.
But what if I take on c2 right now?
And then I have to take with the queen?
c5.
Well, I'm assuming the knight is going to come back either to f3 or to e2.
So then I'm going to capture the bishop.
I think he's going for d5.
So let's capture the bishop and bishop c6. No?
Capture the bishop, knight takes c2, queen takes c2, and then bishop to c6, putting pressure on. Now, unlike Tatev, who did not play e5, I will play e4, e5. You attack my pawn on e4,
Guys,
I will advance it.
The bar
d5.
The bar is saying that Fabi is completely busted. Not after this move.
He was completely busted? Really?
He was apparently completely busted, yes. Bishop takes c5, knight takes c2.
Queen takes c2, knight takes d. I got to give Levon all the credit in the world for really, really mixing it up in a crazy, almost spectacular way.
But this is not enough right now.
Two connected pass pawns.
Now I'm just going to go knight e5 if you don't take on a1. Bishop f5.
Knight e5 anyway, right?
That's it. Yeah, bishop.
Shut down that, what? Okay, the rook was hanging.
Okay, let's capture the knight maybe with the rook. No, with the
bishop. I'm assuming the queen will just go to protect the bishop.
And target the pawn on a2.
Is it time for a4 or do we... All we need is a draw, right? Let's not kid ourselves. After bishop to d4, all Fabi needs is a draw to clinch the match. So bishop to d4, go ahead, let's trade queens on a2. We'll keep it friendly. No?
a4.
Sometimes you forget the match situation. You should keep playing for a win.
I just checked. Levon was indeed winning.
He missed a
win.
I think we all missed it.
Yes.
A2, A4, again, from
But
Fabi's
this game is
point
not
of view,
over.
if he can just play bishop d4, he'll have... Okay, there's a rook.
C2 sighting, be careful.
Developing the rook, attacking the bishop, and wanting to get to c2.
Okay, so he did, but I would... If I was going to give up a pawn on the queen side, I would have preferred to trade queens.
He really wants that bishop on e4 off the board.
Well,
for good reason.
For very good reason.
For good reason.
The bishop is clogging up the d file and stopping me from playing rook takes d5.
Knight g5 was a good move. Trying to simplify the position. 13 seconds against 30 seconds. 13 seconds for Fabiano. Bishop c2.
I was about to say, also on a good day, I may even consider the move f4, f5. Just, wow. He just gave up a pawn for...
He really wants that bishop. He wants that bishop to stay on the board. That's it. That's the only reasoning behind it.
Wait, can I go now bishop f8 and then sacrifice on c5? No, that's not enough. I'm attacking it only twice. It's twice defended.
19 seconds for Levon against 7 seconds for Fabiano.
Fabi was ready to meet this attack with rook c1.
We have rook e2, an opportunity.
He's going for it, queen to f3. Bishop to b5.
Queen d5, f7 is hanging.
That was a powerful centralization move by Fabiano. He's looking at rook d8, he's looking at queen takes f7.
Oh my god, whoa! Queen a2, rook takes a2, barely made it in time.
Seconds? What's the clock time?
4 seconds for Levon, 3 seconds, you have to make a move.
Oh!
Rook check.
Check.
Rook takes.
Bishop
d4.
Bishop d4.
And he's remembering the golden rule. Went ahead on the match. Make a draw. Clinch the match result. He's a pawn up.
All he needs is a draw right now.
Fabi just doesn't want to lose on time. Put your pawns on the dark squares. Play g3. Oops, what has he done?
I'm not sure about allowing that king in the center like that.
Yeah, he's king h3. King h3? No.
Knight f3, rook to b3.
Pinning that
rook
knight.
d7, good move.
Yeah, that was a very good move. And again, he a pawn up.
Yeah.
Rook and pawn endgame.
2 versus 2. They agree to a draw, and Fabiano moves on.
Oh, they can't make a draw.
Agree on a draw.
But I think Chris has understood that. Yeah, you're not supposed to allow. You're not supposed to offer a draw. Congratulations to Fabi, who moves on, and both blitz games went down to like 7 seconds, and easily.
I mean, Levon made the move
could have
with
been
1 second on the clock.
Did he really? And Cristian, if you don't mind, just tell us the moment that.
I'll show you the
win.
opportunity.
Yes, if
it
you
was a
don't mind.
big opportunity for Levon at this point after the move knight to d4. As you can see, double question mark. c5 started off well, very good move to try to open up, clear up this diagonal.
Clear.
Knight to f3. d5 was the mistake.
Dang.
At this point, what he had to do, not easy. Knight takes e2. You eliminate the bishop first. You take on e4. That's a sacrifice, right?
Coming.
You take on a1. This is somewhat of a typical pattern, right? With the rook on the on e8, on the e file, and 2 pieces on the e file as well. Bishop to f5, pin it down, knight to d2, and now queen to e7. There's no way to defend that. And despite the fact that it looks dangerous for the king without the bishop on g7, it just simply is not enough. If you would have this bishop on b2, that would be nice.
Right.
Queen to c3, and you get the mating attack. But you cannot get there. And this is just an exchange down for white. A winning opportunity for Levon. This would have allowed him to close the gap once again.
Right.
Close the gap once again. But it is
winning
Fabiano that moves on to the champions bracket.
Exactly. Refresh the results.
Wow,
for
so
us.
Fabiano Caruana, in the first playoff, he won a game, he lost a game, and in the second match, he won the first game and then made a draw in the second game and won the match.
So he goes on in the champions bracket. Levon Aronian, our defending champion, drops to the elimination bracket. Remember, it's a double elimination. And for the ladies, wow, Tatev upset our number 1 seed, Carissa. Yep, so Tatev
Won 2-0 in the Blitz playoff.
She'll play Alice Lee, and in the interview that she had with Eric, she said that Alice Lee has been a difficult opponent for her, but she's just very happy to be in the champions bracket. Wow.
Well, Carissa was also a very difficult opponent for her.
Yeah, well,
She
it was 2-4.
beating her, I believe, 3-1.
Right.
Before this match.
The classic,
Right now,
yeah.
3-2, 4-2.
Right.
But she defeated her in the blitz.
In the blitz.
2-0. Just incredible. And Eric is with Fabiano.
Wow.
I'm joined by Fabiano Caruana, who just defeated Levon Aronian in the Blitz playoff. How are you feeling, Fabi?
It's of course great. It was very nervy, so I'm still a bit jittery. Yeah, it was a really tough match. I think that it really came down to this third Blitz game. I was just super lucky, but it was out of control for both of us. We were playing a position which was too complicated for either of us to play well, and there were definitely many blunders throughout the entire game. But yeah, I just came out ahead. It's like sometimes these split-second moments, and it feels especially good because in the last 2 years of the American Cup, I lost to Levon. Once I was eliminated by him, once I was dropped into elimination bracket. So to get one back feels a good feeling.
Sweet revenge, yeah. I interviewed Hikaru earlier, and he said he's not enjoying himself this event. Is it different for you? Are you having fun in these stressful games?
Well, it's fun when you win, so I guess in that sense, but my play hasn't been great. It's only, with a great deal of fortune that I've actually made it to the final of the winners bracket. I mean, my match against Ray, we already spoke about how difficult that was, and this one I would say was even more difficult because it was similar to that, but then I also lost the second game rather than drawing it, so it went to the second, even the last game of the blitz match was super tough. I mean, I had a very good position at some point, but then he was playing quickly and putting pressure, and at some point it got very dangerous for me, and I was down to my last second. So even that one could have definitely gone wrong at some point, but I guess in the last few seconds I was holding my nerves relatively well, although I didn't feel like it.
Mm-hmm. And tomorrow you're playing Hikaru in the finals of the Champions Bracket. What are your thoughts going into that? And are you going to watch Hikaru's recaps this far in this event?
No, I won't. It's always the speculation about retirement. You know?
Right.
It's always a new video. But I've said this before. Like I feel like in general he's playing very well. He's one of the best players in the world. His match against Mishra was not very clean, but he hasn't been in danger in any classical game, and he has been winning in 3 of them. So I still feel like he's a super tough opponent, and always has been. I mean, we of course have a long history of playing now since we were kids as well, but but at the top level for already 13 years or so. So I do expect a tough match, and I know Hikaru, even if he's saying he's enjoying it, he's still going to play well.
Now, final question. I recently watched your C-Squared podcast where you were doing the podcast while playing Super Smash Bros. Have you been playing any Super Smash this event?
No, not really. I do play some games at night to wind down a bit, but just on my own, and just to forget about chess for a little bit. I'll play half an hour. Because the rest of the time is spent preparing, which you want a little bit of a break from chess, and that's a decent way to do it. But that idea was his,
okay.
And I don't know if it went very well.
Is there any overlap between Super Smash and chess, or are they just totally different?
In terms of I think the communities, there might be a tiny bit, but not too much. The chess world hasn't really crossed over into that. But there are probably some Smash players who dabble in chess. Probably not the other way around.
Right.
I do have a friend from New York who I think was playing playing Smash semi-professionally, named Josh Abity. I'm not sure if semi-professionally or not, but I think he was pretty good. But that's about the only chess player I know who plays Smash.
Gotcha. Well, I'll let you go. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Smash it is. Champions bracket. Let's do it, Kate.
Let's start with the women's section.
All right. And boy, did we see some action today.
Yes, so it's Tatev Abrahamyan who first defeated Anna Zatonsky, now Carissa Yip, and tomorrow she's gonna challenge Alice Lee, who won against Paikidze, and today against Irina Krush.
The women's elimination bracket will be featured tomorrow as well. 4 players are going to be facing elimination tomorrow, 2 in the women's, 2 in the open. Let's see where
the open or the elimination here. So Irina Krush lost today to Alice Lee, so she's going to challenge Anna Zatonsky tomorrow.
Right.
And Carissa Yip, after being defeated by Tatev Abrahamyan, tomorrow it's Nazi Paikidze who's going to play her.
And the champions bracket in the open.
In the open section, Hikaru Nakamura defeated first Abhimanyu Mishra, today Leinier Dominguez, and he is tomorrow gonna play Fabiano Caruana, who won with Ray Robson. Kind of crazy match there. And today won in the blitz playoff, in the second blitz playoff against Levon Aronian.
I always love it when number 1 plays number 2. I don't care what the sport is. You got to tune in and see our 2 top seeds dueling in the Opens Champions bracket and in the elimination.
In the elimination bracket, Leinier Dominguez, who lost the match today, is going to challenge Sam Savian, and Levon Aronian is going to be playing Wesley Saw.
Doesn't get any easier, does it? I mean, wow. And tomorrow's schedule.
So tomorrow we're going to be seeing games in both brackets. In the champions bracket, they're going to play 1 classical game, and in the elimination bracket, they're going to play the whole match, 2 rapid games, and then blitz playoff if necessary.
During these playoffs, I forgot who I predicted was going to win the tournament. What were our predictions?
Let's take a look.
Irina, you can do it, baby.
That's a good
Look at Eric. Wow. Wow. You were not worthy. That was amazing.
And Cristian with VAR.
And what about our picks in the open section? okay. I'm still in there.
I'm also
like,
still
okay.
there.
Okay.
Big duel.
Absolutely.
Big duel.
Wonderful.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yasser, I think it's time.
Wow.
To say goodbye.
Thank you all. Thank you all for watching, for tuning in. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. And good night from St. Louis.
See you tomorrow.
Whew.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.